Chapter 1441, Firmament Crystal Wall. Chapter 1441, Firmament Crystal Wall. Yang Feng pondered for a moment and said, "Who is the conscripting target of Taixuan Sacred Firmament?" Xuyuan Lord sighed lightly and replied, "The masters of Yanju Firmament's domains and eternal alliances." Yang Feng raised his eyebrows and asked, "If I'm not willing to be conscripted by Taixuan Sacred Firmament, what will happen then?" Xuyuan Lord responded, "Then all the domains under your control will be seized by Taixuan Sacred Firmament. In Taixuan Sacred Firmament, experts are as common as cabbages. They even possess eternal heavenly arts that can be cultivated to the eternal sovereign king realm. You won't be able to contend against powerhouses dispatched by Taixuan Sacred Firmament." Yang Feng's expression remained unchanged. His foundation is not in Yanju Firmament. Even if he gives up the domains in Yanju Firmament, he'll just find it a pity. Xuyuan Lord said with a sweet smile, "There are countless eternal heavenly arts in Taixuan Sacred Firmament. As long as we make enough contributions to Taixuan Sacred Firmament, we'll be able to obtain various formidable eternal heavenly arts." Back in the day, after Gotaili made countless contributions to Taixuan Sacred Firmament, he was able to advance to the 7th layer eternal realm. Yang Feng's eyes lit up slightly. Eternal heavenly arts. Yang Feng can no longer continue to deduce the devour heavenly art. If he wants to continue the deduction, Yang Feng must travel eternal world and collect various eternal heavenly arts. Almost all the 4th layer eternal heavenly arts and higher are in the hands of top eternal sovereigns. It's very difficult for Yang Feng to obtain such first-rate eternal heavenly arts. FREOWebnovel.com. Shi asked, "After we leave, what will be of our domains?" Xuyuan Lord replied, "After we leave, Taixuan Sacred Firmament will maintain our domains, and will not let anyone advance to the eternal realm in our domains or plunder our wealth." Star Whale Lord said unhurriedly, "We are all masters of an alliance and are not accustomed to being told what to do." Xuyuan Lord replied, "We conscripted eternal sovereigns will take missions and work for Taixuan Sacred Firmament. Most of the time, however, no one will command us. Only during special occasions, only then will we be conscripted by Taixuan Sacred Firmament and have to fight according to orders. Eternal Sovereign is an invincible beings of their domain and are extremely proud. Few would be willing to listen to the orders of other people. In Yanju Firmament, eternal sovereigns band together and tend to form alliances. However, the ties in these alliances aren't strong. Although Taixuan Sacred Firmament has an eternal sovereign king, but it still needs to compromise with the eternal sovereigns. Otherwise, the eternal sovereigns will join other sacred firmaments and enhance enemy power." Black Eye took a deep look at Yang Feng and said decisively, "Okay, I accept the conscription." Shi and the other bigwigs looked at each other, smiled helplessly, and accepted the conscription. Different from Yang Feng, Black Eye and the other bigwigs have advanced to the eternal realm in Yanju Firmament and their eternal imprints are in their domains in Yanju Firmament. Once a 7th layer eternal sovereign of Taixuan Sacred Firmament takes action, he can totally destroy their domains and kill them. Xuyuan Lord's gaze fell on Yang Feng, a nervous look in her eyes. As an eternal sovereign from another universe, Yang Feng's foundation lies in another universe. If he doesn't accept the conscription of Taixuan Sacred Firmament, Yanju Firmament will be possibly turned upside down. Yang Feng pondered for a while, and then uttered unhurriedly, "I accept the conscription." Xuyuan Lord breathed a sigh of relief and revealed a smile. Several months later, in the center of the Bo-Lei domain, there is a warship with a diameter of 1,000 kilometers. Ripples surged, and Yang Feng, his 8 subordinated domain masters, and Magic Note Lord appeared in front of the warship. "I just advanced to the eternal realm, yet I'll already being conscripted to participate in an eternal war. How unlucky." Magic Note Lord looked at the warship and complained. The 8 domain masters glanced at Magic Note Lord in surprise. In the Ring of Transcendence, the hierarchy is very strict. Whenever they face Yang Feng, 9 Noses, Moonflower Fairy, and the other eternal sovereigns tremble in their boots. They don't dare to speak to Yang Feng in such a casual tone. Yang Feng said indifferently, although it is dangerous. But at the same time, you'll be able to experience a broader and more wonderful world. Magic Note Lord looked at Yang Feng askance. A more wonderful world? That's your pursuit. Yang Feng smiled and asked, there are countless secret methods in Taixuan Sacred Firmament. Don't you want to experience all kinds of formidable alchemy? Magic Note Lord's eyes brightened. All kinds of wonderful alchemy. I'm quite interested. Magic Note Lord was the most formidable alchemist of the world of warlocks. After he advanced to the Eternal Realm, his alchemy progressed by leaps and bounds. For him, unprecedented and formidable alchemy are the target of his pursuit. When they boarded the warship, Yang Feng saw 200+ Eternal Sovereigns aboard the warship, forming circles of different sizes. The 200+ Eternal Sovereigns are powerhouses standing at the top of billions of Yanju Firmament's life forms. The Mother of Myriad Lotuses is also aboard the warship. She is standing in a small circle composed of 5 people, 3 women and 2 men. These people are clearly of the Nine Shades Alliance. In Eternal World, powerhouses are as common as cabbages. The number of female Eternal Sovereigns here is even higher than that of male Eternal Sovereigns. It is common for some extraordinary races to be controlled by female Eternal Sovereigns. There are even some extraordinary races where the females are stronger than males. That's Yang Feng, the master of the Ring of Transcendence. With 9 Eternal Sovereign subordinates, the Ring of Transcendence is really powerful. The Eternal Sovereigns aboard the warship looked at Yang Feng, a queer flash in their eyes. When the Mother of Myriad Lotuses saw Yang Feng, her beautiful eyes lit up, and she revealed a sweet smile. She walked up to Yang Feng together with the other 4 Eternal Sovereigns of the Nine Shades Alliance. The Mother of Myriad Lotuses smiled sweetly and said, Yang Feng, let me introduce you. This is Shade Flower Fairy, the master of the Nine Shade Alliance. Hello, Yang Feng, a stunning beauty with jet black hair, a perfect figure, fair skin, and astonishing charm smiled sweetly at Yang Feng and spoke. Practically all humanoid female Eternal Sovereigns are gorgeous, sexy, and enchanting. But aboard this battleship, no woman can compare to Shade Flower Fairy in terms of charm. Even Xuyuan Lord, Yanju Firmament's only female 3rd-layer Eternal Sovereign, is slightly inferior to Shade Flower Fairy in terms of charm. Yang Feng's eyes lit up and flashed with praise. Hello, Shade Flower Fairy. You really deserve the reputation of the number 1 beauty of Yanju Firmament. Shade Flower Fairy uttered with a bright smile. You flatter me. You wiped out the Ring of Dark Ethos and the Ram of Destruction, which were 2 malignant tumors of Yanju Firmament, in one fell swoop. In addition to the 2 scourges, you are a first-class hero of Yanju Firmament. Compared to you, I'm far too lacking. When he heard the words of Shade Flower Fairy, Yang Feng realized that she was flattering him and felt very comfortable. Shade Flower Fairy smiled brightly and uttered, let me introduce you. These 3 are Xuanhuan, Shang Donglong, and Wetland Lord of the Nine Shade Alliance. Xuanhuan is a stunning beauty with wheat-colored skin, a height of about 1.9 meters, and a sexy figure. She is dressed beast skin clothes that expose large swaths of skin. Shang Donglong is a dashing and slender man. Wetland Lord is a handsome man with a dragon horn on the head, a mysterious rune on the forehead, and a gloomy face. Taixuan Sacred Firmament conscripted all the Eternal Sovereigns of Yanju domain. When faced with a dreadful Eternal Sovereign war, Yanju Firmament's Eternal Sovereigns had no choice but to huddle together. Before long, the Eternal Sovereigns of the Ring of Transcendence and the Eternal Sovereigns of the Nine Shade Alliance formed a small circle. Aboard the warship, many small Eternal Sovereign alliances approached alliances with a 3rd-layer Eternal Sovereign. Shortly after, several large Eternal Sovereigns groups, as well as dozens of solitary Eternal Sovereigns, appeared aboard the warship. The warship surged with ripples, turned into a stream of light, and flew away. A few days later, the warship arrived at a seemingly endless sky, and a distorted crystal wall appeared in front of everyone. On the crystal wall, there are countless strange faces, including human faces, ogre faces, fiend faces, and dragon's faces. The countless strange faces kept issuing strange wails. So this is the Firmament Crystal Wall. Firmament crystal walls are barriers that separate lesser firmaments and intermediate firmaments and greater firmaments and the 10 sacred firmaments. In addition to some special secret treasures, only eternal sovereigns who have advanced to the 4th layer can cross the firmament crystal wall. Yang Feng, when eternal sovereigns from other universes like you come to eternal world, they will arrive at lesser firmaments. The eternal conscription order of the 10 sacred firmaments is the best opportunity for you guys to enter the 10 sacred firmaments. Xuyuan Lord walked up to Yang Feng, looked at the firmament crystal wall with a complex color in her beautiful eyes, and explained to Yang Feng. Yang Feng looked at the firmament crystal wall with an enigmatic flash in his eyes and nodded. The warship glimmered, surged with countless runes, and began to extract the power of the eternal sovereigns aboard it. The countenance of the eternal sovereigns aboard the warship changed slightly. Read latest chapters at freewebnov.co only. Xuyuan Lord uttered, "Don't panic. In order to enter a higher-level firmament, we must rely on everyone's strength." The eternal sovereigns scanned with their soul force, found that only a negligible amount of their power was extracted, and stayed silent. Chapter 1442, Xuyuan War Zone. Chapter 1442, Xuyuan War Zone. The warship knocked into the firmament crystal wall, and a drill appeared on its bow, spun wildly, and drilled a huge hole into the firmament crystal wall. When the warship flew into the firmament crystal wall, it was swept by strange gray torrents. The gray torrents passed through the warship and shrouded the eternal sovereigns aboard the warship. Strange erosion force enveloped the eternal sovereigns. Yang Feng frowned. Even if it's an unequaled overlord-level Empyrean, they will be directly eroded by this force, and their soul will be extinguished. If it were not for the warship's protection, then even 3rd-layer eternal sovereigns would be eroded. The firmament crystal wall between different firmaments is really troublesome. The 10 sacred firmaments are the center of eternal world. In the 10 sacred firmaments, there are countless formidable eternal heavenly arts. Yang Feng originally wanted to travel to the rest of the 10 sacred firmaments, but when saw the firmament crystal wall, he had no choice but to give up on this idea. Only 9th-layer eternal sovereigns can forcibly enter the 10 sacred firmaments from greater firmaments. Without special secret treasures, the rest of the powerhouses fundamentally can't enter the 10 sacred firmaments. I see. Standing next to Yang Feng, the eyes of Magic Note Lord glimmered with countless runes, and a mirror flew out and reflected the structure of the warship. A month later, the warship flew out of the gray torrents. The warship has become tattered by now. This is an intermediate firmament? Its universe energy level is much higher than that of Yanju firmament. Once the warship emerged from the firmament crystal wall, Yang Feng scanned with his soul force and analyzed the laws of this intermediate firmament. A huge stargate appeared not far away. The warship turned into a stream of light, flew into the stargate, crossed hundreds of millions of light years, and appeared in another starfield. After changing warships, they passed through another firmament crystal wall and went to another intermediate firmament. After passing through dozens of firmament crystal walls, the warship came to a celestial body. The eternal sovereigns of Yanhu firmament were brought to a spacious hall. A tall man with long red hair, shrouded in fierce flames, stepped into the hall, and 5th-layer eternal realm aura diffused from him and spread in all directions. In an instant, as if a sun appeared in the hall, fierce flames surged everywhere. A 5th-layer eternal sovereign. He is a 5th-layer eternal sovereign. The eyes of the present eternal sovereigns flickered with a dignified shade. In Yanju firmament, the strongest powerhouses are 3rd-layer eternal sovereigns. Yet they just left their firmament when a 5th-layer eternal sovereign appeared at random, putting a certain pressure on them. A 5th-layer eternal sovereign can break through the domain of a 1st-layer eternal sovereign and kill him. I'm Yan Hai, an elder of Taixuan Sacred Firmament's Yenshin clan. I'm responsible for presiding over this war zone. This is a contribution plaque that is bound to your soul aura. If you make sufficient contributions, you can redeem the treasures you want from the contribution hall. You can even leave this eternal battlefield ahead of time. For the specific rules, you can check the eternal plaque. Visit freeobnovel.com for the Est Envel reading experience. Yan Hai flicked his finger, and green plaques flew out of his and entered the hands of Yang Feng and the other eternal sovereigns. With that, Yan Hai turned into specks of fire and disappeared. Yang Feng scanned the green plaque with his tremendous soul force, and countless strings of information welled up in the green plaque. This war zone is called Xuyuan War Zone and is a common border between Taixuan Sacred Firmament and Boda Sacred Firmament. The forces of the two sacred firmaments fight with each other over the ownership of this intermediate firmament, which is called Green Wave Firmament. Yang Feng and the other eternal sovereigns were conscripted by Taixuan Sacred Firmament in order to compete over the ownership of Green Wave Firmament. In Xuyuan War Zone, you can get a contribution point by killing a holy, you can get 100,000 contribution points by killing an Empyrean, you can get 1 million contribution points by killing an unequaled Overlord-level Empyrean, you can get 1 eternal contribution point by killing a first-layer eternal sovereign. You can get 3 eternal contribution points by killing a second-layer eternal sovereign. You can get 9 eternal contribution points by killing a third-layer eternal sovereign. You can get 27 eternal contribution points by killing a fourth-layer eternal sovereign. You can get 42 eternal contribution points by killing a fifth-layer eternal sovereign. 10 billion ordinary contribution points can be exchanged for 1 eternal contribution point. freeobnovel.com. In Xuyuan War Zone, you must use 1 eternal contribution point every 100 years. If an eternal sovereign can't meet this condition, he will be deprived of his domain and even be killed directly. As long as he pays 30 eternal contribution points, an eternal sovereign can leave this eternal war zone. Yang Feng willed, and countless missions issued by Xuyuan War Zone emerged in the plaque. In addition to killing hostile eternal sovereigns, there are also many missions that eternal sovereigns can take in Xuyuan War Zone. Once those missions are completed, eternal sovereigns can obtain about 1 eternal contribution point and a large number of ordinary contribution points. We must use 1 eternal contribution every 100 years. This is to force us to complete the missions they issue. That's a pretty good strategy. When he saw the various missions that emerged in the plaque, a realization welled up in Yang Feng's heart. As eternal sovereigns are unruly and selfish characters, it's really difficult to make them obey orders. The powerhouses of Xuyuan War Zone set up a requirement of using 1 eternal contribution point every 100 years in order to compel these eternal sovereigns to accept missions issued by Xuyuan War Zone. After all, it is too risky to fight other eternal sovereigns. If they are careless, they can die themselves. Even though the eternal sovereigns can be reborn in their domain, but it will still be a great blow to them. Let's see what eternal heavenly arts can be exchanged. Yang Feng scanned with his soul force, and countless items that can be exchanged with contributions points appeared in the plaque, including eternal heavenly arts. Yenshin heavenly art, an eternal heavenly art that can be cultivated to the 9th layer. Only the first 6 layers can be redeemed. The first layer can be redeemed for 10 eternal contribution points. You must swear that you won't teach it to others. One after another, eternal heavenly arts and mysterious secret method emerged in the plaque, and Yang Feng's eyes flashed with excitement. Yang Feng's eyes glimmered with a scorching shade. It's a pity, but eternal heavenly arts that can be cultivated to the 7th layer and the 9th layer can't be redeemed. However, my top priority is to deduce the 4th layer of the Devour heavenly art. During this eternal war, as long as I don't die, I will surely be able to advance to the 4th layer eternal realm. In Xuyuan War Zone, apart from eternal heavenly arts, eternal contribution points can be used to exchange for various cultivation resources. As one of the 10 sacred firmaments, Taixuan Sacred Firmament has who knows how many greater firmaments, intermediate firmaments, and lesser firmaments under its control. Countless resources are being channeled to Taixuan Sacred Firmament. A small part of these resources is enough to help an eternal sovereign to advance to the 6th layer eternal realm. If all these resources are used, they are enough for Taixuan Sacred Firmament to produce an 8th layer eternal sovereign. Time elapsed and 10 years passed in a flash. In a starry sky, Moonflower Fairy, there's no use to run. You're going to die nonetheless. An eternal sovereign with an alien-like head, a chrysanthemum-like mouth, 36 arms, a lizard-like body, and a pair of dragon wings flew towards Moonflower Fairy along with a terrible storm. Moonflower Fairy cast a secret method. Flowers bloomed in the void, and Moonflower Fairy jumped from one flower to another and escaped frantically. The dragon-winged Eternal Sovereign opened his chrysanthemum-like mouth and roared, and a terrible void ripple surged towards the distance. Swept by the void ripple, the flowers collapsed, and Moonflower Fairy flew out of the void and spewed out blood. Die! With a fierce flash in his eyes, the figure of the dragon-winger Eternal Sovereign fluttered, and he turned into a stream of light, appeared in front of Moonflower Fairy, and brandished his 36 arms, and different weapons barreled towards Moonflower Fairy. Moonflower Fairy smiled sweetly, a flash of ridicule in her eyes. Fool! You're the one who is going to die. Ripples surged in the void, and a large hand emerged, surged with terrifying Devour Black Hole, and shot towards the dragon-winged Eternal Sovereign. Devour Black Hole! You're Yang Feng of the Ring of Transcendence. How can you be here? The countenance of the dragon-winged Eternal Sovereign changed greatly. He broke out with countless runes, flapped his dragon wings repeatedly, and tried to escape along with a terrible storm. The Devour Black Hole drew in the dragon-winged Eternal Sovereign and devoured him directly, and he turned into dust and disappeared. When the Eternal Sovereign of Boda Sacred Firmament died, Yang Feng received 3 eternal contribution points. Moonflower Fairy smiled and said, "Congratulations, Lord! You have become one of the 10 heroes of Xuyuan War Zone. In the past 10 years, Yang Feng killed a number of Eternal Sovereigns of Boda Sacred Firmament. He is already famous in Xuyuan War Zone and has become one of the 10 heroes of Xuyuan War Zone." Chapter 1443, Eternal Sovereign King Treasury. Chapter 1443, Eternal Sovereign King Treasury. Yang Feng replied calmly, "The 10 heroes is just an empty title. It doesn't mean anything. 4th layer Devour Heavenly Art, deduced to 78%. Yang Feng looked at the deduction progress transmitted by Ling with a satisfied shade in his eyes. In Xuyuan War Zone, Yang Feng killed dozens of Eternal Sovereigns and devoured their eternal origin and memories. From the memories of the Eternal Sovereigns he devoured, Yang Feng obtained many eternal heavenly arts. Thanks to those fragmented eternal heavenly arts, Ling was able to deduce the 4th layer Devour Heavenly Art to 78%. As long as I can redeem 2 4th layer eternal heavenly arts, I should be able to deduce the 4th layer Devour Heavenly Art to 100%. But that would be really expensive. At the thought of the price he has to pay in order to redeem 2 4th layer eternal heavenly arts, Yang Feng frowned and felt anguished. Regarding eternal heavenly arts that can be cultivated to the 4th layer, the 1st layer can be redeemed for at least 7 eternal contribution points. The 2nd layer can be redeemed for at least 15 eternal contribution points. The 3rd layer can be redeemed for about 30 eternal contribution points. The 4th layer can be redeemed for 100 eternal contribution points. This means that in order to obtain a 4th layer eternal heavenly art, Yang Feng needs to kill 152 1st layer Eternal Sovereigns. In the past 10 years, Yang Feng killed dozens of Eternal Sovereigns. But there's still a long way before he has enough contribution points to redeem a 4th layer Eternal Heavenly Art. My luck is pretty good. Another prey broke into my hunting ground. Yang Feng glanced at the void, and his eyes lit up and revealed the color of excitement. He blurred and disappeared into the void. Go back and rest. When she heard Yang Feng's order, Moonflower Fairy breathed a sigh of relief, and then turned into a stream of light and flew into the distance. Ordinary Eternal Sovereigns like Moonflower Fairy serve as bait to lure in enemies for formidable Eternal Sovereigns like Yang Feng to hunt. This is a common occurrence in Xuyuan War Zone. In the starfield, a black light is chasing a red light. The black light is an Eternal Sovereign with 3 lizard heads, 6 arms, and countless sharp spikes. The red light is a handsome Eternal Sovereign in a red battle gear, with an ogre horn and a big hole on the chest, which is oozing black blood. Zhu Luo, since you have been hit by my dark venom ray, you're screwed. Hand over that thing. That treasure isn't something you can have. The eyes of the Eternal Sovereign with 3 lizard heads glimmered ferociously, and he unleashed fierce screams. Zhu Luo's thunderous voice shook the starfield. Shiman Luo, I don't have it. How many more do I have to say it? This is already the territory of Taixuan Sacred Firmament. Yang Feng of the Ring of Transcendence, one of the 10 heroes of Xuyuan War Zone, is guarding this starfield. He is a ruthless character. If you don't leave now, then you'll be the one to die. It's a shame, but you're a step too slow. You're the one who's going to die. Shiman Luo smiled ferociously, revealing scary serrated teeth, flapped the dragon wings on his back, and surged with countless abstruse runes. In an instant, Shiman Luo appeared behind Zhu Luo, erupted with third-layer Eternal Realm aura, and sent a claw shooting towards Zhu Luo's head. You're such a fool. Visit fruyobnul.com for the best novel reading experience. With a flash of derision in his eyes, Zhu Luo broke out with a series of barriers on his head, and then surged with lightning runes on the ogre horn and stabbed at Shiman Luo. A red bolt of lightning slammed into Shiman Luo. Along with crackling sounds, Shiman Luo collapsed into smoke and disappeared. Before he collapsed, Shiman Luo revealed a scornful smile. An ominous premonition welled up inside Zhu Luo. A large mouth suddenly emerged from the wound on Zhu Luo's chest. Shiman Luo appeared from the large mouth, brandished his hands, broke out with terrifying demonic light, and tore Zhu Luo into pieces. Sir Yang Feng, please save me. Seeing as we are both on Taixuan Sacred Firmament's side, please save me this once. When Zhu Luo was torn apart, a face appeared on each fragment of his body and shouted in fear. Shut up! Shiman Luo's eyes flashed fiercely, and he roared. The two heads in the back opened their mouths, and of strange ripples spread in all directions. In an instant, the ripples of Zhu Luo's voice were severed, and his eyes shimmered with despair. To act wildly in my hunting ground, you're quite bold. A cold voice came from the void. Ripples of time surged, and Yang Feng appeared behind Shiman Luo and unleashed a punch. So you're Yang Feng? For one of the 10 heroes of Xuanhuan War Zone to launch a sneak attack, that's really despicable. With a sinister glimmer in his eyes, the 3 heads of Shiman Luo distorted and belched 3 dark venom rays barreling towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng's fist flickered, broke out with countless runes, erupted with vast essence of power, and shattered the 3 dark venom rays, and then slammed into Shiman Luo. Impossible! How could this be? With a flash of despair in his eyes, Shiman Luo issued miserable screams, and then disintegrated. A devour black hole emerged and swallowed Shiman Luo. The eternal origin and memories of Shiman Luo flowed into Yang Feng. In the void, fragments flew up, fused together, and formed Zhu Luo's body. Zhu Luo's eyes flickered, and he said, "Thank you for saving me, Sir Yang Feng." Yang Feng uttered indifferently, "Hand over the treasure Shiman Luo mentioned." Zhu Luo's eyes flickered, and he asked, "What treasure?" "Sir Yang Feng, I don't know what you're talking about." Yang Feng stated coldly, "There's no need to pretend. Hand over the key to Du Luo King's treasury. If you insist that you don't have it, then let me search you." If it were some other treasure, Yang Feng would be doing this. However, this is an eternal sovereign king's treasury. It's enough to make any eternal sovereign go crazy. Among the 10 sacred firmaments, apart from the legendary eternal sovereign god emperors, eternal sovereign kings are the strongest beings. Eternal sovereign kings are invincible beings standing at the pinnacle of the 10 sacred firmaments. Even 9th-layer eternal sovereigns would go crazy over Du Luo King's treasury, not to mention Yang Feng. Zhu Luo's eyes flashed with contempt, yet he said with a faint smile, "Sir Yang Feng, my wife is the 7th princess of Taixuan Sacred Firmament's Yenshin clan. In return for saving me, I have already brought you a 3rd-layer eternal sovereign. Let me go. I will owe you one. If you come to Taixuan Sacred Firmament's Yenshin clan in the future, I will receive you properly." Although Zhu Luo is only a 2nd-layer eternal sovereign. But as the son-in-law of the master of Taixuan Sacred Firmament's Yenshin clan, he has always an air of arrogance around him when dealing with eternal sovereigns of vassal firmaments. Yang Feng's eyes constricted. "Yenshin clan? Who is Elder Yen Hai to you?" Zhu Luo replied proudly, "He is my wife's uncle. If you let me go, I will ask my wife's uncle to help you to the best of his ability. Yang Feng's eyes flickered a few times, and then he smiled calmly and made way. All right, in that case, please say a few good words to Elder Yan Hai about me. Many thanks. Zhu Luo's eyes flashed with the shade of contempt. His figure fluttered, and he turned into a stream of light and disappeared. The 10 heroes of Xuyuan War Zone? In front of the Yenshin clan, they can only bow their heads. That guy intended to kill me just now. This is unforgivable. I must ask Uncle to send Yang Feng to his death. In this way, a disaster can be eliminated. Zhu Luo's eyes flashed with a complacent shade, and he secretly heaved a sigh of relief. All of a sudden, a string of afterimages appeared in the void, and the lance of the ruler stabbed Zhu Luo like a poisonous dragon. Curses! Who is it? Since all the defensive treasures on Zhu Luo have already been shattered, when the lance of the ruler stabbed him, terrifying shadow force erupted, crushed all his resistance, and sealed him. Ripples surged, and Yang Feng emerged from the void and spread the fingers of his hand, and a devour black hole appeared and drew Zhu Luo inside. Countless devour runes emerged and devoured Zhu Luo's memories and eternal origin. Found it! Yang Feng's eyes flickered, and a green key glittering brightly appeared in his hand. FREOWebnovel.com. It's a shame, due to Du Luo King's treasury, I can no longer stay in Xuyuan War Zone. I can only go to Boda Sacred Firmament. However, Du Luo King's treasury is fortunately in Boda Sacred Firmament. Yang Feng glanced at the glittering key, and his eyes shimmered with the shade of determination. He spent all his eternal contributions points in one breath and exchanged them various bodies of knowledge. After inputting all that knowledge into the database, Yang Feng crushed the eternal plaque in his hand. This eternal plaque can transmit all kinds of bodies of knowledge, but at the same time it can position the location of the eternal sovereigns. Yang Feng doesn't dare to bring it with him. Xuyuan Fortress. In a research room, Magic Note Lord suddenly looked up and said with a wry smile, "That damn bastard is quite the troublemaker." With a wave of Magic Note Lord's hand, black light shone, and the whole research room disintegrated. His figure shook slightly, and he disappeared from this place. At this moment, the complexion of Moonflower Fairy and the other eternal sovereigns subordinated to Yang Feng changed dramatically, and they turned into streams of light and disappeared. Chapter 1444. Chase. Chapter 1444. Chase. Taixuan Sacred Firmament. In a palace of the Yenshin clan, in an eternal origin pool, an eternal imprint emerged, and a huge amount of eternal origin force intertwined and formed Zhu Luo's body. Damn it! Yang Feng, you dare to kill me, and take my key to Du Luo King's treasury. I will never forgive you. Zhu Luo unleashed hoarse screams, a vicious glimmer in his eyes. Du Luo King's treasury is a treasury left behind by an eternal sovereign king. Even if it's a 9th layer eternal sovereign, he would be moved by it. If there's a complete eternal sovereign king inheritance in Du Luo King's treasury, it would move even other eternal sovereign kings. The things that I can't get, trash like you from a lesser firmament can't get either. Zhu Luo's eyes flickered with an icy shade, and he disappeared from this place. Xuyuan War Zone, Xuyuan Fortress, in a secret room. Yan Hai is sitting cross-legged in a pool filled with tremendous sun fire. A red jade necklace hanging around Yan Hai's neck glimmered, and a red radiance entered his forehead. The clan's highest wanted notice. Yang Feng. Yan Hai's eyes flashed with a dignified color. He pointed with his hand, and countless rays of red light intertwined in front of him and formed chaotic and distorted lines and points that don't seem to have any meaning. Yan Hai frowned. The eternal sovereigns of the Ring of Transcendence have already escaped. That's really fast and decisive. It's a shame, but the means of the Yenshin clan aren't something that you guys can imagine. FREOWebnovel.com. Yan Hai smiled coldly and spread the fingers of his hand, and a plaque containing a strand of Yang Feng's soul aura emerged. Although Yang Feng destroyed his exclusive eternal plaque, but Yan Hai has already grasped his soul aura. After all, it isn't difficult for the master of Xuyuan Fortress to grasp a strand of Yang Feng's soul aura. Yan Hai silently recited an incantation, and a summoning array appeared in front of him. Red lights shone, and a Luju, a 50-meter-tall extraordinary life form with white fur, a deer head, and a single closed eye appeared. Luju is a fearsome, extraordinary life form of eternal world proficient in divination and tracking. In terms of tracking alone, only a few extraordinary life forms are a match for it. Sixth layer eternal realm aura emanated from the Luju and spread in all directions. Yan Hai, who do you want me to track down? The sixth layer eternal realm Luju stared at Yan Hai, and a terrifying will reverberated in the area. Yan Hai flicked his finger, and the plaque flew to in front of the Luju at once. Luju Batian, help me track down this person. Luju Batian asked coldly. What about my offering? Yan Hai waved his hand, and a green crystal flew to Luju Batian and disappeared. Luju Batian showed the color of satisfaction and swallowed the eternal plaque containing Yang Feng's soul aura. Eyes appeared on Luju Batian's body and surged with countless mysterious runes. The large eye in the center of the deer head opened, and a vague shadow containing fate force and soul force emerged. Green wave firmament, aboard an invisible warship, sitting still as if a stone statue. Yang Feng's aura is concealed and his body is engraved with countless runes. He opened his eyes abruptly. This is divination, the power of fate. Someone used divination to track me down. Since you dare track me with divination, then you must pay a price. Yang Feng's eyes flashed coldly. The Shishin armor glimmered, and tremendous eternal origin force flowed into him. A river of fate emerged from Yang Feng and surged towards the void. A strange eye appeared in the void and locked on Yang Feng. The river of fate churned and turned into a terrible spear that stabbed the strange eyes. Visit freeobnovel.com for the Est Envel reading experience. No! Damn you! Miserable screams rose in the void. Xuyuan Fortress. Yang Feng, you damn animal! Damn you! I'll never forgive you for this. The sixth layer eternal realm Luju Batian suddenly trembled. The eyes on his body burst, and a crack appeared on the large eye in the center of his deer head, and blood spilled. Luju Batian roared in pain. Yan Hai, he is a perfect advancement eternal sovereign and is proficient in the essence of fate. Because of you, I provoked such a fearsome enemy and injured my eye of divination. Give me more offerings. Otherwise, our cooperation will be over. Okay, I'll give you more offerings. With a pained look in his eyes, Yan Hai waved his hand, and a green crystal flew towards Luju Batian and disappeared. The green crystal is called Origin Arcane Crystal, and is cultivation resource that eternal sovereign kings and some special eternal grade treasure can condense. As one of the elders of Yenshin clan, Yan Hai can obtain one such crystal every 100,000 years. It is extremely precious. Luju Batian shouted madly, "That's not enough! I want one more. Otherwise, you'll never know where Yang Feng is." Fine! Yan Hai gritted his teeth, squeezed out a word from between his teeth, and flicked his finger, and another Origin Arcane Crystal flew towards Luju Batian and disappeared. He is in this location. When you get there, this white hair should be able to sense him. Kill him. I want him to die. No, just killing him would be too merciful. I want you to seal him for 10 million or 100 million years. A white radiance ejected out from Luju Batian's forehead and entered Yan Hai's hand. At the same time, a white hair flew into Yan Hai's hand, and Luju Batian roared madly. For eternal sovereigns, death isn't scary. After all, after they die, eternal sovereigns can be reborn in their universe. The thing they fear most is to be sealed. If an eternal sovereign is sealed for 10 million years, they will basically go crazy. Don't worry, since I had to pay such a painful price because of him, I will make him fall into despair. Yan Hai's eyes glimmered fiercely, and he turned into a flame and disappeared. Green wave firmament in a starfield. A warship flying in the starfield suddenly broke out with countless runes, and its speed increased to the limit. I found you, Yang Feng. A huge hand of fire emerged abruptly and extended towards the warship. The warship activated a powerful barrier at once. When the huge hand of fire grabbed the warship, the barrier shattered. The warship was set on fire by endless fire. A blade ejected out from the warship and cleaved the endless fire. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he flew out from the middle of the endless fire, looked into the distance, and said unhurriedly, a dignified expression on his face, "Yan Hai, you're the guardian of Xuan Fortress. Yet you actually disregarded the laws of Xuyuan Fortress and attacked an eternal sovereign of Xuyuan Fortress." Yan Hai's eyes shimmered coldly, and he sneered, "What a sharp tongue! Yang Feng, it's no use. In Xuyuan Fortress, I am the supreme authority. No matter what you say, the fact that you're a criminal of Taixuan Sacred Heaven won't change." Yan Hai continued coldly, "If you have to blame someone, blame yourself for foolishly provoking a person of Yenshin clan. If you stay still and let me seal you, 10 million years later, maybe there will come a day when I unseal you and set you free." Yang Feng responded indifferently, "You are responsible for guarding Xuan Fortress. If Xuan Fortress falls, I'm afraid you won't be able to escape the responsibility." An ominous premonition welled up inside Yan Hai, a cold look in his eyes. "What are you trying to say?" Yang Feng glanced at Yan Hai, and his eyes flickered with the shade of derision. Red light lit up Yan Hai's figure. He creased his eyebrows and gently pressed his eternal plaque. A shrill scream transmitted from the eternal plaque, "Lord Yan Hai, Night Wolf Lord of Boda Sacred Firmament, led people to attack Xuan Fortress. Many of the fortress's defensive barriers have been destroyed already. Lord, please return quickly." Yan Hai was immediately shocked and angry and barked, "It's your doing! Yang Feng, how dare you betray Taixuan's Sacred Firmament?" Yang Feng replied calmly, "I'm not affiliated with Taixuan's Sacred Firmament, so how can it be regarded as betrayal? Besides, didn't you say that I'm a criminal of Taixuan's Sacred Firmament? Now I'm actually a criminal of Taixuan's Sacred Firmament. So, Yan Hai, will you go rescue Xuan Fortress? Or will you continue to chase me? I'm going to seal you. As long as I seal you, the Yenshin clan will naturally help me get exonerated." 9 Dragons Seal. Along with a vicious glimmer in his eyes, Yan Hai erupted with countless runes, and pillars of fire ejected out. 9 fire dragons emerged and formed a huge seal array that surged towards Yang Feng. "Devour Heavenly Spike." Yang Feng's eyes flickered coldly. The Xuyuan armor appeared on his body, surged with eternal force, and broke out with countless runes, and the runes turned into a 10-kilometer-long spike that stabbed towards the 9 fire dragons. When the Devour Heavenly Spike stabbed the seal array, a huge hole appeared in the array, and the fire dragons collapsed one after another. Chapter 1445. Counterattack. Chapter 1445. Counterattack. When the 7 fire dragons collapsed, lights shone. After the remaining 2 fire dragon absorbed enough eternal force, they distorted and turned into 9 fire dragons. Yan Hai's eyes flashed with surprise, and he said with a cold smile, "Yang Feng, you're really impressive. You almost broke my 9 dragons seal. It's a shame, but you only possess 3rd layer eternal realm cultivation base. Now let me seal you." All of a sudden, Ling appeared and whipped the 9 fire dragons fiercely, smashing the just formed fire dragons. The Xuyuan armor glimmered, and a pair of mechanical wings unfurled behind Yang Feng and broke out with countless runes. The mechanical wings flapped, and Yang Feng turned into a stream of light and flew into the distance. A black ray flashed. Yang Feng's speed suddenly increased by 1,000 times, and he disappeared from Yan Hai's view. What fast speed! But how long can you maintain it? Yan Hai smiled frigidly, surged with countless flames, turned into a ray of fire, and chased after Yang Feng. Although the ray of fire was slightly slower than the black ray, but it doggedly chased after the black ray. As expected of a 5th layer eternal sovereign, he's indeed really strong. Even if I take out all my trump cards, my chances of winning won't exceed 5%. Yang Feng's eyes flickered. There was no fear in his eyes, only calmness. 3 days later, a firmament crystal wall separating 2 firmaments appeared in front of the 2. In front of the firmament crystal wall, there is a thick fog. In the thick fog, There is a strange force that cuts off all prying. Despite how strong Yan Hai is, he can't pry into the things in the fog from tens of thousands of light years away. When Yan Hai saw the fog in front of the Firmament Crystal Wall, an indistinct premonition welled up inside him. Yan Shenai's. Yan Hai's eyes surged with countless mysterious runes, and 2 rays of fire ejected out and shot towards the thick fog. A black mirror emerged from the thick fog. A face in the mirror opened its mouth and breathed in, and the rays of fire that ejected out from Yan Hai's eyes were directly absorbed by the black mirror. At this moment, Yang Feng plunged into the thick fog. Not good. An indistinct premonition surged in Yan Hai's heart, and he combusted his eternal origin. For pairs of wings of fire appeared behind him and flapped, and he turned into a fearsome stream of light that chased after Yang Feng. Previously, Yan Hai didn't want to combust his eternal origin, all to preserve his strength. Now he has no time to care about preserving his strength. Yan Hai, I'm sorry, but you're too late. In a few breaths of time, Yan Hai appeared in front of the Firmament Crystal Wall, and terrifying flames surged and burned and purified the fog around. In front of the Firmament Crystal Wall, there is worship. In front of the worship, there are 2 people, namely Yang Feng and Magic Note Lord. In the past 10 years, Yang Feng redeemed a lot of knowledge about warships that can pass through Firmament Crystal Walls. Coupled with the support of countless resources, Magic Note Lord has successfully refined a warship that can cross Firmament Crystal Walls. Yang Feng waved at Yan Hai and smiled, and the warship immediately plunged into the Firmament Crystal Wall. No! Yang Feng, you dare play tricks on me. You deserve to die. Up.dfrmfreewebnovel.com. Yan Hai's eyes shimmered with both astonishment and anger, and he bellowed, filled with resentment. Once Xuan Fortress is taken down, then even though he is an elder of the Yenshin clan, Yan Hai will be severely punished by Taixuan Sacred Firmament. However, if he can capture Yang Feng and bring him back to the Yenshin clan, he will not only have rendered meritorious service, but also be rewarded by the Yenshin clan. But if Yang Feng escapes, Yan Hai will be severely punished by Taixuan Sacred Firmament. At that time, the Yenshin clan won't protect him. Yan Hai's figure swayed slightly, and he turned into a terrible fire giant. He appeared in front of the Firmament Crystal Wall, stabbed his hands into the Firmament Crystal Wall, tore open a huge hole, and drilled into the Firmament Crystal Wall through the hole. Warning! Warning! There is a high-energy life form chasing behind. Aboard the warship, a prompt sounded at once. Lights shone, and an image projection appeared in the warship. The image projection showed that Yan Hai, covered in an armor of fire, has turned into a 10-meter-tall giant, wings of fire flickering behind him. He is traveling inside the Firmament Crystal Wall with great difficulty. Magic Note Lord's eyes flickered with she color of surprise, and he said with appreciation, "So this is a 5th-layer Eternal Sovereign. He's really incredible. He's actually able to travel in the environment of the Firmament Crystal Wall." Aboard the warship, Moonflower Fairy and the other Eternal Sovereigns subordinated to Yang Feng sat in alloy chairs and supplied their eternal force to serve as a power source. Yang Feng's eyes glimmered coldly, and he asked, "Can we mess him up?" When it comes to the study on Firmament Crystal Walls, Magic Note Lord's attainments are far higher than Yang Feng's. Magic Note Lord responded full of confidence. "Let Ling cooperate with me." A spherical level 8 stronghold appeared aboard the warship. "It's really wonderful. So this is the crystallization of your alchemy, Yang Feng. It's really wonderful and magnificent. No, Ling's evolution has gone far beyond the scope of your alchemy. It's really a great masterpiece." Magic Note Lord looked at the level 8 stronghold surging with countless mysterious runes and exclaimed in admiration, a dazed look in his eyes. "Ling is the first king of rulers Yang Feng refined. A life-secret treasure he spent countless precious resources to refine. She possesses fearsome evolution potential. At this time, she has evolved to a level that even Magic Note Lord can't comprehend. Even though Yang Feng has Ling's data, but even if he is given the same resources, he will never be able to create another Ling. This is the charm of completed kings of rulers. Whether it's Ling, Ying, Xingji, or Ziji, once they evolve to a certain degree, They will become unique and can no longer be copied. Mechanical threads emerged from the level 8 stronghold and stabbed into Magic Note Lord's head. Ling's terrifying computing power connected with Magic Note Lord. It's really wonderful. Alchemy is indeed a most formidable secret method in the universe. Magic Note Lord praised and broke out with countless runes in his eyes. 3 days later, the warship glimmered and turned over, as if it had hit some sort of node. Ripples surged, and a terrifying storm swept towards Yanhai. Damn it! How could this happen? Yanhai's expression changed greatly, and he combusted his eternal origin. A more powerful armor of fire formed on his body. When the terrible storm slammed into Yanhai, the armor of fire weakened continuously, forcing him to stay in place to resist the terrible storm. The terrible storm lasted for 3 days and nights before stopping. After resisting the terrible storm, Yanhai gave chase once more. Yanhai just saw traces of the warship, when another terrible storm rose, forcing him to stop to contend against the terrible storm. Curses! They can manipulate the crystal wall storms within Firmament Crystal Walls. How is this possible? After he was hit with a terrible storm several times, Yanhai felt strange. But he still gritted his teeth and continuing to chase Yang Feng. Once Yang Feng escapes Green Wave Firmament, as if a dragon returning to the sea or a tiger entering the mountains, it will be impossible to find him again. By then, only if an eternal sovereign king steps in, only then will it be possible to lock on Yang Feng's position. However, the Yenshin clan has no eternal sovereign king. Once Yang Feng escapes, it will be extremely difficult to catch him. Although Luju Batian is an extraordinary life form proficient in divination and tracking. But it is practically impossible for him to divine and track an eternal sovereign who is in another firmament. Even if it's a first-layer eternal sovereign, it's still impossible to track him. A month later, caught you! A terrible torrent of fire flickered, and Yanhai rushed out of the Firmament Crystal Wall and extended his hand, and a giant hand shot towards the warship. Idiot! I was specially waiting for you, all in order to kill you. An icy voice came from the warship, and a devour heavenly spike condensed from countless devour runes emerged and barreled towards Yanhai. The devour heavenly spike stabbed the giant hand of fire and ran through it, and then slammed into Yanhai. Yanhai was knocked tens of thousands of kilometers away, and then resolutely flew towards the Firmament Crystal Wall. At this moment, a shadow hidden on the Firmament Crystal Wall moved abruptly. Ing jumped out of the shadow, attacked Yanhai without warning, and stabbed him in the back with the lance of the ruler. A seal formed from countless strands of shadow force broke out inside Yanhai and sealed his power. Damn assassin! Go to hell! Feeling both shocked and angry, Yanhai unleashed a full-strength attack, which slammed into Ing. Terrifying fire force engulfed Ing and burned her into ashes bit by bit. Despite the terrible pain, she didn't let go. She firmly gripped the lance of the ruler and operated the seal. Die! Taking advantage of the situation, Yang Feng appeared above Yanhai in a blink, punched him in the head, and blasted his head apart, and a terrifying devour black hole emerged and swallowed the seriously injured Yanhai. Chapter 1446. Punishment. Chapter 1446. Punishment. If Yanhai was in his peak condition, then even if Yang Feng did his best, it would be hard to harm him. However, when Yanhai combusted his eternal origin to chase after Feng and forced his way through the Firmament Crystal Wall with his body, he suffered severe damage. As a result, he had less than 30% of his strength left. This is how Yang Feng and Ing were able to deal him serious damage with their joint sneak attack. In fact, if Yang Feng and Ing hadn't launched a sneak attack and instead faced Yanhai head-on, it is uncertain who would have won in the end. Yanhai issued a heart-wrenching roar. Yang Feng, if you dare to kill me, the Yenshin clan will never forgive you. Go to hell. Yang Feng's eyes flashed coldly. All of a sudden, the devour black hole erupted with countless devour runes, and terrifying devour force enveloped Yanhai and frantically extracted his eternal origin and memories. Yang Feng, amid a heart-wrenching roar, Yanhai turned into ashes that drifted away with a gust of wind. As expected of an elder of the Yenshin race, a fifth-layer eternal sovereign of Taixuan Sacred Firmament, He has so many eternal heavenly arts. Yang Feng's eyes glimmered with elation. After devouring Yan Hai's eternal origin and memories, he found 6 4th-layer eternal heavenly arts and above in Yan Hai's memories. Among them, the Yenshin heavenly art passed down in the Yenshin clan has an 8th-layer cultivation method. The most important parts of the Yenshin heavenly art are the 4th layer, 7th layer, and 9th layer cultivation methods. Despite being an elder of the Yenshin clan, Yan Hai couldn't get his hands on the 9th layer cultivation method. However, the 8th layer cultivation method wasn't hard to get. Although the Yenshin clan is a big force in Taixuan Sacred Firmament and has many experts, but powerhouses at the 4th layer Eternal Realm and above still have an extremely high position in the clan. 4th layer Devour Heavenly Art, deduction progress at 80%. Estimated completion time, 30 days. A piece of information appeared in Yang Feng's mind. The 4th layer Devour Heavenly Art that previously was practically at a standstill showed a fundamental change. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a burning color. It's really wonderful. Sure enough, plundering the things of other powerhouses is the path that leads to rapid evolution. It's a shame, but 5th layer Eternal Sovereigns are still too strong for me. However, as long as I advance to the 4th layer Eternal Realm, I will be able to kill 5th layer Eternal Sovereigns, plunder the eternal heavenly arts in their memories, and deduce my Devour Heavenly Art to a higher level. Full W current novels on freewebnovio.com. If Yang Feng had sealed Yan Hai, it would be the harshest punishment for Yan Hai. However, since Yang Feng needed Yan Hai's memories and eternal origin, he devoured him directly. Now it seems that his choice was indeed the right one. Along with a flash of light, the warship entered the invisible state and disappeared in the vast starry sky with Yang Feng and company aboard. Taixuan Sacred Firmament, Yenshin clan's headquarters, the deepest part of a mountain of fire. In an eternal origin energy pool, an eternal imprint emerged and absorbed eternal origin force. After absorbing the eternal origin force of one eternal origin energy pool after another, the eternal imprint glimmered and condensed Yan Hai's body. Damn it! Yang Feng, you dare kill me. I will never forgive you. After Yan Hai flew out of the eternal origin energy pool, he unleashed howls full of resentment. Yenshin clan has profound reserves. After absorbing the eternal origin force of dozens of eternal origin energy pools, Yan Hai has recovered his 5th layer eternal realm cultivation base. But even so, since he died, it signified that the countless treasures he had on him have fallen into Yang Feng's hands. Furthermore, the newly condensed eternal body is much weaker than his previous eternal body. Although eternal sovereigns can be reborn continuously, but each time they are reborn, they will become weaker than the last time. This is the other reason why eternal sovereigns aren't willing to die easily. Yan Hai, come to the Yenshin Palace. A majestic voice echoed in Yan Hai's mind. Yan Hai turned slightly pale in the face, and then turned into a stream of light and disappeared. In the Yenshin Palace, the core authority of the Yenshin clan, there is a man sitting. He is the clan head of the Yenshin clan. Along with a flash of fire, Yan Hai appeared in the Yenshin Palace and saluted the clan head of the Yenshin clan. Clan head? Why did you call me? The Xuyuan fortress has been taken down. Green Wave Firmament has been occupied. The top brass wants to kill you. The Yenshin clan's clan head spoke coldly. Feeling like he has fallen into an ice cave, Yan Hai knelt on the floor, broke out in a cold sweat from his back, and said loudly, Clan head, in accordance with the clan's wanted notice, I went after Yang Feng. But that bastard colluded with people of Boda Sacred Firmament, which led to the fall of the Xuyuan fortress. Clan head, you must save me. No matter where he goes, a 5th layer eternal sovereign will be considered a powerhouse. But when faced with the big shots of Taixuan Sacred Firmament, he isn't a being that can't be sacrificed. The Yenshin clan's clan head asked coldly, Where's Yang Feng? Yan Hai broke out with a cold sweat from his back. He escaped. The eyes of the Yenshin clan's clan head flashed coldly, and he barked, You trash! The fall of the Xuanhuan fortress. Don't you know how passive it makes the Yenshin clan? Although Green Wave Firmament is only an intermediate firmament, but it is rich in resources and can produce 7th layer eternal realm powerhouses and above. Since Green Wave Firmament has fallen into the hands of Boda Sacred Firmament, Boda Sacred Firmament gained an advantage in a region of the battlefield. Back in the day, the Yenshin clan pushed for Yanhai to guard Green Wave Firmament. Yet now Green Wave Firmament has fallen. Taixuan Sacred Firmament suffered 3,000 eternal sovereign casualties. Only less than 500 eternal sovereigns have come back alive. Furthermore, more than 1,000 eternal sovereigns outright betrayed Taixuan Sacred Firmament. Under these circumstances, if Taixuan Sacred Firmament doesn't kill Yanhai, then who knows how much damage the other 9 Sacred Firmament will deal to Taixuan Sacred Firmament. Because of Yanhai's actions, even the entire Yenshin will have to pay a huge price. Yanhai broke out in a cold sweat from his back, kowtowed repeatedly and said, "Clan head, taking the service I rendered to the clan into account, please save me. Give me a way to live." The Yenshin clan's clan head uttered coldly, "If it were not for the service you rendered to the clan, you would be dead already. Do you think that you would be able to use eternal origin energy pools to construct a new body?" Yanhai secretly heaved a sigh of relief, but the clan head's following words sent him directly into hell. The clan head said coldly, "Go to the Sin Slave camp to atone." Yanhai looked up, and his eyes flickered with disbelief. The Sin Slave camp is a cannon fodder camp of Taixuan Sacred Firmament that is in charge of most dangerous jobs. In Eternal World, there are some special danger zones. If eternal sovereigns enter these danger zones, they will die, and their eternal imprints will be destroyed. The Sin Slave camp's eternal sovereigns serve as cannon fodder that have to explore these danger zones, or as cannon fodder on the battlefield. Unless enough meritorious service is rendered, only death will await most people of the Sin Slave camp. Even if it's eternal sovereigns, they will revive and fight continuously until they truly die. The clan head uttered indifferently, "Or you could go and die now." "I'll go to the Sin Slave camp." Yanhai gritted his teeth and enunciated each syllable. If he goes to the Sin Slave camp, he'll still have a glimmer of hope. But if he stays, he will die without the shadow of a doubt. The clan head won't save him. Feishing Firmament is an intermediate firmament under the control of Boda Sacred Firmament. A city of Feishing Firmament, in a palace's rear garden, Yang Feng opened his eyes, and his eyes flashed with delight. The 4th layer Devour Heavenly Art has finally been completed. In this way, once I have advanced to the 4th layer Eternal Realm, I will have a complete cultivation method. 5th layer Devour Heavenly Art, deduction progress at 1%. Estimated completion time, 30 years. A message appeared in Yang Feng's mind. Among Eternal Heavenly Arts, 4th layer, 7th layer, and 9th layer are most difficult to deduce. Once the deduction breaks through these several key points, coupled with sufficient data, Ling can deduce the rest of the Eternal Heavenly Arts cultivation methods. Yang Feng frowned. The cultivation method has already been completed. Now I just lack resources. Even if I lose the domains in Yenju Firmament, but with the resources from the world of demon gods and the world of warlocks, I can advance to the 4th layer Eternal Realm in 1 million years. But that's too long. The lifespan of eternal sovereigns is calculated in billions of years. Many eternal sovereigns who have lived for hundreds of millions or billions of years are still at the 1st layer Eternal Realm. For a 3rd layer Eternal Sovereign to be able to advance to a 4th layer Eternal Sovereign in 1 million years, that's already an amazing accomplishment. This is all thanks to the large amount of eternal origin that Yang Feng devoured from other eternal sovereigns. If Yang Feng hadn't devoured a large amount of eternal origin from other eternal sovereigns, but solely relied on the resources of the 2 universes, then even with the eternal heavenly art, he would have to cultivate bitterly for more than 10 million years. Yang Feng raised his eyebrows. It's best to advance to the 4th layer Eternal Realm before entering Du Luo King's treasury. Otherwise, it will be too dangerous. In Du Luo King's treasury, there are naturally innumerable restrictions set up. The stronger Yang Feng is at the time he enters the treasury, the more treasures he'll be able to obtain. But without enough strength, even if the treasures are right in front of him, he won't be able to take them away. All of a sudden, a plaque hanging around Yang Feng's neck heat up. Yang Feng pointed with his finger, and a radiance appeared and formed Moonflower Fairy's projection. Moonflower Fairy smiled brightly at Yang Feng and said, Lord, I obtained an interesting piece of information. In 10 days, an eternal secret realm will appear in Feishing Firmament's Qingmei Sea. According to legend, it used to be the secret realm of Skystar Lord, the former overlord of Feishing Firmament and 8th layer eternal sovereign. Skystar Lord's secret realm? Great job, Moonflower Fairy. Yang Feng's eyes lit up and shimmered with excitement, and he revealed a smile and praised. Moonflower Fairy's social skills are above those of Yang Feng. With her help, Yang Feng was able to obtain information circulating in many eternal circles and cultivate at ease. Moonflower Fairy smiled sweetly and replied, "Thank you for the praise, Lord." Along with a flash of light, Yang Feng disappeared from this place. Chapter 1447. The Three Big Shots of Feishing Firmament. Chapter 1447. The Three Big Shots of Feishing Firmament. Qingmei Sea is a green-colored sea located in the middle of Feishing Firmament's Qingmei domain. Since there are countless terrifying dire beasts in Qingmei Sea, it is a terrifying place in the Qingmei domain. Few people dare to come to Qingmei Sea. A strange shadow flew above Qingmei Sea. A 10,000-meter-long dire beast with a dragon head and a tortoise body, emanating great holy realm fluctuations of power, emerged from the sea and bit at the strange shadow. Seeking death, a black radiance ejected out from the shadow and entered the dire beast's body. The great holy realm dire beast trembled, broke out with black pustules, collapsed on the sea, and turned into a corpse. Black pus oozed out from the body of the great holy realm dire beast. In the wake of the black pus, floating corpses appeared everywhere. With the great holy realm dire beast as the core, an area with 1,000 kilometers in radius became a hell of corpses. Upon seeing this scene, the dire beasts of Qingmei Sea fled the area, not daring to provoke the strange shadow. The shadow soon appeared in the center of Qingmei Sea. At this time, hundreds of eternal sovereigns of different domains and firmaments have gathered in the center of Qingmei Sea. These eternal sovereigns are all emanating terrifying fluctuations of power, scaring away the dire beasts. New novel chapters are published on freowebnovel.com. Every eternal sovereign here is shrouded with a twisting magic barrier, making it impossible for others to see who they are. Starlight surged abruptly, and a star fell from the sky and landed on the sea. On the star, there is a palace radiating bright starlight. Countless beautiful girls are dancing in the palace. A handsome young man is sitting on the top of the star. In front of the young man, there are 14 eternal sovereigns exuding terrifying aura. Morning Star Lord. 4th layer eternal sovereign Morning Star Lord. One of the three big shots of Feishing Firmament. When the surrounding eternal sovereigns saw the young man, their eyes flashed with a solemn color. Eternal sovereigns with 4th layer eternal realm strength are far stronger than other eternal sovereigns. A mountain flew over from afar. On top of the mountain there is a palace. In the palace, there is a 10,000-meter tall bear with 9 heads, emitting a fearsome aura sitting on a throne, a frigid look in its eyes. In front of the 9-headed bear, there are 17 beast-form eternal sovereigns, emanating tyrannical aura. On the mountain, there are 23 execution platforms, each of which has an eternal sovereign sealed. Shrill screams are diffusing from the execution platforms. If a Moonlight Warlock realm powerhouse heard these screams, he would die directly. 9 Dire Bear, one of the three big shots of Feishing Firmament. So he is 9 Dire Bear, one of the three big shots of Feishing Firmament. The number of eternal sovereigns who died at his hands exceeds 30. He has even sealed 5 third-layer eternal sovereigns. If you fall into his hands, you'll lead a life worse than death. The surrounding eternal sovereigns looked at the 23 execution platforms with fear in their eyes. Eternal sovereigns are immortal. Even if they die, they can be reborn in the universe or domain with their eternal imprint. However, once they are sealed on an execution platform, they will lead a life worse than death. Every eternal sovereign has a steel-like will. But even so, if they are sealed and tortured for tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or millions of years, few eternal sovereigns will be able to withstand the torment. Along with a flash of black light, endless shadows and darkness shrouded the void. In the endless shadows and darkness, a twisting eye emerged and looked around. Shadow Lord, one of the 3 big shots of Taixuan Firmament, a most terrifying assassin. It is said that he once assassinated a 5th-layer Eternal Sovereign. When the surrounding Eternal Sovereigns saw the twisting eye, they felt a chill in their hearts, as if they were prey in front of a predator. The Eternal Sovereigns aren't clearing the area. Sure enough, although 4th-layer Eternal Sovereigns are tyrannically strong, but they can't contend against hundreds of Eternal Sovereigns. While hiding in an alternative space, Yang Feng observed quietly. Every Eternal Sovereign, even a 1st-layer Eternal Sovereign, is extremely strong. It's not that the 3 big shots of Taixuan Firmament don't want to clear the area and monopolize Sky-Star Lord's secret realm, but that it's beyond their capability. Even if it's a 7th-layer Eternal Sovereign, he wouldn't be able to withstand the siege of hundreds of Eternal Sovereigns. Only 9th-layer Eternal Sovereigns can face hundreds of Eternal Sovereigns and kill them one by one, but that's under the premise that the other Eternal Sovereigns don't combust their eternal imprint. At noon, in the middle of Qingmei Sea, the sea water churned, and an ordinary stone flew out and split open. A pearl muscle emerged from the stone, opened, and spat out a black pearl. The black pearl glimmered, entered the void, and radiated twisting light, forming a huge twisting channel. Along with flashes of light, Eternal Sovereigns flew towards the twisting channel like raindrops. The 3 big shots of Taixuan Firmament turned into 3 streams of light and flew into the twisting channel. It shouldn't be a trap. When he saw the 3 big shots of Taixuan Firmament enter the twisting channel, Yang Feng emerged from the void, pondered for a while and waved his hand, and a space ruler flew into the twisting channel. The connection is lost, as expected of an Eternal Sovereign's secret realm. Yang Feng creased his eyebrows and hesitated for a moment. Then his eyes flickered with determination, and he stepped into the twisting channel. With a flash of twisting light, Yang Feng appeared in a vast world. In the vast world, there is highly concentrated life origin energy filled with formidable vitality. At the same time, the whole world is shrouded in formidable mist that suppresses the strength of Eternal Sovereigns. That's an Eternal Sovereign's secret realm for you. Sure enough, it's full of treasures. Yang Feng scanned the world with his tremendous spirit force, and his eyes lit up. As a treasury left by an 8th-layer Eternal Sovereign, this secret realm naturally is full of precious extraordinary plants. The extraordinary plants in the secret place are enough for an ordinary person to cultivate all the way to the eternal realm. Every Eternal Sovereign will leave treasuries in different places. After all, once they die, they will possess various means of rebirth. Furthermore, their enemies are really fearsome. If they don't leave any treasuries behind, then even if they're reborn, they won't be a match for their past opponents. Along with flashes of spatial ripples, Ling walked out of the void, and a level 8 stronghold appeared behind her and landed on the ground. Countless mechanical towers emerged from the level 8 stronghold and began to analyze the composition of the world and erode it. Countless tiny robots flew in all directions, and a constantly improving map soon appeared in Yang Feng's mind. There are eternal god trees here. This trip was really worthwhile. Yang Feng's eyes brightened, and he took a step and disappeared from this place. On a mountain, there is a 1,000-meter tall tree covered with golden leaves, with 10 small suns hanging from its branches. Countless rays of sunfire appeared around the golden tree and burned everything. Ripples surged, and Yang Feng stepped out of the void and arrived in front of the tree, a flash of excitement in his eyes. Sun Origin Tree. This is a legendary eternal god tree. It blooms and bears fruit once every 1 million years. 2 million years are necessary to bear the 10 fruits. If these 10 fruits fall into some small world, they can evolve into suns and illuminate the world. These 10 Sun Origin Tree fruits are enough to increase my chances to advance to the 4th-layer Eternal Realm by 50%. All of a sudden, a 1,000-meter-long true spirit-level dire beast, Sun Space Razor Snake, engraved with sun runes, emanating tyrannical aura emerged and bit at Yang Feng. Yang Feng pointed at the Sun Space Razor Snake, and the Sun Space Razor Snake was instantly drained of its blood and power and turned into ashes that scattered with the wind. A Sun Origin Tree. To be able to get such a precious treasure, I, Xuanhu Lord, am really lucky. If you get out of here, I won't kill you. Otherwise, this will be your burial place. Along with a cold voice, an eternal sovereign with a tiger head, a humanoid body, and a pair of dragon wings on the back, emanating a bloodthirsty aura emerged from the void. Get lost. This is my treasure. With a ferocious glimmer in his eyes, Xuanhu Lord roared towards the sky, and third-layer eternal realm aura diffused from him. Upon sensing Xuanhu Lord's aura, the countenance of the eternal sovereigns rushing this way changed greatly, and they concealed their aura. Xuanhu Lord smiled ferociously at Yang Feng and said, "Human, get lost. Otherwise, I don't mind tearing you apart, sealing you in my tiger grudge blade, and having you struggle in pain for hundreds of millions of years." Chapter 1448. Fighting a Big Shot. Chapter 1448. Fighting a Big Shot. In this world, there is not a small number of people who are qualified to say such words to me. But you aren't one of them. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with killing intent, surged with ripples, appeared in front of Xuanhu Lord, and unleashed a palm strike. Time whirlpool, space rift, devour black light, and power blade intertwined with each other and formed a black sphere that shot towards Xuanhu Lord together with terrifying might. Die! Xuanhu Lord roared angrily and broke out with countless runes. Once a rune was lit, it condensed into a huge tiger that fused into his body. A world projection rose behind Xuanhu Lord. In that world, countless tiger clan powerhouses are praying piously. The power of the whole world converged into one and flowed into Xuanhu Lord. Xuanhu Lord extended his claw containing the power of countless tigers and attacked Yang Feng, and the roars of countless tigers broke out. Powerhouses of the world of warlocks are not the only ones who set up a world inside them. In many universes, it is a common practice to set up a world inside the body and mobilize world force to fight. When the black sphere and the terrifying claw collided, Xuanhu Lord's claw shattered. Yang Feng's palm slammed into Xuanhu Lord. Black lights shone, and the world behind Xuanhu Lord shattered. Countless tiger clan powerhouses screamed, collapsed, and turned into bloody mist. Xuanhu Lord's body disintegrated in an instant. A devour black hole emerged and swallowed the fragments of Xuanhu Lord's eternal body. "Who are you? You dare kill me? I won't let you off." Inside the devour black hole, Xuanhu Lord unleashed a furious bellow, and his eternal origin poured into Yang Feng as if water that broke through a dike. Yang Feng said coldly, "You won't get a chance." After more than a dozen breaths of time, Xuanhu Lord turned into dust that drifted away with a gust of wind. Xuanhu Lord has fallen. Who is that guy? How strong? What is his origin? The spectating eternal sovereigns looked at Yang Feng in shock. Although Xuanhu Lord isn't a fearsome being on the level of the three big shots of Taixuan Firmament, but he is still a famous character in Taixuan Firmament and has killed more than 5 eternal sovereigns. Yet such a frightening powerhouse was killed by Yang Feng. He was killed so easily, to boot. This shocked everyone. Along with flashes of light, the eternal sovereigns gathered here disappear one after another. They don't dare to provoke Yang Feng. Yang Feng extended his hand, and black rune chains appeared and pulled a blade engraved with countless abstruse runes, emanating terrifying fluctuations of power towards his hand. This blade is Xuanhu Lord's Tiger Grudge Blade, a fearsome eternal grade treasure. It actually has 3 eternal sovereigns sealed. Xuanhu Lord's seal art is pretty good. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with satisfaction. He pointed with his finger, and countless mechanical threads extended from his finger and stabbed into the tiger grudge blade. All of a sudden, runes appeared, and 3 eternal sovereigns flew out from tiger grudge blade. A devour black hole emerged, swept towards the 3 eternal sovereigns, drew them inside, and devoured their eternal origin. Mechanical threads extend from the Xuyuan armor, wrapped around the tiger grudge blade, and directly devoured it. Ripples broke out in the void, and a terrifying bear paw fell from the sky and blasted towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng's complexion changed slightly, and he unleashed the devour heavenly art and threw a punch barreling towards the bear paw. Boom! freewebnovel.com. A terrible rift opened in the void. Yang Feng slammed into the earth, spat out blood, and cracks appeared all over his body. For you to receive my attack and not die, you have some skill, you lowly thing. However, since you dared to kill a beast eternal sovereign, I will seal you on an execution platform. A spirit mountain emerged in the void. On the mountain there sits a bear. It is Nine Dire Bear, one of the 3 big shots of Taixuan Firmament. In front of Nine Dire Bear, there are a tiger, a leopard, and an ape eternal sovereigns. They are eternal sovereigns subordinated to Nine Dire Bear. Nine Dire Bear looked at Yang Feng, his eyes full of killing intent. Nine Dire Bear, one of the 3 big shots of Taixuan Firmament. That human is screwed. Nine Dire Bear likes to torture humans the most. That human eternal sovereign is done for. When some eternal sovereigns who have yet to leave the area saw this, their eyes flashed with excitement. They stopped, hid in an alternate space, and cast secret methods to pry at everything here. One of the big shots of Taixuan Firmament. Interesting. Let me see what skill you have. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered coldly, and the Xuyuan armor broke out with countless runes. Countless devour runes appeared around him and formed a set of rune armor. Yang Feng beckoned with his hand, and a halberd containing eternal force appeared. A torrent of time surrounded him, and he flew towards Nine Dire Bear at a terrifying speed. Brazen, you lowly human, you dare attack the Lord. Go to hell. The eyes of the eternal sovereign with a tiger head and a humanoid body flashed viciously, and he drew the white tiger blade, appeared in front of Yang Feng along with a blur, and unleashed a blade strike. A white tiger emanating eternal realm aura appeared and sent a claw containing flying might shooting towards Yang Feng. Scram! Yang Feng brandished the halberd, and a black halberd ray slammed into the white tiger, sliced it into pieces, and then slashed the white tiger blade. Boom! Along with an earth-shaking blare, the tiger head eternal sovereign was blasted tens of thousands of kilometers away and sprayed out a large amount of blood. Stand down. I'll deal with him. With a souled glimmer in his eyes, Nine Dire Bear waved his hand, and a black ray entered the execution platforms. The 23 execution platforms shone and broke out with countless runes. Eternal sovereign projections emerged from the execution platforms one after another. The 23 eternal sovereign projections intertwined with each other, merged into one, and formed a 10,000-meter-tall monstrous being with dragon horns, ogre horns, spikes, 23 pairs of eyes, wings, and tails. The monstrous being formed from the 23 eternal sovereign projections radiated a twisting force field. It took a step, appeared in front of Yang Feng, and sent a claw barreling towards him. Dragon force, ogre force, evil god force, giant force, and other kinds of eternal force, mixed together with boundless grudge force, condensed into one and barreled towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng slashed the claw of the monstrous being with his halberd, and a terrible force broke out and blasted him thousands of kilometers away, and blood trickled out from the corners of his mouth. Amazing! Sure enough, 4th-layer eternal sovereigns aren't simple. Yang Feng's eyes flickered with a solemn shade, and he spoke thusly. Lowly human, you will become the 24th prey of my execution platforms. You'll become a part of the execution platform monster. The source of this scentent is freewebnovel.com. On the mountain, Nine Dire Bear revealed a tyrannical and cruel smile in his eyes. The execution platform monster is one of the trump cards of Nine Dire Bear, and it possesses 4th-layer eternal realm combat power. If Nine Dire Bear and the execution platform beast work together, they can even contend against a 5th-layer eternal sovereign. Yang Feng smiled and said, I'm not so sure about that. You are the one who is going to die. Capture him. Nine Dire Bear's face sank, and he ordered the execution platform monster. The mountain shone with countless runes. In a flash, it appeared in front of Yang Feng. The execution platform monster's eyes flickered with a ferocious shade, and it sent a claw containing 23 kinds of eternal force shooting towards Yang Feng. The execution platform monster's combat power is impressive. It's comparable to a 4th-layer eternal sovereign. But its main body is this mountain, In other words, as long as this mountain is destroyed, the execution platform monster will naturally collapse. With a calm look on his face, Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and a torrent of time and a torrent of fate emerged and locked the space-time. In the distance, Ling opened her eyes, and the devastator cannon of the level 8 stronghold behind her glimmered and fired a beam barreling towards the mountain. Damn it! Nine Direbear's complexion changed dramatically. He waved his hand, and an eternal grade treasure, black tortoise shield, flew out. Lights shone, and a 10,000-kilometer-long black tortoise emerged in the void and conjured a black tortoise barrier blocking in front of the mountain. When the devastator cannon beam slammed into the black tortoise barrier, it easily ran through the black tortoise barrier and then slammed into the mountain. In an instant, the barriers of the mountain collapsed, and the mountain was swallowed by devastator cannon beam. No! Nine Direbear's heart-wrenching roar came from the mountain. The 23 execution platforms collapsed, and 23 eternal sovereigns flew out of the execution platforms and then were swallowed by the devastator cannon beam. The fierce execution platform monster collapsed directly and disappeared. Chapter 1449, Devouring a Big Shot. Chapter 1449, Devouring a Big Shot. You damned human! You lowly thing should die! A crazy roar sounded, and Nine Direbear charged out of the devastator cannon beam. When Nine Direbear charged out of the devastator cannon beam, 2 of his 9 heads were smashed. But the rest of his body was unharmed. With a ferocious gleam in his eyes, he opened his mouth, and a black beam shot towards Ling. Located far away, Ling clenched her teeth, waved her fair hand, and activated a powerful defensive barrier. When the black beam fired by Nine Direbear hit the defensive barrier, it crushed the barrier, and then slammed into the level 8 stronghold. The black beam blasted the devastator cannon apart, and then blasted a large hole into the level 8 stronghold. The devastator cannon is one of Yang Feng's trump cards. It is incredibly powerful. A shot from it is comparable to a full strength attack from a 7th layer Eternal Sovereign. However, it has many flaws. Takes 10 minutes to charge. Furthermore, once a shot is fired, the offensive and defensive power of the level 8 stronghold will drop sharply. Otherwise, it would be absolutely impossible for Nine Direbear to deal Ling's level 8 stronghold serious damage with one strike. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he appeared in front of Nine Direbear with a flash, launched the Devour Heavenly Art, and unleashed a halberd strike slashing towards the other party. You lowly thing! Go to hell! Nine Direbear's eyes shimmered viciously, and he sent a bare paw slapping towards Yang Feng. Boom! 2 powerful forces collided, and Nine Direbear spewed a mouthful of blood and was blasted thousands of kilometers away. How is this possible? Nine Direbear, one of Taixuan Firmament's 3 big shots, was blasted away by an attack from that human Eternal Sovereign. What terrible strength! The spectating Eternal Sovereigns were stunned, unable to believe their eyes. Nine Direbear is an Eternal Sovereign famous for his physical strength. In fact, he is regarded as the #1 expert of Taixuan Firmament in terms of physical strength. What audacity! With a ferocious gleam in his eyes, Nine Direbear broke out with numerous runes, shrank until he was 10 meters tall, and radiated black light. Nine Direbear took a step forward, and all kinds of visions such as the extinction of all things and the collapse of suns, moons, and star emerged behind him. Devour Heavenly Spike! A river of time appeared in the void. Yang Feng emerged from the river of time, a cold look in his eyes. He frantically extracted his eternal force, and a 10,000 kilometers Devour Heavenly Spike condensed, ran through the past, present, and future, and stabbed towards Nine Direbear. Splitting the heavens palm. Nine Direbear's eyes flickered fiercely. He madly stimulated his eternal force, and countless bear projections appeared, fused together, and formed a 10,000-meter-tall bear paw that extended towards the Devour Heavenly Spike with terrifying might. When the Devour Heavenly Spike collided with the giant bear paw, it run through the bear paw, and then stabbed into Nine Direbear and blasted him towards the ground. The remnant power of the splitting the heavens palm hit Yang Feng as well. Cracks appeared on his body, and a large amount of blood spilled. It's a draw. With his third-layer Eternal Realm cultivation base, he's actually able to contend against the fourth-layer Eternal Realm 9 Direbear. That's incredible! The eyes of the spectating Eternal Sovereigns shimmered with an enigmatic shade. In Eternal World, it is common sense that a third-layer Eternal Sovereign can't contend against a fourth-layer Eternal Sovereign. Yet Yang Feng was able to fight 9 Direbear to a draw. That's simply incredible. A blur emerged from the earth, and the lance of the ruler stabbed towards 9 Direbear. That blur is Ing. No! After the exchange, 9 Direbear and Yang Feng were both in a weakened state. Caught off guard, 9 Direbear was hit by Ying's attack and had his heart pierced. Seal runes formed from Shadow Force diffused inside 9 Direbear and sealed his power. Go to hell! A torrent of time appeared in front of 9 Direbear. With a cold look in his eyes, Yang Feng walked out of the torrent of time, slashed 9 Direbear with his halberd, and sliced him into countless pieces. A devour black hole appeared at once, swallowed 9 Direbear, and frenziedly devoured his eternal origin. Human! You lowly, despicable thing! You dare to kill me! You won't get away with it! In the devour black hole, 9 Direbear unleashed a series of screams. As his eternal origin poured out in torrents, he trembled continuously, and then turned into ashes that scattered with a gust of wind. Dead! It turns out that he was still hiding a card. Damn it! The spectating Eternal Sovereigns gazed at Yang Feng with the shade of unwillingness in their eyes. In the eyes of these Eternal Sovereigns, if Yang Feng and 9 Direbear fought to a draw or even died together, that would be for the best. In this way, they could be the third party that benefits. Ripples surged in the void, and a mirror appeared behind Yang Feng. An invisible dagger ejected out from the mirror and stabbed towards Yang Feng. Almost at the same time, a black arrow shrouded with a torrent of fate ejected out from dark clouds and locked on Yang Feng. A red true dragon emanating first-layer Eternal Realm aura appeared out of the blue and sent a claw containing true dragon fire barreling towards Yang Feng. A green flower emerged from the earth and bloomed. In the middle of the flower, there are 3 suns suspended. Fearsome sunlight shone, dispersed the shadows around Ing, and formed a seal barrier that sealed her inside. The 4 Eternal Sovereigns joined hands and launched a deadly attack at a time when Yang Feng was in a weakened state. If Yang Feng was in his peak condition, the 4 Eternal Sovereigns wouldn't have dared to attack him. But since he fought 9 Direbear and suffered damage, these people surged with killing intent. Follow current novels on freewebnovel.cm. When the snipe and the clam quarrel, the fisherman benefits. I also like this kind of thing the most. It's a shame, but my injuries are not as serious as they appear. This is a trap I set up for fools like you. Yang Feng smiled icily. All of a sudden, he turned around and grabbed the hand of the person in the mirror, and then pulled out a peerless beauty with silver hair from the mirror. A devour black hole emerged and swallowed the silver-haired beauty. The silver-haired beauty released miserable screams at once. No! Don't kill me! I am the wife of Shadow Lord. If you kill me, Shadow Lord won't let you get away with it. Countless rays of devour black light swept towards the silver-haired beauty, and she shriveled, turned into ashes, and disappeared. Scram! Yang Feng slapped the black arrow with his palm and smashed it to pieces. An Eternal Realm true dragon. Your bloodline is of great use to me. Please die. Yang Feng extended his hand towards the sky, and a black demonic claw appeared and grabbed the true dragon. Terrifying devour force broke out, extracted the true dragon's bloodline, and turned it into a blood bead that fell into Yang Feng's hand. A devour black hole emerged, swallowed the true dragon, and devoured his eternal origin. In the dark clouds in the distance, along with a flash of black light, a figure combusted eternal origin, turned into a black thread, and disappeared into the horizon. The 3 suns on the green flower flew out and shot towards Yang Feng and Ing. Boom! The 3 suns detonated in an instant, and terrifying sunfire swallowed Yang Feng and Ing. The green flower grew a pair of blue wings, and then flapped its wings, combusted eternal origin, broke out with green storms, and flew into the distance. Since one has escaped, you can die here instead of him. A cold voice came from the sunfire, and devour black light surged and devoured the terrifying energy that was released when the three suns exploded. Yang Feng walked out of the sunfire, looked at the green flower, and extended his hand. A strange claw suddenly ejected out from a river of time, grabbed the green flower, and crushed the defensive barriers of the green flower. "Don't kill me. I'll do anything you want." The green flower radiated green light and turned into a devastatingly beautiful woman with long green hair, wearing in a leaf armor and a garland on the head. The devastatingly beautiful woman pleaded with Yang Feng pitifully. "Die!" Yang Feng squeezed his hand hard, an expressionless look on his face. The demonic claw squashed the devastatingly beautiful woman wearing a garland. A devour black hole emerged, surged towards the devastatingly beautiful woman with a garland, drew her inside, and devoured her eternal origin. Eternal origin stones appeared, and a huge amount of eternal origin force flowed into Yang Feng. "Who else wants to die?" Yang Feng looked at the eternal sovereigns in the void with frigid eyes. Where his gaze passed, the eternal sovereigns felt their blood run cold, and then turned into streams of light and fled into the distance. Yang Feng extended his hand, grabbed the sun origin tree, and threw it into the great world inside him. Then his figure fluttered, and he turned into a stream of light and flew towards Ling located in the distance. Chapter 1450. Advance to a fourth layer Eternal Sovereign. Chapter 1450. Advance to a fourth layer Eternal Sovereign. "You dare to follow me? Go to hell." Yang Feng flew for a while. All of a sudden, a torrent of time appeared around him, and he disappeared. He appeared in a void in a flash and extended his hand towards the void. "Stop! I just looked at you." Hidden in the void, a large tree with a human face emerged, brandished its vines to form a barrier, and shouted thusly, "Since you used a spell to spy on me, you deserve to die." With a cold look in his eyes, Yang Feng stabbed the human face tree with a hand, and countless devour runes surged. The vines of the human face tree wilted continuously. As if going through tofu, Yang Feng's right hand pierced into the human face tree. Countless devour runes erupted and pervaded tree Eternal Sovereign. "No! Human! Spare!" With a terrified look on its face, the tree Eternal Sovereign roared wildly, trembled, and turned into ashes that drifted away with a gust of wind. Yang Feng grabbed the treasures hidden in the body of the tree Eternal Sovereign and threw them into the great world inside him. Then his eyes flashed like lightning, and he looked at the void. The Eternal Sovereigns with bad intentions cast secret methods and escaped in different direction for fear that Yang Feng would find an excuse to kill them, as well. Yang Feng heaved a sigh of relief. In a flash, he appeared next to Ling, collected her and the level 8 stronghold, and then blurred and disappeared. Killing so many Eternal Sovereigns in succession took a huge toll on Yang Feng. However, Yang Feng's ferocious actions shocked the Eternal Sovereigns who were getting restless and made them give up on following him. Not long after Yang Feng disappeared, 7 Eternal Sovereigns appeared in the place where Ling stayed before. He ran away. Damn it. He was pretending to be in a good condition. If we had taken action, we would have been able to deal with him. What a pity. The 7 Eternal Sovereigns looked at the place where Yang Feng disappeared with regret in their eyes. These Eternal Sovereigns were scared of Yang Feng's ferocious actions just now and ran away. However, they are all smart people. They soon recovered their composure and guessed that Yang Feng wasn't lightly injured. They came back to chase after Yang Feng, but it was too late. All of a sudden, the earth split open, and a black bead appeared, burst apart, and released black light sweeping towards the 7 Eternal Sovereigns. The complexion of the 7 Eternal Sovereigns changed dramatically, and they cast spells and conjured defensive barriers. When the black light collided with the defensive barriers, it strangely integrated into the barriers and left a mark on the 7 Eternal Sovereigns. This is a tracking mark. How ruthless! It looks like he will come after us once he recovers. This content is taken from fgeribnovel.com. The 7 Eternal Sovereigns looked at the mark on them, and their eyes flashed with astonishment and anger. They guessed Yang Feng's intentions, and a chill inadvertently ran down their spine. Once Yang Feng recovers his full strength, then he can surely kill the 7 eternal sovereigns. Regret welled up inside the 7 eternal sovereigns. Time elapsed and 10 days passed in a flash. In a cave, Yang Feng slowly opened his eyes, and his eyes shone. Vast and perfect eternal aura slowly diffused from him. After devouring the eternal origin of so many eternal sovereigns, I have finally met the conditions to attack the 4th layer eternal realm. It can start now. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a sharp shade. He broke out with countless runes and diffused a terrifying aura. The life origin energy of the whole secret realm was drawn and channeled towards Yang Feng, forming a huge whirlpool in the sky. Someone is advancing. How can he advance in such a place? There isn't enough life origin energy here. It's much harder to advance in here than in the outside world. It takes a lot of resources. Eternal sovereigns looked this way, filled with envy, jealousy, and puzzlement. The best way to advance to the next realm for eternal sovereigns is naturally to do it in the outside world. Although the concentration of life origin energy in the secret realm is high, but the amount is far less than in domains of eternal world. Anyway, for an eternal sovereign to advance to the next realm, it is enough to make other eternal sovereigns to be envious. A beam flew out of the whirlpool and landed on Yang Feng, and then was instantly devoured by him. Not enough. This amount of energy isn't enough. The total energy of this secret realm is far from the level of a universe or domain. Yang Feng's eyes flashed. He pointed with his hand, and the sun origin tree flew out. Sun origin tree fruits flew out and entered Yang Feng's mouth. When the sun origin tree fruits entered Yang Feng's mouth, as if he has consumed suns, tremendous currents of heat flowed in his body and became nutrients for his advancement. After the 10 sun origin tree fruits were devoured and refined by Yang Feng, they were transformed into the most pure eternal origin. Thanks to the devour heavenly art, the eternal origin of the eternal sovereigns Yang Feng devoured was transformed into eternal origin belonging to him. Cracks appeared on Yang Feng's body. In the end, his body shattered. Countless mysterious eternal lines appeared, intertwined with each other, and then formed a formidable eternal body. 4th layer eternal realm aura slowly diffused from the perfect eternal body. In the world of warlocks, Yang Feng's eternal imprint emerged abruptly and distorted. The universe energies within hundreds of millions of kilometers surged crazily and flowed into the eternal imprint, making the eternal imprint more powerful and terrifying. His Majesty Feng, eternal sovereign, has advanced. He advanced again. He became more powerful. In the world of warlocks, when the holies and empyreans sensed the changes in the universe, their eyes flashed with a solemn color. He advanced. With this advancement, he should have become a 4th layer eternal sovereign. What a monster! Primal Chaos Mother Spider sensed the changes in the universe, and her beautiful eyes flickered with astonishment. As a 1st-generation life form of the world of warlocks, Primal Chaos Mother Spider has experienced the Eternal Sovereign Age. In the Eternal Sovereign Age, none of the Eternal Sovereigns of the world of warlocks had ever advanced to the 4th layer Eternal Realm. From the moment Yang Feng advanced to the 4th layer Eternal Realm, he became the strongest being in the history of the world of warlocks. After the Eternal Imprint absorbed enough universe energies and laws, it glimmered, and then entered the deepest part of the universe and disappeared. In the Secret Realm, 4th layer Eternal Realm. Sure enough, it's a fearsome transformation. Yang Feng opened his eyes and sensed the eternal force surging inside him, and the corners of his mouth rose into a smile. Now I can fight over the core treasures of Skystar Lord. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with an enigmatic shade. His figure fluttered, and he turned into a stream of light and disappeared. In the middle of Skystar Secret Realm, there is huge ancient city. Above the huge ancient city, there are 36,572 stars suspended. Starlight fell from these stars and shone on the ancient city, forming a strong starlight barrier. The 36,572 stars are not ordinary stars. but are equivalent to the 36 primary material planes of the world of warlocks and possess formidable star force and origin will. Back in the day, Skystar Lord was a first-rate figure of Taixuan Firmament who has seized 36,572 stars, fought with countless strong enemies, and even suppressed 7 8th-layer Eternal Sovereigns. At this time, more than 200 Eternal Sovereigns have gathered before the huge ancient city. The more than 200 Eternal Sovereigns cast all kinds powerful secret methods and hurled attacks at the star barrier of the ancient city. If Skystar Lord was alive, the more than 200 Eternal Sovereigns would stand no chance against the star barrier of the ancient city. But despite how powerful Skystar Lord was, he has already died. The defensive power of the ancient city he left behind can be said to be incredible. But it can't withstand the siege of more than 200 Eternal Sovereigns. Cracks continuously appeared on the star barrier and healed. But as time passed, it took longer for the cracks to heal. Ripples surged, and Yang Feng appeared outside the star barrier of the ancient city. The human. Not good. When the 7 Eternal Sovereigns saw Yang Feng, their expression changed dramatically, and they cast secret methods, turned into streams of light, and flew into the distance. You want to escape? It's too late. Go to hell. With a frigid smile on his face, Yang Feng, shrouded in a torrent of time, appeared in front of an Eternal Sovereign with a deer head and human body, unleashed a punch and smashed the other party. A devour black hole appeared and swallowed the deer head Eternal Sovereign. After an Eternal Sovereign was insta-killed, the speed of the other 6 Eternal Sovereigns increased by a fraction. None of you can escape. You shall all die here. With a ferocious gleam in his eyes, Yang Feng took a step and split into 6 figures that appeared in front of the 6 Eternal Sovereigns in a flash and unleashed a punch barreling towards the 6 Eternal Sovereigns respectively. The complexion of the 6 Eternal Sovereigns changed greatly, and they cast secret methods and conjured defensive barriers to block in front of them. Human, why are you trying to kill us? By killing Eternal Sovereigns for no reason, aren't you afraid of triggering a public outrage? An Eternal Sovereign with a dragon head and human body shouted sternly, a look of shock and anger on his face. Since you guys dared to chase after me, you have to die here today. 2 terrifying devour black holes appeared and drew in 2 Eternal Sovereigns at once. The 6 figures merged back into one, and Yang Feng's icy voice rose, filled with endless killing intent. Chapter 1451. Star Tower. Chapter 1451. Star Tower. When the Eternal Sovereigns gathered here saw Yang Feng suddenly slay 3 Eternal Sovereigns, their eyes flashed with a queer shade, and hostility aimed at him rose inside them. However, after hearing Yang Feng's words, the spectating Eternal Sovereigns stayed silent and quietly watched from the sidelines, and the hostility inside them dissipated. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he split into 4 figures that unleashed a punch barreling towards the remaining 4 Eternal Sovereigns. We have never attacked you, the dragon-head Eternal Sovereign bellowed indignantly, and then cast a defensive secret method and resisted Yang Feng's attack with all his might. You guys have quite the gall. You followed me while I was injured. For this, you all deserve to die. A torrent of time emerged in the void and swept towards the 4 Eternal Sovereigns, and space-time twisted and formed a strange space. After more than a dozen breaths of time, the twisted space disappeared. Yang Feng walked out of that space, a devour black hole behind him. The 4 Eternal Sovereigns struggled in the devour black hole and unleashed miserable screams. How vicious! That human is really vicious. So he's the human who killed 9 Dire Bear. He's the one who killed 9 Dire Bear. Among the spectating Eternal Sovereigns, quite a few have seen what Yang Feng's capable of. There will surged in the void, filled with apprehension. The gazes of Morningstar Lord and Shadow Lord of the 3 big shots of Taixuan Firmament fell on Yang Feng. I am Shadow Lord. Sir, who are you? Along with flashes of black light, Shadow Lord silently crossed thousands of kilometers, moved to in front of Yang Feng in a blink, and asked coldly. Yang Feng replied lightly, I am Feng Eternal Sovereign. Shadow Lord spoke in a voice full of frigid murderous intent. Feng Eternal Sovereign. There is no enmity between I and Sir. So why did you kill my wife? She tried to assassinate me. Naturally, she had to die. Shadow Lord, since you came to me, I'll send you on your way and let you reunite with your wife. With a flash of killing intent in his eyes, Yang Feng broke out with countless runes, and a twisting river of time appeared around him. He took a step, crossed the river of time, appeared in front of Shadow Lord in a flash, and sent a hand shooting towards the other party. Feng, Eternal Sovereign, you killed my wife and now you want to kill me. Great, great. I will definitely kill you. Shadow Lord smiled icily and let Yang Feng's hand strike him. At this moment, Shadow Lord disintegrated into countless pieces and disappeared. A black figure appeared, and them exploded, turned into shadow rays and disappeared. He escaped? This Shadow Lord is really troublesome. Upon seeing this, Yang Feng raised his eyebrows, and his eyes flickered with a solemn shade. After he advanced to the fourth layer Eternal Realm, Yang Feng's strength has undergone earth-shaking changes. Shadow Lord is a fourth layer Eternal Sovereign. Yang Feng originally intended to launch a surprise attack and quell the other party. However, Shadow Lord was very decisive. He disappeared and hid in the shadows. Despite how strong Yang Feng is, he can't grasp vestiges of Shadow Lord. Feng, Eternal Sovereign, is screwed. Although Shadow Lord is weak in frontal battle, but he is the #1 assassin of Firmament. Even a 5th layer Eternal Sovereign has died at the hands of Shadow Lord. Eternal Sovereign wills reverberate in the void. Many Eternal Sovereigns looked at Yang Feng with schadenfreude. Among the 3 big shots of Firmament, Shadow Lord is not the strongest one, but in terms of assassination skills, he is rated as #1 in Firmament. He once assassinated a 5th layer Eternal Sovereign from another intermediate firmament. Among the 3 big shots, he is feared the most. Morningstar Lord took a deep look at Yang Feng, and his eyes showed the shade of schadenfreude. Yang Feng smiled indifferently and paid no attention to the gazes of the Eternal Sovereigns. His figure fluttered, and he appeared beside the ancient city's star barrier. Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and countless mechanical threads stabbed into the star barrier and began to analyze its structure. Begin structural analysis. Obstructed by higher eternal force. Unable to continue the analysis. A piece of information was transmitted back by the mechanical threads. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with the shade of regret. Sure enough, a barrier set up by an 8th layer Eternal Sovereign is impossible to analyze. Since it's impossible to analyze, then let's crack it by force. There was a cold flash in Yang Feng's eyes. The Shishin armor shone, and he pressed his hand against the star barrier. Terrible devour force shrouded the star barrier. From the star barrier, an endless amount of star force poured into Yang Feng. Yang Feng willed, and the tremendous star force was channeled into the great world in his body and condensed into stars. Since the star barrier was being besieged by more than 200 Eternal Sovereigns, it was already strained. Now that Yang Feng devoured a large amount of star force, it could no longer sustain itself and finally collapsed. Boom! Boom! The star above the ancient city dimmed and turned into meteors barreling towards the Eternal Sovereigns. Screw off! The Eternal Sovereigns bellowed and crushed the stars above the ancient city one after another. Go! Along with flashes of light, the Eternal Sovereign flew towards the ancient city. Yang Feng's figure swayed slightly, and he flew towards the ancient city. Some weaker Eternal Sovereigns flew to the side palaces of the ancient city, while the Eternal Sovereigns at the 3rd layer Eternal Realm and higher flew to the core area of the ancient city. Updated from freeobnul.com. In the center of the ancient city, there is a 1,000-meter-tall star tower shrouded with countless starlight and engraved with countless mysterious runes. At the entrance of the star tower, there are 2 giant stone carvings with large swords. This is the palace of Skystar Lord. Trespassers shall be killed. Starlight appeared on the giant stone carvings, and they opened their eyes, emanated 5th layer Eternal Realm fluctuations of power, and slashed with their swords, a cold gleam in their eyes. 2 sword rays containing fearsome starlight surged and slayed 2 Eternal Sovereigns in an instant. 5th layer Eternal Realm. they are 5th layer Eternal Realm Star Golems. Damn it! These are 5th layer Eternal Realm Star Golems. The Eternal Sovereigns unleashed startled cries and scattered like birds, not daring to contend against the 2-star golems. Everyone, don't be alarmed. They are only 2 golems. If we work together, we can defeat even a 7th layer Eternal Sovereign. These 2-star golems can't stop us. Morningstar Lord barked and pointed with his hand, and starlight condensed to form spear of stars that crossed the void and flew towards the star golems. The rest of the Eternal Sovereigns unleashed their offensive secret methods and hurled attacks at the star golems from afar. A variety of Empyrean and Holy Realm dire beasts, golems, and secret treasures emerged and became cannon fodder blocking the 2-star golems. The 2-star golems swung their large swords, unleashed starling starlight, and slayed one Eternal Sovereign after another. But no matter how ferocious the 2-star golems were, they still couldn't resist the siege of more than 100 Eternal Sovereigns, and they broke bit by bit. The 2-star golems were supposed to be able to absorb the city's star force to mend the damage. But since star force of the ancient city was already severed by secret methods cast by the Eternal Sovereigns, they were unable to absorb star force and mend the damage. As such, they continued to weaken. Boom! Along with an earth-shaking blare, a star golem was blown to pieces, and its star core was destroyed. The other star golem persisted for another quarter of an hour before it was destroyed, as well. Although the 2-star golems were destroyed, but of the more than 100 Eternal Sovereigns, only more than 40 remained. Yang Feng glanced at the remains of the 2-star golems, an enigmatic shade in his eyes. Sure enough, unless you advance to the 9th layer Eternal Realm, human wave attacks are still effective. After dividing up the remains of the 2-star golems, the gazes of the remaining Eternal Sovereigns focused on the Star Tower. Open! The eyes of a giant Eternal Sovereign with a height of 10,000 meters flickered ferociously, and he walked up to the Star Tower and slammed the giant wolf tooth club in his hands into the gate of the Star Tower. Boom! Along with earth-shaking noise, the door of the Star Tower was smashed and a huge crack appeared. Following flashes of light, the Eternal Sovereigns flew into the Star Tower. As soon as Yang Feng entered the Star Tower, he was teleported to an empty hall with various rare minerals. Not bad. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with the shade of satisfaction. He extended his hand, and the countless rare minerals in the hall flew into his hand. This direction. After he collected all the treasures in the hall, Yang Feng pointed with his hand, and strands of fate force intertwined and formed an arrow to guide him. Yang Feng walked along the direction pointed out by the arrow and cleaned out all the treasures he came across. After crossing several spaces, a huge palace shrouded by starlight suddenly appeared in front of Yang Feng. In the center of the huge palace, there is a platform. On the platform, there are 4 crystals, each of which is shining brightly. Chapter 1452. Sealing Big Shots. Chapter 1452. Sealing Big Shots. With a flash of excitement in his eyes, Yang Feng extended his hand, and a large hand appeared and extended towards the 4 crystals. Starlight emerged around the 4 crystals and formed a powerful star barrier. When the large hand Yang Feng unleashed collided with the star barrier, starlight glimmered, and the large hand was crushed. At the same time, ripples rose on the star barrier, and the star barrier became somewhat blurred. Despite how powerful the star barrier is, it is difficult for it to resist the attacks of Eternal Realm powerhouses. Morningstar Lord appeared without warning next to Yang Feng and surged with dazzling starlight. Surrounded by starlight, the Eternal Grade's secret treasure, Star's Layer Sword, emerged unexpectedly and slashed towards Yang Feng along with terrifying killing intent. In an instant, 365 star projections appeared. The 365 star projections glimmered, and starlight appeared and formed star chains that suppressed the void. 14 Eternal Sovereigns flew out from behind Morningstar Lord, cast all kinds of offensive secret methods, and hurled attacks at Yang Feng. When faced with a surprise attack unleashed by Morningstar Lord and his 14 subordinates, even a 5th layer Eternal Sovereign will be seriously injured or even killed. A month ago, this kind of offensive might still have dealt me serious damage, but I have already advanced to the fourth eternal realm. Now go to hell." Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with a frigid shade. The Xuyuan armor glimmered with countless runes, and countless devour runes appeared and formed devour black holes around him. Yang Feng unleashed a punch, and devour black light surged and crushed stars one after another. As if they had a life of their own, the devour black holes suspended around Yang Feng devoured the attacks of the 14 eternal sovereigns. In an instant, Yang Feng stepped out of the siege of Morningstar Lord and company, arrived in front of 2 eternal sovereigns, and twisted the heads of the 2. 2 devour black holes surged, drew the 2 eternal sovereigns inside, and madly devoured their eternal origin. "Stop!" Morningstar Lord's eyes shot with blood and flickered with a fierce shade. He unleashed countless rays of starlight, appeared in front of Yang Feng in a flash, and unleashed a sword strike slashing towards Yang Feng. "Screw off!" Yang Feng's eyes flashed ferociously. He punched the Starslayer sword, and a boundless force erupted and blew the Starslayer sword away together with Morningstar Lord. At this time, the other 12 eternal sovereigns cast various offensive secret methods and frenziedly attacked Yang Feng. The devour black holes surged and devoured a large portion of the attacks of the 12 eternal sovereigns. Several eternal sovereign attacks slammed into Yang Feng. The Xuyuan armor glimmered, broke out with devour runes, and devoured the eternal sovereign attacks. Only 10% of the power of the attacks hit Yang Feng. "Go to hell!" Killing intent surged in his eyes, and Yang Feng rushed into the midst of the 12 eternal sovereigns, cast various powerful offensive secret methods, and unleashed attacks barreling towards the 12 eternal sovereigns. Yang Feng blasted apart and devoured the eternal sovereigns one after another. Among these eternal sovereigns, only Morningstar Lord can withstand Yang Feng's attacks. But every time he flew over, he was blown away by Yang Feng's punch. Working his way from weakest to strongest, Yang Feng blew to pieces and devoured the eternal sovereigns subordinated to Morningstar Lord. As he watched the eternal sovereigns subordinated to him die, Morningstar Lord's eyes widened from anger, and he shouted, "Shadow Lord, if you don't step in, then I will take my people and leave this place immediately. The opportunities in this place will be left to Feng Eternal Sovereign." In an instant, a shadow appeared behind Yang Feng, silently turned into a dagger, and stabbing at Yang Feng's heart. At this moment, Ing emerged from the shadow behind Yang Feng and stabbed at Shadow Lord with the lance of the ruler. A lance and dagger intertwined as the 2 most formidable eternal sovereign assassins faced each other. A terrible force erupted, and Ing was blasted away. She slammed into a wall of the palace. Cracks appeared on her body, and blood spilled. With the support of large amounts of resources provided by Yang Feng, Ing has already evolved to the 2nd layer Eternal Realm. But she's still not on the same level as the 4th layer Eternal Realm Shadow Lord. All she could do was block Shadow Lord's attack. "Shadow Lord, you finally came out to die. I was waiting for you. I won't be able to be at ease if you don't die." A fierce color streaked across Yang Feng's eyes. All of a sudden, a boundless torrent of time emerged, swept the void, and locked time. When he was swept by the torrent of time, Shadow Lord looked like he was in slow motion. Yang Feng extended his hand towards Shadow Lord, and his hand broke out with countless devour runes. There was a vicious flash in Morningstar Lord's eyes, and he brandished the Starslayer sword. The Starslayer sword surged with endless starlight and stabbed towards Yang Feng. The remaining 6 eternal sovereigns also unleashed various offensive secret methods and attacked Yang Feng. If Yang Feng insists on killing Shadow Lord, he will be killed by the joint attack of Morningstar Lord and them. Nevertheless, Yang Feng's hand continued to shoot towards Shadow Lord. "You want to kill me? You don't have the skill to do that." Shadow Lord spoke in an icy voice, and an eternal grade secret treasure, Shadow Bead, emanated twisting aura appeared. Endless shadow force emerged from the Shadow Bead and formed a shadow barrier with 36 layers. The Shadow Bead is an eternal grade treasure that Shadow Lord made from the remains of a 9th layer eternal sovereign who walked the shadow path just like him. It possesses infinite power and has saved Shadow Lord who knows how many times. When Yang Feng's hand stabbed into the shadow barrier with 36 layers, Layers of twisting shadows shrouded his right hand and contended against his devour force, forcibly blocking his hand. The Stars Layer sword in Morningstar Lord's hand pierced through a body protection black hole and stabbed Yang Feng in the back, and lodged into his body, and tremendous star force surged and turned into countless seal runes that filled Yang Feng's body. The attacks of the 6 Eternal Sovereigns hit Yang Feng in an instant, causing him to spit out blood. "No, you will be the one sealed today." As blood flowed from the corners of his mouth, Yang Feng showed a strange smile. Visit freewebnov.com for the best novel reading experience. Ling emerged from the void and brandished the whip of the ruler, and the whip of the ruler blasted the head of Shadow Lord apart. Terrible force broke out and shattered the Shadow Lord's body. A devour black hole emerged and directly swallowed Shadow Lord together with the shadow bead. "No! Don't seal me! Kill me!" Countless seal runes appeared. Under Shadow Lord's horrified gaze, he was cut and sealed. "It's your turn." After sealing Shadowlong, Yang Feng turned around and slammed his hands into 2 Eternal Sovereigns, and the 2 Eternal Sovereigns disintegrated. Seal runes appeared and sealed the 2 Eternal Sovereigns. "Withdraw." Morningstar Lord glanced at the 4 crystals with a reluctant shade in his eyes, and then flew towards the outside decisively. The figures of the other 4 Eternal Sovereigns fluttered, and they turned into 4 streams of light and escaped towards the outside. "Everyone else can escape, but you, Morningstar Lord, you must die." With an icy look in his eyes, Yang Feng trod on a torrent of time, appeared in front of the Morningstar Lord in one step, and unleashed a punch, and various visions such as stars, moons, suns collapsing and time reversing appeared and shot towards Morningstar Lord. "Feng, Eternal Sovereign, since you're being so overbearing, then let's die together." With a ferocious gleam in his eyes, Morningstar Lord bellowed, broke out with star runes, and madly combusted his eternal origin and channeled it into the Stars Layer sword. "Die together? You're a step too slow." Yang Feng smiled coldly and pointed with his hand, and a torrent of time surged towards Morningstar Lord. Morningstar Lord trembled as time distorted and fell into chaos for a split second. "Die!" At this moment, Yang Feng appeared in front of Morningstar Lord and stabbed his hand into the other party's body, and countless runes erupted and began to seal the other party. Morningstar Lord shouted, a look of fear in his eyes. "Stop! Let me go! Feng, Eternal Sovereign, I was wrong. As long as you let me go, I will give you all my treasures." "No need. I'll take the treasures of you guys of Taixuan Firmament myself." Yang Feng's eyes shimmered coldly. Countless runes fluttered and turned into seal runes that wrapped around Morningstar Lord. Morningstar Lord trembled, and then shrunk and turned into a sphere of light that fell into Yang Feng's hand. "Fortunately, I have advanced to the 4th layer Eternal Realm. Otherwise, this battle would have been troublesome. If I wasn't careful, I would have died at the hands of Morningstar Lord and Shadow Lord. However, this battle came with great harvest. Ing, this is for you." Yang Feng raised the corners of his mouth and flicked his finger, and the Eternal Grade's secret treasure, Shadow Bead, turned into a stream of light and flew into Ying's hand. "Thank you, Lord." With an ecstatic look on her face, Ing grabbed the shadow bead and swallowed it. Countless mysterious shadow runes appeared on Ing, making her aura rise and become more and more powerful. The direction of Ying's evolution is that of assassination and shadow. The shadow bead is a most suitable treasure for her. Now that she got the shadow bead, her strength will be greatly upgraded. Chapter 1453, Big Shots Fall. Chapter 1453, Big Shots Fall. Ling stood quietly aside and watched this scene with envy. Among the several kings of rulers, Ling has always been the favorite of Yang Feng. She consumed the most natural resources, and her combat power was far higher than that of other kings of rulers. But once Ling completely refines the shadow bead, her strength will undergo shocking changes, and she will leap into the 4th layer Eternal Realm or higher. Yang Feng turned around and returned to the palace. After he unleashed several attacks in a row, the barrier around the 4 crystals collapsed, and he seized the crystals. A crystal directly cracked, and an eternal heavenly art, Sky Star heavenly art, appeared in Yang Feng's Sea of Knowledge. What a wonderful eternal heavenly art! This is an eternal heavenly art that can be cultivated to the 8th layer eternal realm. Unfortunately, much like Gu Taili's eternal heavenly art, there is a method hidden in this eternal heavenly art that can enable Skystar Lord to resurrect. Yang Feng's eyes lit up and revealed the color of excitement. Follow current novels on fguyuyobinovel.com. The more and more powerful eternal heavenly arts he collects, the better Yang Feng can deduce his own eternal heavenly art. What is this? Yang Feng grabbed a crystal and scanned it with his tremendous soul force. Yet he didn't get any information. Ling looked at this crystal, and her beautiful eyes flickered with excitement. Lord, please give me this crystal. This crystal can allow me to evolve again. Yang Feng smiled and threw the crystal to Ling. Okay, this is yours. Ling is the king of rulers under Yang Feng with the greatest potential. Although she doesn't know what the crystal is, but by relying on her evolution instinct, she felt that it is great for her evolution. With the shade of joy in her eyes, Ling firmly held the crystal in her hand. Yet she didn't refine it immediately. Since there are still many eternal sovereigns in Skystar Lord's relic site, Ling must preserve her perfect condition. Ing is determined to surpass Ling. When she obtained the shadow bead, she integrated it into her body in the first moments. Anyway, she can use the power of the shadow bead at will. Mechanical threads emerged from Yang Feng's hand, wound around a crystal, and fused with it. A sense of satisfaction transmitted from the Xuyuan armor. Yang Feng smiled and held the last crystal in his hand. The crystal glimmered, and a set of dimensional coordinates entered Yang Feng's Sea of Knowledge. Dimensional coordinates? This is the coordinates of another universe. It seems that Skystar Lord wanted to shed the domain's shackles and engrave his eternal imprint in another universe. This should be the universe he found for himself. Yang Feng looked at the set of dimensional coordinates and mused. The eternal imprint engraved in Eternal World's domain can enable the eternal sovereigns use the power of a domain to better protect the domain. But once the domain is broken, they will be at the mercy of other eternal sovereigns. If the eternal imprint is placed in another universe, unless an eternal sovereign king steps in, there is no way to truly kill an eternal sovereign. Some 9th-layer eternal sovereigns can mobilize the power of the universe in their universe to contend against even eternal sovereign king realm powerhouses. Feng Eternal Sovereign. A 3rd-layer eternal sovereign with an octopus head and dragon body appeared on the star tower, and then his countenance changed greatly. You're out of luck. Go to hell. Yang Feng took a step, appeared in front of the eternal sovereign in a flash, unleashed a punch, blasted the other party apart, and devoured him. With a cold flash in his eyes, Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he disappeared. He began to hunt the eternal sovereigns of Taixuan Firmament in the star tower. These eternal sovereigns are mobile treasuries. By devouring them, Yang Feng can continue to evolve rapidly. 7 days later, Taixuan Firmament, Shadow Domain. Break! Along with a surge of ripples, Yang Feng emerged from the void and waved his hand, and a huge interstellar fleet appeared. A rain of beams shot towards the stars outside Shadow Domain. Huge explosions rang incessantly and stars fell like rain. Yang Feng took a step and arrived above the Shadow Shrine in the center of Shadow Domain. Yang Feng extended his hand, countless runes glimmered, and Shadow Lord was unsealed and appeared in front of him. FreeObnul.com. Shadow Domain. No. Feng Eternal Sovereign. Don't kill me. I will make an oath and serve you. Don't kill me. I'm a top assassin and can kill 5th-layer Eternal Sovereigns. Don't kill me. I implore you. When Shadow Lord appeared, he scanned with his tremendous soul force, his face drained of blood, and he begged. If I kill you, I can get a stronger and more loyal assassin. Yang Feng smiled coldly and stabbed his hand into Shadow Lord. Countless runes shone, and Yang Feng pulled out an eternal imprint from Shadow Lord and crushed it directly. No! Shadow Lord screamed miserably, and then his eyes turned dull and he died. Ing jumped out from a shadow behind Yang Feng. Yang Feng pointed with his hand, and Shadow Lord's eternal true spirit flowed into Ing. The whole Feishing firmament trembled slightly. An eternal star fell in the sky. Idols of Shadow Lord in many domains collapsed, and the countless believers of Shadow Lord surged with fear and sorrow welled and lost their extraordinary force. Shadow Lord has fallen. It was Feng Eternal Sovereign. What a ferocious Eternal Sovereign. It's the Feng Eternal Sovereign who killed more than 60% of Eternal Sovereigns of our Feishing firmament in Sky Star Lord's secret realm. There was a flash of horror in the eyes of the Eternal Sovereigns of Feishing firmament. Even in the 10 sacred firmaments, the 3 big shots of Feishing firmament, who are 4th-layer Eternal Sovereigns, can become elders of many great forces. The fall of such a powerhouse shocked the whole Feishing firmament. In Shadow Domain, a black ray flew towards the outside. Want to escape? You should die as well. With a cold look in his eyes, Yang Feng took a step, appeared in front of the black ray, and stabbed the figure in the black ray with his hand. Stop! Give me a way to survive. I will agree to any demand you have. The beautiful eyes of Shadow Lord's wife revealed a wretched shade, and she shrieked. With an expressionless look on his face, Yang Feng dug out an eternal imprint and crushed it. An eternal true spirit flowed into Ing. A devour black hole surged, drew the body of Shadow Lord's wife inside, and devoured her life origin. Yang Feng scanned Shadow Domain with his tremendous soul force. When he ascertained that there are no other Eternal Sovereigns in this place, he pointed with his hand, and a huge fleet appeared. A swarm of battle robots gushed out like a tide and rooted out the remaining forces of Shadow Lord. Yang Feng extended his hand, and his hand evolved into a giant hand, stabbed into the Shadow Shrines, dug out Shadow Lord's treasury, and tossed into his great world. It's time to go to the next place. Yang Feng's eyes flickered with an enigmatic shade, and he blurred, turned into specks of light, and disappeared. Morningstar Domain. Countless stars fell. A swarm of battle robots fought with the armies of Morningstar Domain. Yang Feng stabbed his hand into Morningstar Lord and dug out the other party's eternal imprint. Morningstar Lord's eyes shimmered with fear, and he shouted, "Stop! Feng Eternal Sovereign. I am a member of the Star Alliance. If you kill me, the Star Alliance won't let you get away with it." Star Alliance? If they come and provoke me, I will destroy them, and make them become stepping stones on my eternal path. Yang Feng crushed Morningstar Lord's eternal imprint with an expressionless look on his face. Countless mysterious runes appeared and sealed Morningstar Lord's eternal true spirit and eternal imprint. A star fell, blood rained down from the sky, and idols collapsed. Visions appeared in Feishing firmament once more. Morningstar Lord has fallen. How could this be? Feng Eternal Sovereign took down Morningstar Lord. When they saw the visions representing the death of Morningstar Lord, a chill welled up inside the Eternal Sovereigns of Feishing firmament. Bear Domain. Feng Eternal Sovereign is really vicious. He's even more vicious than me. If he tries to kill me in Bear Domain, then what do I do? 9 Dire Bear watched the visions in the star sky representing the death of an Eternal Sovereign, and a chill ran down his spine. In addition to the 2 big shots, the Eternal Sovereigns who competed with Yang Feng for opportunities and failed were also killed mercilessly, and their eternal true spirits were devoured. The domains of these Eternal Sovereigns were plundered by Yang Feng as well. Wherever Yang Feng's mechanical army passed, Eternal Sovereigns trembled in their boots and closed their domains, not daring to oppose Yang Feng. After plundering a large portion of Feishing Firmament's resources in a short time, Yang Feng disappeared from Feishing Firmament with his mechanical army. Sangji Plain. In a huge laboratory, Yang Feng stepped forward, appeared in the laboratory, and said faintly, "Xingji! Greetings, Lord." Along with flashes of starlight, Xingji appeared in front of Yang Feng, and her beautiful eyes glimmered. "I came to bestow you power and let you advance to the eternal realm." Yang Feng smiled and flicked his finger, and a Kunmo stone flew into Xingji's hand. In Eternal World, Kunmo stone is a precious resource for refining eternal-grade secret treasures. Yang Feng found 3 Kunmo stones in the treasuries of Morningstar Lord and Shadow Lord. Chapter 1454. Three Kings of Rulers Advance. Chapter 1454. Three Kings of Rulers Advance. Thank you, Lord. There was a flash of ecstasy in Xingji's eyes. Ripples surged, and a huge level 7 stronghold appeared directly. Her figure fluttered, and she jumped into the level 7 stronghold. The level 7 stronghold glimmered, surged with runes, and began to evolve into a level 8 stronghold. Yang Feng waved his hand, and countless resources plundered from Eternal World flew out and poured into the level 7 stronghold. A mysterious rune slowly appeared in the level 7 stronghold. Countless lights shone, and the level 7 stronghold began to evolve slowly. Time elapsed and 3 years passed quickly. Yang Feng looked at the level 8 stronghold forming slowly, with a peculiar shade in his eye, and waved his hand. And the sealed eternal true spirit and eternal origin of Morningstar Lord flowed into the level 8 stronghold. The level 8 stronghold absorbed the eternal true spirit and eternal origin of Morningstar Lord, and then burst out with bright light. Within hundreds of millions of light-years of the Zhangji Plain, energy storms surged, and a terrifying energy whirlpool appeared above the level 8 stronghold. His Majesty Feng, Eternal Sovereign, has refined another eternal grade treasure. I see. When the Holies and Empyreans sensed the fearsome energy whirlpool appear above the headquarters of Devour Imperial Court, they were very calm. Thank you for granting me power, Lord. The level 8 stronghold opened, and Xingji walked out of the level 8 stronghold and knelt on one knee in front of Yang Feng, her beautiful eyes shining brightly. Yang Feng glanced at Xingji, a satisfied glimmer in his eyes. Great! You're now comparable to a 4th-layer Eternal Sovereign. It was worth it to spend so much resources to cultivate you. Feishing Firmament is an intermediate firmament and has countless precious resources. Yang Feng not only gave Xingji the eternal true spirit and eternal origin of Morningstar Lord, but also gave her countless natural resources. Only then was she able to evolve into a 4th-layer eternal realm being in one go. Now it's their turn. Teleportation light enveloped Yang Feng and sent him to a huge laboratory. In the huge laboratory, there is a level 8 stronghold as dark as ink, looking like it's shrouded in shadows. Yang Feng pointed with his hand, and fearsome eternal soul force flowed into the level 8 stronghold. The level 8 stronghold glimmered, and a rune appeared on it. Within hundreds of millions of light-years, terrible energy storms have been set off again, forming a huge energy whirlpool. His Majesty Feng, Eternal Sovereign, has refined another eternal grade treasure. Eternal grade treasure. They will soon become as common as cabbage. On the magic network, human warlocks chatted with each other, no longer wondering at such a thing. The other race powerhouses were silent, as if a mountain was pressing against their chest. Every time Yang Feng refines an eternal grade treasure, it means that the human race has gained another reserve in the world of warlocks. If Yang Feng dies one day, the eternal grade treasures he will leave behind will be enough for the human race to have a foothold in the world of warlocks and even proclaim itself as the hegemon. Black light shone, and the level 8 stronghold shrouded in shadows opened. With a smile on her lips, Ying, dressed in a black evening dress, walked out of the level 8 stronghold with elegant steps, knelt in front of Yang Feng, and said respectfully, "Greetings, Lord." Yang Feng took a look at Ying and showed a satisfied smile. "Pretty good. Your strength has reached the 4th-layer eternal realm." Along with a surge of ripples, Xingji appeared beside Yang Feng and emanated 4th-layer eternal realm might, silently displaying her strength to Ying. After Ying got up, she smiled sweetly and said, "Lord, please allow me to advance to the 5th-layer eternal realm." Yang Feng responded, "Okay." Ying smiled, her beautiful eyes glimmered, and a bead appeared on her forehead. Boundless eternal fluctuations spread to the entire universe. Outer layer of a 3rd-grade plane, within a divine country, Shadow Divine Country. A black light fell down from the sky, landed in the Shadow Divine Country, and condensed into Ying's figure, and then walked towards the Master of Shadows in the center of the Shadow Divine Country. Countless shadow assassins jumped out of the shadows and stabbed at Ying with daggers. Die! Follow current novels on freewabove.com. Ying pointed with her hand, and the essence of shadows surged. The many shadow assassins have just gotten close to her, when they shattered into pure divine force that flowed into her body. Who are you? Why have you come to my shadow divine country? Shadow light flashed, and the master of shadows, wearing a gray robe and holding a dagger, emerged from the void, stared at Ying, and spoke coldly. Ying responded with a bright smile. I'm naturally here to kill you and extract your shadow origin. From today on, there will be only one person in the universe who grasps shadow origin, and that is me. What great confidence! Since you dared to barge into my shadow divine country, go to hell. The master of shadows suddenly smiled strangely. A shadow emerged from behind Ying, integrated with a dagger, and stabbed at Ying's heart. The master of shadows is a strong divine force rank powerhouse. In the shadow divine country, he can kill even a warlock monarch rank powerhouse. It's no use. After all, I'm an eternal realm powerhouse. Ying smiled and let the master of shadows stab her with a dagger, and then lightly touched the other party's forehead with her hand. The face of the master of shadows flashed with horror, and he trembled and collapsed into powder. Almost at the same time, Ying appeared in different shadow divine countries, killed the respective gods of shadows, and absorbed their law of shadows. When the last god of shadows of the world of warlocks died, an energy storm surged within hundreds of thousands of light-years of Zhangji Plain and turned into a beam that flowed into Ying. Ying's aura rose in an instant, and she made a breakthrough and advanced to the 5th layer eternal realm. Xingji's pretty face sank slightly when she saw this, and she snorted coldly and stayed silent. Ying smiled brightly and tried to provoke Xingji. All of a sudden, her eye constricted, and she looked to a side. In the world of warlocks, within hundreds of millions of light-years, terrible storms rose and turned into a resplendent energy beam that flowed into Ling's stronghold. His Majesty has refined another eternal grade treasure. This is an eternal grade treasure advancing. Settle down. This is no longer anything strange. On the magic network, human warlocks teased each other. 1 day, 2 days, 10 days, 1 year, 10 years. Energy storms raged in the entire universe for 10 years. During that period, the energy beam never stopped to flow into Ling's level 8 stronghold. Yang Feng stood in front of Ling's level 8 stronghold and silently threw all kinds of resources plundered from Eternal World towards the stronghold. 10 years later, the whirlpool of energy shrouding Zhangji Plain finally dissipated. It finally disappeared. It's been 10 years. This vision has lasted 10 years. It's really incredible. This eternal grade treasure has surpassed all other treasures. On the magic network, human warlocks talked excitedly. Primal Chaos Mother Spider looked at the dissipating energy whirlpool and said with a wry smile, "It's really hopeless. Ordinary eternal grade treasures can trigger visions that only last a few days. But the vision Ling triggered during her advancement lasted 10 years. Her power in beyond the imagination of other powerhouses." In the laboratory, the level 8 stronghold opened. A burst of mist emerged, and the valiant Ling walked out of the level 8 stronghold, a domineering gleam in her pretty eyes. She smiled charmingly at Yang Feng and uttered, "Greetings, Lord. 6th layer devour heavenly art, deduction complete." Xuyuan.com. A notification welled up in Yang Feng's sea of knowledge, and the devour heavenly arts cultivation secret methods and crucial points emerged. After her advancement, Ling's computing power has undergone earth-shaking changes. At this time, even if the computing power of Ying, Xingji, and Ziji are added together, it's still far from being a match to Ling's computing power. After absorbing the mysterious crystal, Ling's evolution has exceeded Yang Feng's imagination. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with the shade of satisfaction. The eternal heavenly art has already been deduced. Now I only lack resources. As long as there are enough resources, I can advance to the 6th layer eternal realm. Bear Domain. Along with a flash of ripples, a huge interstellar fleet suddenly appeared outside Bear Domain, and beams slammed into the stars in Bear Domain's outer space and blasted them to pieces. Feng, Eternal Sovereign, you dare come to my territory and act wildly. Do you want to die here? 9 Direbear's projection followed 26 Beast Eternal Sovereign projections appeared in the void. The Eternal Sovereign projections looked at Yang Feng standing in front of the fleet with worry in their eyes. When Yang Feng was sweeping facing Firmament, in order to be on the safe side, he let 9 Direbear be. Due to his worry of Yang Feng, 9 Direbear recruited other Beast Eternal Sovereigns, and thus the number of his subordinates and allies swelled up to 26. Yang Feng glanced at the 27 Eternal Sovereigns and sneered, 9 Direbear, you can still submit, otherwise you will all die. 9 Direbear smiled frigidly and replied in provocation, the one who is going to die is you. If you have the guts, then come into Bear Domain and fight us. Chapter 1455. Sweeping Bear Domain. Chapter 1455. Sweeping Bear Domain. Okay, I'll enter your Bear Domain and kill you. Yang Feng's eyes flickered with killing intent, and he pointed with his hand. Strands of starlight force surged in the outer space, pulled stars from the sky, and dropped them towards Bear Domain. This is a supreme secret method for destroying a domain, falling stars. When the stars fall into Bear Domain, all its intelligent life forms will be killed. Feng Eternal Sovereign, that's really impressive. With a ferocious flash in his eyes, a black tortoise broke out with countless runes and drew the power of Bear Domain's mountains, and the tortoise shell on his back flew out and formed a huge shield. A huge green snake 10,000 meters in length belched green beams that swallowed one star after another. Eternal Sovereigns cast offensive secret methods, launched attacks at the sky, and destroyed the stars one after another. Lord, I will go kill them. With a fierce flash her eyes, Ling turned into a stream of light, flew into Bear Domain, and whipped the black tortoise's shell with the whip of the ruler. Boom! Along with a shocking blare, the shell on the back of the black tortoise collapsed, and then the whip of the ruler blasted the black tortoise apart. The whip of the ruler swept the fragments of black tortoise, forcefully extracted his eternal imprint, and crushed it. No! With a flash of despair in his eyes, the black tortoise issued a miserable scream, and then turned into a corpse. A star fell, blood poured down from the sky, all living things became sad, and other visions appeared in facing Firmament. An Eternal has fallen. This is Feng Eternal Sovereign's doing. He is attacking Bear Domain. That's a domain of a 4th layer Eternal Realm powerhouse. He's actually attacking such a place. Inside Bear Domain, 9 Direbear can contend against even 6th layer Eternal Sovereigns. To dare attack Bear Domain, he's courting death. The visions representing the death of an Eternal Sovereigns attracted the attention of countless powerhouses of facing Firmament. The Eternal Sovereigns cast various secret methods to spy on the goings-on in Bear Domain from across domains. Curses! Go ahead! Kill her! When 9 Direbear saw the black tortoise die, he became furious and bellowed. The 25 Eternal Sovereigns cast offensive secret methods and lunged attacks at Ling. Ling's eyes turned cold. Ripples surged in the void, and 12 ruler saints appeared abruptly. Countless mysterious runes shone, and the 12 ruler saints broke out with 4th layer Eternal Realm aura and attacked the 25 Eternal Sovereigns. 4th layer Eternal Sovereigns. How can this be? How come there are so many 4th layer Eternal Sovereigns? With the flash of a sword ray, the eyes of the green snake with a horn shimmered with horror, and he was sliced into countless pieces. The whip of the ruler surged, pulled out an eternal imprint from the green snake with a horn, and crashed it, and then surged with devour runes and devoured the eternal imprint. Under the attacks of Ling and the 12 ruler saints, the enemy Eternal Sovereigns were blasted apart one after another. Feng Eternal Sovereign, you damned thing! 9 Direbear howled and took out a white bone scepter, a ferocious glimmer in his eyes. When the white bone scepter appeared, the power of the whole Bear Domain converged here. At the Bear Shrine, the earth cracked, and a 100,000 kilometers tall bear skeleton with a domineering aura appeared. The bear skeleton emanated 7th layer Eternal Realm fluctuations of power. The bear skeleton is a treasure 9 Direbear obtained during an adventure. It is the complete skeleton of a 7th layer Eternal Realm sky bear. This is 9 Direbear's final trump card. In order to maintain the eternal force of the 7th layer Eternal Realm Skybear skeleton, 9 Direbear has to spend a large number of Eternal Origin Stones every year. FreeWebVL.com. 30% of Bear Domain's output is absorbed by the Bear skeleton every year to maintain its eternal spirit. So this is your trump card. It's pretty good. Unfortunately, you yourself are too weak. Go to hell. A torrent of time appeared in front of 9 Direbear, and Yang Feng emerged from the torrent of time, cast the Devour Heavenly Art, and sent a fist barreling towards 9 Direbear, a fierce gleam in his eyes. Countless Devour runes emerged and condensed into a fearsome spike that barreled towards 9 Direbear. Although the 7th layer Eternal Realm Bear skeleton is extremely powerful, but it is only a skeleton after all. It has a limited supply of 7th layer power and is fairly slow. 9 Dire Millstone. 9 Direbear's eyes glimmered, and he extracted the power of the entire bear domain and unleashed a punch. 9 tyrannical bear projections appeared abruptly, integrated into one, and formed an unmatched bear that suppressed the world. With a tyrannical flicker in its eyes, the 10,000-meter-tall, unmatched bear formed from the power of an entire domain swung its paw at Yang Feng. Along with an earth-shaking blare, the unmatched bear formed from the power of an entire domain was pierced by the Devour Heavenly Art's Devour Heavenly Spike. The unmatched bear issued an earth-shaking roar, blurred, and exploded directly. The terrible explosion spread in all directions and blasted Yang Feng and 9 Direbear away. Ha ha! Feng, Eternal Sovereign. You can't kill me in bear domain. With a carefree shade in his eyes, 9 Direbear spat out blood and laughed uproariously. Eternal force surged inside him and healed his injuries in an instant. Although 9 Direbear is a 4th layer Eternal Sovereign. But in his domain, even 6th layer Eternal Sovereigns can't kill him. Yang Feng raised the corners of his mouth into a mocking smile. Really? It's a pity. But you're going to die. When he saw this, an indistinct premonition welled up inside 9 Direbear. A string of afterimages flashed. Almost in an instant, the lance of the ruler pierced through 9 Direbear's magic shields and stabbed him in the heart. Countless shadow runes appeared, pervaded 9 Direbear, and eroded him. 9 Direbear, you dare speak to my lord disrespectfully. Go to hell. Standing behind 9 Direbear, the gorgeous Ing smiled and spoke thusly. No! There was a flash of despair in the eyes of 9 Direbear, and he roared and swung his paws towards Ing. As long as he launches the 7th layer Eternal Realm Bear skeleton, 9 Direbear may be able to defeat Yang Feng and his Mechanical Legion. But all his hopes were pierced by Ying's spear. Yang Feng appeared in front of 9 Direbear in a blink of an eye, stabbed his hand into the other party's body, and pulled out an eternal imprint. Feng, Eternal Sovereign, don't kill me. Spare me. I will serve you. I will submit to you and serve you. Spare me. When 9 Direbear saw his eternal imprint being buelled out, his eyes flickered with despair, and he howled. Everyone else can live, but you must die. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a murderous intent, and he sneered and crushed 9 Direbear's eternal imprint. No! With a glimmer of despair in his eyes, 9 Direbear unleashed a scream, and then his eyes glazed over, and he turned into a corpse. If you submit and swear to serve me forever, then I'll spare you. Yang Feng looked at the Eternal Sovereigns fighting Ling and uttered icily. Now that 9 Direbear has fallen, faced against Ling and Yang Feng, these Eternal Sovereigns will surely be wiped out. However, if the dozen-plus Eternal Sovereigns are backed into a corner, if they combust their eternal imprint and launch a shocking attack, they can make Yang Feng eat great losses. You killed our lord, invaded our domain, and now you want us to submit and serve you, your delusion. I'll take you down with me. With a vicious gleam in his eyes, a monkey Eternal Sovereign began to combust his eternal imprint, and vast force filled his body. Visit freeobnul.com for the best novel reading experience. You're a step too late. Accompanied by a melodic laughter, the lance of the ruler stabbed the monkey Eternal Sovereigns in the heart, and countless shadow runes appeared and sealed the eternal force of the monkey Eternal Sovereign. The whip of the ruler emerged abruptly, whipped the head of the monkey eternal sovereign, blasted him apart, and then pulled out his eternal imprint and crushed it. I, Feimong Lord, wish to surrender. Upon seeing the monkey second layer eternal sovereign fall, the eyes of the remaining 14 eternal sovereigns flickered with fear. They hesitated for a moment, and then chose to surrender. Among the 14 eternal sovereigns, there are eternal sovereigns who don't belong to Bear Domain. After they are killed here, they are worried that Yang Feng will go their domains and truly kill them. Chapter 1456. Infiltration. Chapter 1456. Infiltration. Eternal sovereigns of Feishing Firmament, the Great Feng Eternal Sovereign will hold a 1000th birthday banquet. Prepare to celebrate the birthday of the Great Feng Eternal Sovereign. Otherwise, you will be killed. Right. Remember to bring your treasures and present your 3 most precious treasures during the birthday celebration. Within 100,000 years, there won't be a second birthday celebration. A lion-like eternal sovereign shouted, and terrifying sound waves spread in all directions. Birthday celebration? Feng Eternal Sovereign is asking us for resources. What should I do? If I don't go, I'm afraid I will be trampled. Now that the 3 big shots, 9 Dire Bear, Morning Star Lord and Shadow Lord, have died, no one in Feishing Firmament can contend against him. 9 Dire Bear had hidden in Bear Domain, yet he was still slayed by Feng Eternal Sovereign. We can't fight him. Fortunately, it's only once in 100,000 years. It's still bearable. Powerful eternal wills reverberate in Feishing Firmament. In the end, helplessness welled up inside the eternal sovereigns. A few days later, Yang Feng held a grand birthday banquet in Bear Domain. The eternal sovereigns of Feishing Firmament attended the birthday banquet and offered the most precious treasures they had. After plundering resources of Feishing Firmament under the guise of a birthday banquet, Yang Feng left the eternal sovereigns of Feishing Firmament that submitted to him in Feishing Firmament, and then left Feishing Firmament with Ling and his main forces. So this is the Firmament Crystal Wall of Boda Sacred Firmament. 1 month later, at the junction of the Greater Firmament, Guangshan Firmament, and Boda Sacred Firmament, Yang Feng looked at the bright Firmament Crystal Wall in the distance with shock in his eyes. Boda Sacred Firmament is located above Guangshan Firmament, and the Firmament Crystal Wall separating the two is incomparably bright. Every piece of the Firmament Crystal Wall emits eternal aura. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a solemn color, and he said in a deep voice, "Magic Note Lord, can you crack this Firmament Crystal Wall?" By relying on the shuttle refined by Magic Note Lord, Yang Feng passed through one Firmament Crystal Wall after another, and finally arrived in front of the Firmament Crystal Wall of Boda Sacred Firmament. Magic Note Lord replied straightforwardly, "I'm not sure. After all, this is a sacred Firmament Crystal Wall. Only 9th layer eternal sovereigns can enter this Firmament Crystal Wall with their body. Apart from that, you must have a special shuttle or secret treasure. My alchemy hasn't reached that level yet. If I study here for hundreds of thousands of years, maybe I will be able to refine a shuttle that can cross this Firmament Crystal Wall." The Firmament Crystal Walls of the 10 sacred firmaments are a precipice that has trapped countless prodigies. Many eternal sovereigns who desire to enter the 10 sacred firmaments to cultivate and seek a path leading to the eternal sovereign king realm were blocked by these Firmament Crystal Walls. In Eternal World, any place can cultivate 9th layer eternal sovereigns. However, to advance to the eternal sovereign king realm, or the legendary eternal sovereign god emperor realm, only the 10 sacred firmaments contain the opportunities to achieve that. It seems that we can only take our time. Yang Feng frowned and disappeared. Guangshan Firmament, Xuanhuan Domain, in the rear garden of a luxury villa. Ripples surged, and Moonflower Fairy walked out of the void and arrived next to Yang Feng. "Lord," Yang Feng asked indifferently, "what about the thing I entrusted you to do?" Moonflower Fairy responded, "Lord, in Guangshan Firmament, only a single force, brilliance of Xuanhuan, has the qualifications to enter Boda Sacred Firmament. In a month, the young master of the brilliance of Xuanhuan will return to Boda Sacred Firmament with 300 eternal sovereign servants. In fact, the brilliance of Xuanhuan is a large force of Boda Sacred Firmament. The brilliance of Xuanhuan in Guangshan Firmament is only one of its branches. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with an enigmatic shade, and he said slowly, 300 eternal sovereign servants. In the 10 sacred firmaments, eternal sovereigns are common, while Empyrean can be seen everywhere. Each eternal sovereign is a peerless prodigy and a terrifying being of a universe. However, the Xuanhuan young master has 300 eternal sovereign servants. That is simply outrageous. Yang Feng uttered flatly. Then proceed to the next step. Moonflower Fairy replied respectfully. Yes, Lord. Xuanhuan Domains Number 1 Brothel. Fragrant Moon Brothel. In the Fragrant Moon Brothel, there are countless dashing men and beautiful women. With enough eternal origin stones and eternal origin energy pools, you can spend a wonderful night even with eternal realm dashing men and beautiful women. Moonflower Fairy strode into Fragrant Moon Brothel, and first layer eternal realm fluctuations of power diffused from her. In an instant, 2 second layer eternal realm auras welled up inside the Fragrant Moon Brothel and locked on Moonflower Fairy. Along with a flash of ripples, a burly, handsome man with blonde hair and blue eyes emerged in the Fragrant Moon Brothel and asked with a light smile, Younger sister, I'm Owen. What brings you to the Fragrant Moon Brothel? Moonflower Fairy smiled sweetly and tossed tens of thousands of eternal origin stones towards Owen. Hello, Owen. I am Bailan. I came to meet Sir Luada. I wish to become one of the 300 eternal sovereign servants of Xuanhuan Young Master and enter Boda Sacred Firmament. Owen's eyes flashed with an enigmatic shade, and he invited, Please come in and wait a moment. Moonflower Fairy smiled calmly, walked into the Fragrant Moon Brothel, and went to a room. Not long after, a handsome young man with blonde hair, a dragon horn on the head, a proud expression, and a black cloak walked into the room, sat opposite of Moonflower Fairy, and uttered, a flash of derision in his eyes. Bailan, I heard you want to be one of the servants of our young master and enter Boda Sacred Firmament. Moonflower Fairy smiled and flicked her finger, and a space ring flew into Luada's hand. That's right. Please help me, Sir Luada. This is a level 4 Eternal Origin Energy Pool. Please accept it. Eternal Origin Energy Pools are divided into levels. A level 1 Eternal Origin Energy Pool can enable a first-layer Eternal Sovereign to be reborn, while a level 9 Eternal Origin Energy Pool can enable a 9th-layer Eternal Sovereign to be reborn. The level 4 Eternal Origin Energy Pool is a treasure Yang Feng refined after he plundered Feishing Firmament. He only has 3 such pools. Level 4 Eternal Origin Energy Pool. Luada's eyes flashed. He is only a 3rd-layer Eternal Sovereign. With the level 4 Eternal Origin Energy Pool, he can be resurrected 10 times. Luada put the level 4 Eternal Origin Energy Pool away, glanced at Moonflower Fairy, and said solemnly, a gleam of derision in his eyes, Okay, I will help you talk to the young master. Fool, I'm just a servant of the young master. I don't have the ability to let you become a servant of the young master. Luada's eyes flashed with the shade of ridicule, and he looked at Moonflower Fairy as if she were a fool. Freebnovel.cm. Who knows how many eternal sovereigns are eager to enter Boda Sacred Firmament to look for opportunities. Back in the day, Luada also exhausted countless resources and actively sold himself to serve Xuanhuan Young Master for 100 million years. Only then did he become a servant of the Xuanhuan Young Master. He naturally doesn't have the ability to make Moonflower Fairy become a servant of Xuanhuan Young Master. In an instant, along with a string of afterimages, the lance of the ruler stabbed Luada like a poisonous dragon, and countless runes appeared and flowed into Luada. Fearsome shadow runes appeared, easily smashed Luada's resistance, and directly sealed and suppressed him. Along with a surge of ripple, Yang Feng appeared in front of Luada and spread the fingers of his hand, and countless runes appeared, flowed into Luada, and sealed him. He tossed Luada into a jade box. The Shishan armor on Yang Feng distorted, and he directly changed into Luada with the same soul fluctuations. Moonflower Fairy's eyes flickered with astonishment. Awesome! It's exactly the same. As an eternal sovereign, Moonflower Fairy is incredibly powerful, and can easily seen through many illusions and disguises. Although Yang Feng changed into Luoda right before her eyes, but in her perception, his eternal fluctuations and soul aura are identical. Simply unbelievable. Ying smiled sweetly, retracted her aura, and leaped into the shadow behind Yang Feng. Hee hee. Little beauty. These resources aren't enough. Tell you what, if you become my servant for 10,000 years, I will help you become a servant of the young master. Yang Feng suddenly smiled frivolously and uttered words full of malice. As if a beautiful top actress, Moonflower Fairy gritted her teeth and said in reply, 10,000 years? Absolutely not. In that case, return me my eternal origin energy pool. Yang Feng grinned and said, since you don't want to accompany me, then take a hike. Otherwise, if you don't leave, you can just stay in Fragrant Moon Brothel permanently. Okay, I'll go. With a look of unwillingness on her face, Moonflower Fairy clenched her teeth, and then got up and walked away. Sir Luoda, congratulations on shearing another fat sheep. Ripples surged, and Owen appeared in the room and spoke with a smile. Yang Feng waved his hand, and tens of thousands of eternal origin stones flowed into Owen's hand. This is yours. I'll take my leave first. Goodbye, sir. After leaving the Fragrant Moon Brothel, Yang Feng returned to the territory of the brilliance of Xuanhuan. Although Luoda is a servant of Xuanhuan Young Master, but as a third-layer eternal sovereign, he has his own palace and servants in the brilliance of Xuanhuan. The number of Empyreans who serve Luoda alone has reached 20, and the number of saints has reached 3,000. As he disguised himself as Luoda, Yang Feng hid in the brilliance of Xuanhuan, studied everything about Luoda, and quietly waited for the opportunity to enter Boda Sacred Firmament. Full W current novels on freewebnovel.com. Time elapsed and a month passed in a flash. Yang Feng and 299 eternal sovereigns gathered on a square. On the square, there is a 1,000-kilometer-long shuttle engraved with countless abstruse runes anchored. Chapter 1457, A Falling Out. Chapter 1457, A Falling Out. On the huge square, there are 300 eternal sovereigns, 30,000 Empyreans, and 1 million Holy Spirit warlocks. In the domains of lesser firmaments, Holy Spirit warlocks can become the overlords of a faction, while Empyreans can become the masters of a state. But in the 10 sacred firmaments, both Holies and Empyreans are just servants of major forces, low-level servants, to boot. Along with a flash of lights, a dashing young man shrouded in dazzling light, with long black hair appeared. Behind the young man, there are 2 men and 2 women. The 2 men have an ogre horn on the head and a ferocious face. The 2 women are devastatingly beautiful. 4th layer eternal realm fluctuations of power diffused from the 2 men and 2 women. They are clearly powerhouses who can become big shots in intermediate firmaments. Yang Feng's eyes constricted. So this is Xuanhuan Young Master. To be able to recruit 4th layer eternal sovereigns, his reserves are really profound. A 4th layer eternal sovereigns is fully capable of dominating a lesser firmament. Only eternal sovereigns of lesser firmaments who combust their eternal imprint, only they can serious injure a 4th layer eternal sovereign. Greetings, young master. The 300 eternal sovereigns bowed slightly and saluted Xuanhuan Young Master. The 30,000 Empyreans and 1 million Holy Spirit warlocks knelt on the ground and spoke respectfully. Depart. Xuanhuan Young Master walked onto a platform, glanced indifferently at the people in front of him, and then strode towards the shuttle. Only then did Yang Feng and the others enter the shuttle. The space inside the shuttle is extremely vast, even larger than the Earth. There are many exquisite palaces inside. Every eternal sovereign can occupy a palace and rest. Xuanhuan Young Master's personal attendants are eternal sovereigns. However, Luoda has followed Xuanhuan Young Master for less than 1,000 years. Although he has 3rd layer eternal realm cultivation base, but he is still not qualified to become a personal attendant of Xuanhuan Young Master. Yang Feng didn't care and quietly cultivated in a palace. A few days later, the shuttle came to the Firmament Crystal Wall of Boda Sacred Firmament. The shuttle glimmered, and an abstruse mark containing light emerged. A hole opened in the Firmament Crystal Wall, and the shuttle flew in. This is a passage mark bestowed by a 9th layer eternal sovereign of Boda Sacred Firmament. Without the passage mark, the shuttle basically wouldn't be able to enter. Aboard the shuttle, Yang Feng quietly watched this scene, a solemn flash in his eyes. Yang Feng originally intended to make use of the opportunity when entering Boda Sacred Firmament to find out the structure of the shuttle and refine a shuttle himself, so that he can travel freely through Eternal World. But when he saw the passage mark, Yang Feng realized that it was impossible. Even if he made an identical shuttle, he basically wouldn't be able to enter Boda Sacred Firmament. After crossing the Firmament Crystal Wall, an almost boundless star appeared in front of Yang Feng. The almost boundless star is the body of Boda Sacred Firmament. In addition to Boda Sacred Firmament, there are countless other stars with different clans. The shuttle turned into a stream of light and flew into Boda Sacred Firmament. After the shuttle flew into Boda Sacred Firmament, it stopped above a palace that extended without end. This content is taken from freowebnovel.com. Xuanhuan Young Master, this way please. A beautiful first-layer eternal sovereign appeared above the palace complex and spoke with a sweet smile. Xuanhuan Young Master and his 4 personal attendants walked out of the shuttle and followed the beautiful first-layer eternal sovereign into a palace. The shuttle came to a port and landed. So this is Boda Sacred Firmament. As expected of a sacred firmament, the concentration of life origin energy is extremely high. If you cultivate in this environment, you can easily become an Empyrean. Yang Feng stepped out of the port and took a deep breath, and his eyes flashed. The concentration of Boda Sacred Firmament's life origin energy is extremely high, far beyond Yang Feng's imagination. The concentration of Yanju Firmament's life origin energy is more than 100 times higher than that of Zhangji Plane. The concentration of Guangshan Firmament's life origin energy is more than 100 times higher than that of Yanju Firmament. The concentration of Boda Sacred Firmament's life origin energy is 10,000 times higher than that of Guangshan Firmament. This means that the concentration of Boda Sacred Firmament's life origin energy is 100 million times that of Zhangji Plane. In the center of Devour Imperial Court's headquarters on Zhangji Plane, Yang Feng set up a large array that can absorb the energy of Zhangji Plane. The concentration of energy in the array is the highest of the entire world of warlocks. However, it's still far from being a match to Boda Sacred Firmament in terms of concentration of life origin energy. No wonder eternal sovereigns want to enter Boda Sacred Firmament, even if they have to sell themselves into servitude. This is really a cultivation holy. There must be many great treasures here. Yang Feng's eyes lit up, and he looked around. Countless eternal nanoparticle robots floated away from him. The eternal nanoparticle robots were refined after Ling's evolution. They have various marvelous functions and can easily devour all kinds of barriers. A beautiful 4th-layer eternal sovereign attendant of Xuanhuan Young Master walked over, looked haughtily at the 300 eternal sovereigns and said slowly, Luada, Fujin, Jusan, Juling, and the young master has summoned you guys. Follow me. Yes. Young Lady Xingzhu. Yang Feng and the other 4 uttered respectfully. The beautiful 4th-layer eternal sovereign is called Xingzhu. She not only has 4th-layer eternal realm cultivation base, but is also one of Xuanhuan Young Master's favorite women. If she is offended, even eternal sovereigns will be killed. Yang Feng followed Xingzhu, passed through winding corridors, and arrived at a hall. On the throne in the hall, there sits a peerless beauty dressed in black, with black hair, an ogre horn on the head, and a sexy figure, emanating the aura of an older sister. This is Kongling Mountain's Kongling Fairy. So beautiful! Yang Feng's eyes lit up when he saw the gorgeous woman on the throne in the hall. Xuanhuan Young Master entered Boda Sacred Firmament this time to ask this Kongling Fairy to marry him. The Feiyun Ogre clan is one of the top clans in Boda Sacred Firmament. It has a 9th-layer eternal sovereign old monster overseeing it and has profound reserves. It is one of the most fearsome clans in Boda Sacred Firmament. Kongling Fairy is a main-line descendant of the Feiyun Ogre clan. The Kongling Mountain is a force established by Kongling Fairy. Kongling Fairy released the news that she wants to recruit a husband. Consequently, countless heroes of Boda Sacred Firmament responded instantly and came to propose marriage. Xuanhuan Young Master is one of them. Xuanhuan young master, are these the strongest battle servants under your command? They look like a bunch of trash. If the servants are trash, then the master is trash. On a side of the hall, a handsome man with long purple hair and a mysterious lightning pattern on the forehead glanced at Yang Feng and them and spoke with a cold smile. On both sides of the hall, there are young masters of great forces of Boda Sacred Firmament who came to propose marriage sitting. They smiled coldly and watched the show quietly. Xuanhuan young master responded, Laisha young master, will only know who is trash after fighting. You 5 go kill them. If you kill them all, I will give you an eternal heavenly art that can be cultivated to the 4th layer eternal realm. Xuanhuan young master pointed towards the center of the hall and uttered coldly. In the center of the hall, there is an arena that can accommodate eternal sovereigns fighting. In eternal world, eternal sovereign nobles like to have their eternal sovereign battle servants fight and kill each other. Most of the 300 eternal servants under the command of Xuanhuan young master are eternal battle servants he trained by himself and are a fearsome combat force. Thank you, Lord. The eyes of the other 4 eternal sovereigns flickered with joy, and they knelt on one knee and spoke respectfully. Only Yang Feng's incarnation of Luoda still stood proudly in front of everyone. Xuanhuan young master, I am not your battle servant, but thank you for giving me a ride and letting me enter Boda Sacred Firmament. Ripples surged, and Yang Feng revealed his true appearance in front of everyone and spoke indifferently. Laisha young master's eyes flashed coldly, and he laughed wildly. Ha ha! Xuanhuan young master, you are really trash. You didn't even know that your servant has been replaced. You are really trash. Trash among trash. What audacity! You dare deceive me. You should die. Xuanhuan young master's eyes glowed. His gaze fell on Yang Feng, and his eyes surged with endless killing intent. He pointed with his hand, and an eternal blade containing the power to slice everything apart appeared and slashed towards Yang Feng. Idiot! To sneak into Boda Sacred Firmament. What a reckless thing. He's dead. The young masters of the great forces watched this scene with a smile, as if they were watching an entertaining play. Xuanhuan young master is a 4th layer eternal sovereign. Few people can withstand his attacks. Yang Feng smiled calmly and said, in a rare fashion, I want to have a nice talk. Why are you being so difficult? Behind Xuanhuan young master, Ying jumped out, and the lance of the ruler in her hands ejected out abruptly, pierced through the other party's barriers and stabbed him. Chapter 1458. Yenshin Clan's Divine Son. Chapter 1458. Yenshin Clan's Divine Son. Release the young master. The eyes of Xingzhu, Uma, and the 2 male eternal sovereigns next to Xuanhuan young master flashed with a grave shade, and they cast offensive secret methods and attacked Yang Feng. Scram! Yang Feng broke out with countless runes, diffused overbearing aura, and unleashed 2 punches. 2 stars suddenly emerged, radiated divine light, shot towards Xingzhu, Uma, and the other 2 eternal sovereigns, and blasted them away. Along with a flash of light, Yang Feng appeared in front of Xuanhuan young master and grabbed him. Update from Frubnov.com. Things played out extremely fast. Almost in an instant, Xuanhuan young master fell into Yang Feng's hands. Can we talk nicely now? While grabbing Xuanhuan young master, Yang Feng smiled, looked around, and spoke domineeringly. In the hall, the young masters and divine sons of various great forces stared at Yang Feng, and their eyes flickered with an enigmatic shade. Xuanhuan young master is a 5th layer eternal sovereign and ranks in the top 10 among the present young masters. Since Xuanhuan young master was easily suppressed, it showed how strong Yang Feng is. Xuanhuan young master, I'll rescue you. You lowly servant. Go to hell. With a ferocious flash in his eyes, Laisha young master suddenly cast the Laisha heavenly art. Freewebnovel.com. In an instant, a fearsome world filled with endless lightning appeared behind Laisha young master, and thunder rumbled and lightning danced. Countless creatures born from lightning emerged and howled. A terrifying lightning sword shrouded in the essences of extinction and creation flew out of the lightning world and slashed towards Yang Feng. Laisha heavenly art. That's a truly extraordinary, eternal, heavenly art. With this sword strike, it is possible to cut down a 6th-layer eternal sovereign. That's Laisha Young Master for you. When the young masters and divine sons saw this scene, their eyes flashed with a solemn shade. Only a few people in the hall can receive this sword strike of Laisha Young Master. Laisha Young Master, are you trying to kill Xuanhuan Young Master? What gall! Yang Feng smiled faintly. Along with a flash of ripples, Xuanhuan Young Master flew out and blocked in front of the terrifying lightning sword that can cut down a 6th-layer eternal sovereign. Not good. When Laisha Young Master saw Xuanhuan Young Master in front of his lightning sword, he felt a chill in his heart. Although he and Xuanhuan Young Master are at odds, although they often stab each other with sharp words and use eternal battle servants to fight each other, they aren't willing to truly fall out. If Laisha Young Master kills Xuanhuan Young Master in public, an irreconcilable feud would be formed between the two. Once Xuanhuan Young Master dies here, although he can be reborn by using eternal origin energy pools, but the reborn body and soul will be weaker than before. If Xuanhuan Young Master dies, in addition to having to use eternal origin energy pools, if he wants to have a solid foundation, regain his peak condition, and be able to attach the 7th-layer eternal realm in the future, he will need to cultivate for at least several 100,000 years. Lightning runes glimmered, and the fearsome lightning sword collapsed directly. Yang Feng slammed his fist into Laisha Young Master, and a terrifying force broke out, blasted Laisha Young Master away, and knocked him into a wall of the hall, breaking many bones. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with surprise. He wasn't blasted apart. Young Masters of Boda Sacred Firmament are really extraordinary. I want you to die. Countless strands of lightning swirled. In an instant, the injuries of Laisha Young Master healed completely. As if an enraged, dire beast, countless strands of lightning surged and swept in all directions along with boundless killing intent. Laisha Young Master lost face in front of everyone present and started to go crazy. He no longer cared about the life of Xuanhuan Young Master and only wanted to kill Yang Feng. Yang Feng's eyes constricted and surged with ferocious and domineering killing intent. Everyone, stop! A melodious voice emerged in the hall and, as if a limpid stream, entered the minds of Yang Feng and Laisha Young Master. Amazing! What secret method is that? Yang Feng's expression changed slightly and his eyes flickered with a dignified shade. He clearly felt that his murderous intent disappeared along with the melodious voice. She's strong. Yang Feng glanced at Kongling Fairy in the center of the palace, a solemn gleam in his eyes. Kongling Fairy smiled, looking immeasurable beautiful. I am Kongling Fairy. How do I address you? Yang Feng replied with a smile. I am Feng Eternal Sovereign. Kongling Fairy smiled sweetly and uttered, Feng Eternal Sovereign, please release Xuanhuan Young Master. Xuanhuan Young Master, there is no enmity between you and Feng Eternal Sovereign. Why don't you sweep this incident under the rug? I will present you with a bottle of Kongling Dew. Xuanhuan Young Master's eyes glimmered. He took a deep look at Yang Feng, a flash of killing intent in his eyes. In the end, he restrained the killing intent in his eyes and uttered flatly, Fine. Kongling Fairy, for your sake, this matter will be swept under the rug. Yang Feng waved his hand, and Ying withdrew the lance of the ruler and stood behind Yang Feng, a smile on her face. In the palace, the eyes of the young masters and divine sons fell on Ying and flashed with a scorching shade. Among the many young masters, Xuanhuan Young Master is a top powerhouse. He is a 5th-layer eternal sovereign. For her to be able to easily quell him, Ying's combat power is simply terrific. In addition, Ying's extreme beauty and unique charm also deeply attracted the young masters. After Xuanhuan Young Master was released, his eyes flickered ferociously. He glared at Yang Feng and then returned to his seat. Feng Eternal Sovereign, please take a seat. Kongling Fairy waved her fair hand. Green light glimmered, and a green jade crystal table appeared. On the green jade crystal table, there are various divine fruits and magic liquors. These are eternal divine fruits, as expected of Boda Sacred Firmament. How extravagant! After Yang Feng took a seat, He glanced at the divine fruits, and his eyes lit up. In the world of warlocks, eternal divine fruits are treasures that have nearly disappeared. Once they appear, they will cause countless powerhouses to fight over them. But in Boda's Sacred Firmament, eternal divine fruits are used as mere fruits by Kongling Fairy to entertain guests. The gap between the two worlds is apparent. It is very difficult to produce an eternal sovereign in the world of warlocks. But in Eternal World, a young master of a major force has 300 eternal sovereign servants. The difference between the two worlds is really great. After Yang Feng took his seat, he ate and drank as much as he liked and left the seeds of the eternal divine fruits in his great world. In the world of warlocks, eternal divine trees are unique. Unless they are destroyed, their seeds will never become a second eternal divine tree. However, in Eternal World, as long as there are sufficient resources, a seed of an eternal divine tree can be cultivated into another eternal divine tree. Of course, the time, energy, and resources required to cultivate a seed of an eternal divine tree into an eternal divine tree are extremely terrifying. Only top great forces can cultivate eternal divine trees. Yenshin clan's divine son has arrived. A voice came from the outside, and a handsome young man with long red hair and fair skin stepped into the hall. Following behind the Yenshin clan's divine son, there are 4 servants, each of whom emits a fearsome aura. Yenshin clan's divine son. That's the divine son of Taixuan Sacred Firmament's Yenshin clan. Yenshin clan's divine son. He is one of the strongest prodigies of Taixuan Sacred Firmament. It is said that he is hopeful to advance to an eternal tycoon in the future. When they saw the Yenshin clan's divine son, the eyes of the young masters flashed with an enigmatic shade. In Eternal World, 9th layer eternal sovereigns are known as eternal tycoons, each of which is the foundation of an eternal force. The greatest dream of the young masters is to advance to the 7th layer eternal realm. As for the 9th layer eternal realm, they have little to no nope to reach this realm. Yang Feng's complexion changed slightly. Mysterious runes appeared quietly, and his aura disappeared slowly and his face changed. The Yenshin clan's divine son? Crap! Behind the Yenshin clan's divine son, a man suddenly raised his head and took a deep look at Yang Feng. His eyes filled with endless resentment. That man is Yan Hai. Yan Hai smiled viciously at Yang Feng and sent a voice transmission to the Yenshin clan's divine son. The Yenshin clan's divine son was startled, and then his gaze fell on Yang Feng, and he showed a strange smile. The Yenshin clan's divine son smiled and said, "Kongling Fairy, I want to ask you for someone. This person is a mortal enemy of the Yenshin clan. Please hand him over to the Yenshin clan. As long as you hand him over, the Yenshin clan will owe you a favor. The Yenshin clan will give you an opportunity to enter the Tycoon Steel Forest." Tycoon Steel Forest. When he said that, the countenance of the young masters changed greatly and their eyes flickered with greed. The Tycoon Steel Forest is a cultivation holy land. In the Tycoon Steel Forest, there are inheritances left by numerous tycoons of Boda Sacred Firmament after their fall. Even top forces of Boda Sacred Firmament like the Yenshin clan must make countless contributions and can only enter once every 500,000 years. The opportunity to enter the Tycoon Steel Forest is extremely precious for the Yenshin clan, and it's virtually impossible to be given to others. Yet now the Yenshin clan's divine son unexpectedly is willing to give this opportunity to Kongling Fairy. This made her eyes shine brightly. Kongling Fairy's eyes glimmered, and she spoke firmly. "All right, deal." Chapter 1459. Explosion. Chapter 1459. Explosion. "For my sake, would you please let yourself be captured?" Kongling Fairy glanced at Yang Feng. Her eyes surged with mysterious ripples, and she pleaded softly. In an instant, Kongling Fairy's charm increased 10,000-fold. "Okay." As he looked at Kongling Fairy, Yang Feng's eyes flickered with the shade of intoxication, and he stood up and walked towards the Kongling Fairy dully. The Kongling Fairy heavenly art really deserves its reputation. The Kongling Fairy heavenly art can grant people great happiness, but at the same time, it makes people be engrossed in it forever. The countenance of the young masters changed slightly, and they lowered their heads and erupted with defensive barriers, not daring to look at Kongling Fairy. Although these young masters want to become Kongling Fairy's husband, but they are unwilling to get engrossed in the Kongling Fairy heavenly art and become her puppet. The Kongling Fairy heavenly art is indeed extraordinary. In the hall, only the handsome Yenshin clan's divine son gazed at Kongling Fairy with a look of appreciation on his face, completely ignoring the Kongling Fairy heavenly art. This shows how terrifyingly strong he is. When Yang Feng passed by Leisha young master, his eyes suddenly surged with the color of clarity, and he revealed a mocking smile. He spread the fingers of his hand and extended his hand towards Leisha young master lightning fast. Feng, eternal sovereign. What gall! Leisha young master suddenly raised his head, and his eyes flashed fiercely. His hand shrouded in a terrifying whirlpool of lightning shot towards Yang Feng. Ing leaped out from behind of Leisha young master and stabbed the other party with the lance of the ruler. Countless shadow runes spread inside Leisha young master and suppressed and sealed his power. How is that possible? Follow current novels on fguyuyobinovel.com. With a look of incredulity on his face, Leisha young master glanced at the place where Ing originally stood and saw Ing there. That Ing smiled at the Leisha young master, and then turned into a black radiance and disappeared. Leisha young master shuddered in his heart. Shadow clone! Yang Feng grabbed Leisha young master and shouted, Leisha young master is in my hands. Let me leave. Otherwise, I will kill him. Kongling Fairy's eyes shimmered gloomily, and she asked coldly, You aren't confused by my Kongling Fairy heavenly art? How is that possible? The Kongling Fairy heavenly art is an abstruse eternal heavenly art that Kongling Fairy comprehended after studying several eternal tycoon heavenly arts and created her own path. Even the young masters of great forces cannot resist the Kongling Fairy heavenly art. Yang Feng responded with a slight smile. That's because you're ugly. Ugly. Feng, eternal sovereign. You deserve to die. When she had this, Kongling Fairy's pretty eyes flickered with the color of anger and her beautiful face distorted slightly. She broke out with sixth-layer eternal realm force and pointed at Yang Feng. In an instant, the void twisted and collapsed, and a finger containing the power to destroy everything shot towards Yang Feng. The finger contains terrifying power and is hopelessly beautiful. Despite how strong Yang Feng is, he was attracted by the finger and was bewitched for a moment. A shadow thread stabbed Yang Feng in the ear, and the sharp pain pulled Yang Feng out of the clutches of the Kongling Fairy heavenly art. If you have the guts, then kill the Leisha young master. With a cold slime on his face, Yang Feng retreated abruptly and placed Leisha young master to block the finger of Kongling Fairy. You're shameless. Kongling Fairy's expression changed. She gritted her teeth, and the finger that could quell eternal sovereigns collapsed. Boom! Ing blasted open a large hole in a wall of the hall with the lance of the ruler. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he turned into a stream of light and ran towards the large hole. At the entrance of the hall, there stood the Yenshin clan's divine son. The Yenshin clan's divine son is unfathomably strong. When Yang Feng looked at him, a premonition of danger welled up inside of him. He doesn't dare to run in his direction. Kongling Fairy, I know I shouldn't take action in your palace. However, this person is really important to us. I can only act rudely. The handsome Yenshin clan's divine son sighed lightly, and then took a step, broke out with flames around him, and diffused seventh-layer eternal realm aura. Along with a flash of light, the Yenshin clan's divine son appeared in front Yang Feng in an instant and unleashed a punch. The fist contains terrifying power, as if 1,000 suns ignited and extinguished in an instant. A weaker universe may be directly smashed by this fist. Seventh-layer eternal realm. Curses. Yang Feng's complexion changed greatly. He waved his hand, and Leisha young master appeared in front of him and shot towards the fist. Leisha young master, I'm sorry. The Yenshin clan will compensate you for your losses. Then Yenshin clan's divine son sighed lightly, and then ruthlessly slammed his fist into Leisha young master. Leisha young master disintegrated. Fire of extinction surged and burned Laisha young master into ashes that scattered with the wind. After slaying Laisha young master, as if oil was added to fire, the fist became more terrifying. It barreled straight towards Yang Feng. Xingji! Yang Feng frowned and uttered coldly. Along with a flash of ripples, Xingji appeared in front of Yang Feng, and the giant shield in her hands drew the power of millions upon millions of stars, gathered the essence of stars, and blocked in front of him. Break! The eyes of the Yenshin clan's divine sun flickered with an icy shade and surged with endless killing intent, and his fist slammed into the star shield. As if millions upon millions of suns exploded in an instant, a boundless force smashed the star shield and blasted Xingji and Yang Feng away. Terrifying fire of extinction enveloped Xingji and Yang Feng and burned them. Amazing! So this is the Yenshin clan's divine sun, a 7th-layer eternal sovereign. He's really strong. Countless black holes just appeared around Yang Feng, when they were burned into nothing by the terrifying fire of extinction. To withstand my attack, you do have some skill. It's a shame, but you offended the Yenshin clan. The eyes of the Yenshin clan's divine sun shimmered coldly, and he took a step and sent a fist flying towards Yang Feng. Inexhaustible fire of extinction appeared directly and barreled towards Yang Feng. Along with a flash of black light, a bear skeleton emanating 7th-layer eternal realm fluctuations of power appeared abruptly and sent a giant bear paw barreling towards the Yenshin clan's divine sun. Presumptuous! There was a vicious gleam in the eyes of the Yenshin clan's divine sun, and he bellowed and punched the giant bear paw. Boom! The bear skeleton, which was the strongest trump card of 9 dire bear, was blasted thousands of kilometers away. Cracks appeared on its bones, and tracks of fire of extinction burned it. At this moment, Yang Feng had escaped thousands of kilometers away. The Yenshin clan's divine sun was about to chase after him, when the bear skeleton erupted with countless runes, and a vast and destructive force broke out and swallowed the entire Kongling Fairy Palace in an instant. Damn it! The explosion of a 7th-layer eternal realm skeleton. Feng Eternal Sovereign. That damn bastard! In the Kongling Fairy Palace, angry and shocked voices transmitted, and fearsome defensive barriers appeared. However, the bear skeleton was not only a 7th-layer eternal realm skeleton, but it was also modified by Yang Feng and Magic Note Lord. The power of its explosion was truly shocking and terrifying. The defensive barriers collapsed, and the terrifying explosion swallowed the eternal sovereigns and turned them into ashes. As the light of the explosion dissipated, a flame emerged. In the flame, the Yenshin clan's divine sun was unhurt, as if the explosion didn't cause him any damage. However, 2 of the 4 eternal sovereign servants that followed him had turned into ashes and disappeared. Only Yen Hai and another 5th-layer eternal sovereign have survived. Along with a flash of light, Kongling Fairy flew out and saw that the Kongling Fairy Palace, which was originally like a fairyland on Earth, was turned into a ruin, and her beautiful eyes flickered with the shades of hatred and resentment. She uttered through clenched teeth, "Yenshin Divine Sun, you must give me an explanation. Many young masters of great forces and their eternal sovereign battle servants have gathered in the Kongling Fairy Palace." When the bear skeleton modified by Yang Feng exploded, it caught the young masters off guard and killed them. Even though the young masters didn't truly die, but they have suffered heavy losses. It will take them hundreds of thousands of years of cultivation and countless resources to regain their peak condition. Kongling Fairy can't withstand the anger of the dozens of great forces behind the young masters. Since Yang Feng has escaped without a trace, Kongling Fairy can only vent her anger on the Yenshin Divine Sun. Yenshin Divine Sun frowned and replied slowly, "Kongling Fairy, please rest assured. If you cooperate with me, the Yenshin clan will work with you to solve this issue. However, the most pressing issue right now is to find that bastard Yang Feng. Please help me. This is Boda Sacred Firmament, not Taixuan Sacred Firmament. Yenshin Divine Sun is incredibly strong and has 7th-layer eternal realm cultivation base. But he needs the help of a force like Kongling Fairy. Otherwise, he will find it difficult to move a single step in Boda Sacred Firmament and basically won't be able to find any traces of Yang Feng. Chapter 1460, Chaos Space C. Chapter 1460, Chaos Space C. Kongling Fairy's eyes glimmered with resentment, and she gritted her teeth and uttered, "All right, Yang Feng, that bastard, dared to destroy my Kongling Fairy Palace. I will never forgive him. Since the young masters of great forces have died in the Kongling Fairy Palace, this has infuriated the great forces. The Yenshin clan and the Kongling Fairy Palace had to pay a huge price to appease them. The great forces were enraged by Yang Feng and sent numerous experts to chase after him. A month later, Boda Sacred Firmament, a remote small city on the northern border, in an aristocratic castle. The Yenshin clan's fire of extinction is really extraordinary. In a rear garden, Yang Feng opened his mouth and spat out a flame containing the aura of extinction. A devour black hole emerged, enveloped the fire of extinction, and devoured its power. The Shishin armor on Yang Feng erupted with countless runes and devoured strands of fire of extinction inside his body. Mysterious lights shone, and the countless devour runes disappeared. The fire of extinction inside Yang Feng was devoured completely. Yang Feng's eyes flashed, and he uttered slowly, "It took me 1 month to completely refine the fire of extinction. 7th layer eternal sovereigns are really terrible. Yang Feng is proficient in numerous secret methods. Furthermore, he is a 4th layer eternal sovereign. Even if his head is cut off or his heart is pierced, the injuries will heal in an instant. However, it took Yang Feng a month to heal from the fire of extinction. This shows that the power contained within the fire of extinction is simply incredible. Xingji, it's a pity, but it seems that she can't be used for the time being." Yang Feng took a look at the great world inside him, and his eyes flickered with the shade of pity. In the great world, stars appeared above Xingji, with the light emanating by these stars contending against the fire of extinction. Xingji helped Yang Feng to block the certain kill strike of Yenshin Divine Sun. As such, the amount of fire of extinction inside her is far greater than it was inside Yang Feng. Even though she has 4th layer eternal realm power, but she still can hardly purify the fire of extinction. In fact, if Xingji hadn't advanced to the 4th layer eternal realm, she would have been burned to ashes by the fire of extinction already. Xingji, Ying, and Ling, these 3 kings of rulers possess fearsome eternal realm combat power. However, they are not eternal sovereign. Once they are destroyed, they will truly perish and won't have a chance to be reborn. Yang Feng's eyes flickered with a dim shade. Since I have reached Boda Sacred Firmament, my priority now is to proceed to Du Luo King's treasury. Only when I get Du Luo King's treasures, only then will I have enough resources and reserves to advance to an eternal tycoon. Boda Sacred Firmament, Chaos Space C. This is a terrifying starfield full of chaos and strange phenomena. 10 million years ago, several eternal sovereign kings led their armies to fight in Chaos Space C. At that time, countless powerhouses died, tycoons faded, and eternal sovereign king blood spilled into the starry sky. Due to that fight, Chaos Space C has become a terrible danger zone. Once a being below the eternal realm gets close to Chaos Space C, only death will await them. Eternal sovereigns can enter Chaos Space C. But even if it's eternal tycoons, once they touch the restrictions left by eternal sovereign kings, they will be cut to pieces and die. Read 8 chapters at fguyuyobinovel.com only. In Chaos Space C, the treasures that eternal sovereign kings care about have already been taken away by them. Only things they don't care about remain. Things that eternal sovereign kings don't care about are rare treasures to other powerhouses. Many eternal sovereigns adventure in Chaos Space C every year, eager to obtain treasures. 300,000 years ago, an eternal sovereign obtained the inheritance of an eternal tycoon in Chaos Space C, and then became an expert in Boda Sacred Firmament. At the edge of Chaos Space C, ripples surged, and Yang Feng emerged. So this is Chaos Space C. Yang Feng glanced at Chaos Space C and frowned. Chaos Space C is shrouded in a dense black fog. Yang Feng scanned the black fog with his tremendous soul force, yet it was devoured by the black fog. If Yang Feng hadn't released the soul force, he would have been devoured by the black fog. A voice came from the side. "My friend, My name is Yami. Do you want to enter Chaos Space C's Dark Island? An eternal sovereign dressed in a black robe, with a mouse head and humanoid body appeared beside Yang Feng, a vulgar smile on his face. Dark Island is one of the safer strongholds in Chaos Space C. After experiencing various adventures, many eternal sovereigns who have entered Chaos Space C will return to Dark Island and other strongholds to rest. Yang Feng replied indifferently, I am. Yami uttered with a vulgar smile. 100,000 eternal origin spirit stones. I'll take you to Dark Island. Yang Feng waved his hand. A storage ring flew into Yami's hand. Please follow me. Yami's eyes flashed with a satisfied color. His figure fluttered, and he flew towards a side together with Yang Feng. After flying for about 10,000 kilometers, a black boat emerged directly. When Yang Feng boarded the black boat, he saw 6 people sitting. Among the 6 people, there is an eternal sovereign with an octopus head, an eternal sovereign with a dragon head and a humanoid body, a dashing eternal sovereign with blonde hair and blue eyes, an eternal sovereign who is 90% similar to a human, yet has 9 eyes on the face, a beautiful eternal sovereign with purple hair, an ogre horn on the head, and a sexy figure, emitting the aura of an iceberg. Yang Feng glanced at the 6 people and sat quietly aside. After a while, Yami brought 2 more eternal sovereigns with rippling muscles and emitting fearsome auras. Now that everyone is here, let's go to Dark Island. Yami looked at the people aboard, smiled with satisfaction, and flicked his finger, and a black radiance appeared in the black boat. The black boat suddenly grew a pair of dragon wings. With a flap of the dragon wings, terrifying winds surrounded the black boat and propelled it towards Chaos Space C. The mysterious fog rushed towards the black boat, yet was blocked by the barrier activated by the black boat. Die! 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 Kill! 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 fgewebnavuel.com. I don't want to die. As soon as the black boat entered the strange fog, queer screams came from all directions and assaulted the minds of Yang Feng and the other eternal sovereigns. Yami sighed lightly. This is Cry of Eternals. It is said that when eternal sovereigns fell here, their resentment produced this phenomenon. In the fight between eternal sovereign kings, the eternal sovereigns that died here died for good. Eternal sovereigns possess undying properties. After they die, they will be reborn in their universe or domain. But eternal sovereign kings are extremely terrifying. Once you die at their hands, you will die for good, and your eternal imprint will collapse. In a fight of eternal sovereign kings of the 10 sacred firmaments, eternal sovereigns are only soldiers, while holies and empyreans are cannon fodder, the lowest cannon fodder, to boot. Defensive barriers appeared around the eternal sovereigns aboard the black boat, blocking the cries of resentment of the fallen eternal sovereigns. I'm dead. Why don't you guys die as well? A voice full of resentment gushed out from the fog, and a horrible ogre giant with scars all over the body, shrouded with fierce flames, a distorted face, and a broken ogre horn on the head walked this way, filled with endless killing intent. When they saw the ogre giant, the countenance of the eternal sovereigns aboard the black boat changed dramatically, and they began to prepare offensive spells. He who attacks first has the advantage. The eternal sovereigns aboard the black boat are well aware of this truth. Stop! That's ogre giant resentment. If you kill it, stronger resentment aggregates will come without end. Please use secret methods to restrain your vitality and turn into a corpse. Yami's complexion changed greatly. Countless runes appeared all over his body and locked his vitality, turning him into a corpse. The eternal sovereigns aboard the black boat are proficient in many secret methods. They all cast secret methods and locked their vitality, turning themselves into a corpse. Dead. You are also dead. Haha. It's great that you are dead. It's great that you are dead. The ogre giant smiled ferociously and laughed loudly, and 2 streams of putrid black blood flowed out of its eyes, passed through the black boat. Yami is really good at this business. Several strange phenomena that can threaten the lives of eternal sovereigns appeared along the way, yet they were all easily solved by him. Yang Feng saw all kinds of strange and dangerous things in Chaos Space C. If it wasn't for Yami, Yang Feng would have gone through great battles, and might even have died if careless. 10 days later, a huge city appeared in the thick fog. In the huge city, as if supporting a world, there is a giant tree 1,000 meters in height. Countless branches spread from the giant tree and covered the whole city. The leaves on the giant tree radiate dim black light, devouring the surrounding black fog that can absorb eternal sovereign souls. Lights sprinkled down from the giant tree and illuminated the entire city, bringing light to the huge city called Dark Island. That's Dark Island. Now hand over all eternal origin stones you have on you. Yami pointed to Dark Island. All of a sudden, he turned around and showed a ferocious smile to the 8 eternal sovereigns aboard the black boat. Along with flashes of black light, 12 eternal sovereigns flew out from a side, landed beside the black boat, stared at Yang Feng and company, and sneered. The eternal sovereign with an octopus head was both startled and angry. Yami, isn't it prohibited to fight at Dark Island? What are you doing? Aren't you afraid of being punished by Dark Island? Chapter 1461. Information. Chapter 1461. Information. Yami smiled frigidly and said, "Yes, it is not permitted to fight on Dark Island. But this is not Dark Island. Hand over your treasures. We only want your riches." With a cold gleam in his eyes, the octopus head eternal sovereign broke out with countless runes, surged with terrifying light on the tentacles of his head, and attacked a wall of the black boat. Boom! The octopus head eternal sovereign smashed the wall of the black boat, and then turned into a stream of light and frenziedly escaped towards the outside. Want to escape? Courting death. For eternal sovereigns behind Yami smiled ferociously. They each hold a pillar and stand in 4 directions. The 4 pillars shone, and their light intertwined and formed a giant barrier. When the octopus head eternal sovereign knocked into the giant barrier, he bounced back. The octopus head eternal sovereign barked, "What are you guys waiting for? Only if we join forces, only then will we have a way out of this situation." When he heard this, Yang Feng kept a slight distance from the people aboard the black boat. "To dare rob me, you're seeking death." A vicious gleam streaked across the eyes of the dragon head eternal sovereign, and he took a step forward. In an instant, true dragon phantoms appeared behind him, for a total of 99 true dragon phantoms. The 99 true dragon phantom fused together and formed a true dragon phantom emanating 3rd layer eternal realm fluctuations of power. The dragon head eternal sovereign unleashed a punch, and a fist containing fearsome true dragon might barreled towards Yami. When Yami saw this, he revealed a smile of derision. "Fool!" At this moment, the 9 eyes of the 9-eyed eternal sovereign turned, locked on the dragon head eternal sovereign, and fired 9 rays that barreled towards the other party. FRUUEOL.com. The barriers around the dragon head eternal sovereign collapsed one by one, and then the 9 rays slammed into the person himself. The dragon head eternal sovereign issued a scream. 9 holes appeared on his body. The eyes of 2 eternal sovereigns behind Yami flickered viciously, and they cast powerful offensive spells and attacked the blonde and blue-eyed eternal sovereign and the peerless iceberg beauty eternal sovereign. "You guys are seeking death." The eyes of the blonde and blue-eyed eternal sovereign flashed fiercely. All of a sudden, a white battle gear appeared on him and 6 white pistols appeared around him and fired beams that slammed into a giant eternal sovereign. The giant eternal sovereign was punched full of holes. The eyes of the peerless iceberg beauty flashed coldly. She extended her hand, and a giant battle axe appeared in her hand. She slashed with the battle axe at the giant eternal sovereign. "A bunch of fools." Yami sneered and waved his hand, and the eternal sovereigns behind him cast offensive spells and attacked Yang Feng in them. "You guys are really sick of living." Yang Feng's eyes glimmered. He took a step, operated a torrent of time, appeared in front of Yami in a blink of an eye, and extended his hand towards the other party. Yami roared furiously and unleashed a hand strike, and his hand turned into a rat paw and barreled towards Yang Feng. A torrent of time surged, and Yang Feng's speed suddenly accelerated. A twisting space force swept Yami's hand and pulled it aside. Yang Feng's right hand stabbed Yami and easily tore apart his defenses, and terrifying devour force broke out and devoured Yami's eternal origin. Yami screamed in horror. Fourth layer eternal sovereign. You are a fourth layer eternal sovereign. Fourth layer eternal sovereign. The most up-to-date novels are published on freewebnovel.com. He is a fourth layer eternal sovereign. When the enemy eternal sovereigns heard this, their countenance changed dramatically, and their morale was shaken to the extreme. Along with a string of afterimages, Yang Feng appeared in front of a third-layer eternal sovereign in a flash and blasted him apart with a palm strike, and a devour black hole appeared and swallowed him. Retreat! These eternal sovereigns like to bully the weak but fear the strong. When they saw this, their complexion changed dramatically, and they turned into streams of light and escaped in different directions. Yang Feng strode in the void, blinked 3 times in a row, and slayed 3 eternal sovereigns, and then returned to the black boat. Thank you for your help, sir. Aboard the black boat, the eyes of the dragon head eternal sovereign, who is covered in holes, surged with gratitude, and he stepped forward and spoke. The other eternal sovereigns also stepped forward and thanked Yang Feng one by one. How is Ling Xuyuan? Yang Feng looked at the blonde and blue-eyed eternal sovereign in a white battle gear and asked thusly with a smile. The blonde and blue-eyed eternal sovereign replied with an innocent look on his face. Ling Xuyuan? Sir, I don't know what you are talking about. Since you don't want to admit it, then I'll take a look at your memories myself. Yang Feng smiled calmly and spread the fingers of his hand, and countless runes appeared and radiated black sealing light that swept towards the blonde and blue-eyed eternal sovereign. Go to hell! The complexion of the blonde and blue-eyed eternal sovereign changed dramatically. 36 silver-white pistols appeared around him and glimmered, and 36 rays ejected out and shot towards Yang Feng. 36 kinds of essences, including fire, ice, curses, and wind, transformed into 36 beams that shot towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng's eyes lit up. To use foreign objects to sustain various essences. That's a pretty good idea. As long as eternal sovereigns are willing to learn, they can easily grasp various essences. However, the most powerful essences they grasp are the ones with which they advance to the eternal realm, which they engraved in their eternal imprint, which constitute the path they walk. This blonde and blue-eyed eternal sovereign uses various secret treasures to sustain different essences and exert incomparable combat power. This sort of thinking made Yang Feng's eyes lit up. Unfortunately, although the idea is good, but you're too weak. Yang Feng spread the fingers of his hand, pressed his hand forward, and crushed the 36 beams, and then slapped the head of the blonde and blue-eyed eternal sovereign. A terrifying devour black hole emerged and swallowed the blonde and blue-eyed eternal sovereign. Upon seeing this scene, the expression of the remaining eternal sovereigns aboard the black boat became very ugly, and they looked at Yang Feng with vigilance. Yang Feng glanced at the remaining eternal sovereigns aboard the black boat, revealed an enigmatic smile, and spoke overbearingly. This person is my enemy, so I killed him. If you want to be my enemy, I don't mind sending you to keep him company. No way, no way. The countenance of the several eternal sovereigns changed drastically, and they spoke repeatedly. Then leave. Yang Feng waved his hand. As if they were pardoned, the several eternal sovereigns turned into streams of light and fled towards Dark Island. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he entered Dark Island. There are actually holies here. How strange. The barrier of Dark Island makes it so holies can survive here. When he entered Dark Island, Yang Feng saw many holies and empyreans. The holies and empyreans engage in the lowest work on Dark Island. After finding an inn, Yang Feng read the memories of the blonde and blue-eyed eternal sovereign in his room. The blonde and blue-eyed eternal sovereign is called Ling Jinan and is a third-layer eternal sovereign of Xuyuan Universe. He is one of the 9 eternal sovereigns of Xuyuan Universe. After Ling Xuyuan was killed by Yang Feng, he was reborn in Xuyuan Universe. After his rebirth, Ling Xuyuan was in a weakened state and was sold out by traders. In the end, he died at the hands of 3 eternal sovereigns of Xuyuan Universe, and his eternal imprint was broken. The 9 eternal sovereigns of Xuyuan Universe were equal in strength, forming a balance. But after Ling Saisai's fall, the three eternal sovereigns gained great benefits and their strength was greatly enhanced. The three then set off an eternal sovereign war in Xuyuan Universe. When the 8 eternal sovereigns fought of Xuyuan Universe with each other, 2 eternal sovereigns died, leaving only 6 eternal sovereigns remaining in Xuyuan Universe. At this time, Xuanhuan Universe used a unique treasure obtained from the greater universe to launch a universe devour war against Xuyuan Universe. In Xuanhuan Universe, there is only one eternal sovereign, that is, the sole god Xuanhuan God. However, Xuanhuan God is a 7th-layer eternal sovereign. Previously, if Xuyuan Universe's 9 eternal sovereigns joined forces and as long as they were willing to sacrifice themselves, they still might be able to contend against Xuanhuan God. But now that Xuyuan Universe only has 6 eternal sovereigns remaining, it is not a match for Xuanhuan God. If it were not for the universe wall, Xuyuan Universe would have already been devoured by Xuanhuan Universe. The reason why Ling Jianan sneaked into Chaos Space C this time was to gain an opportunity to advance to a 7th-layer eternal realm. Otherwise, once the universe wall is broken and Xuanhuan God descends to Xuyuan Universe will be screwed. A look of regret flashed in Yang Feng's eyes. This is really precious information. Unfortunately, I'm still too weak to participate in such a war. For Eternal Sovereign, a universe devour war is both a disaster and a great opportunity. If they obtain victory in a universe devour war, then even if it's a 6th-layer Eternal Sovereign, they will be able to advance to the 7th-layer Eternal Realm. Yang Feng put aside the things regarding Xuyuan Universe and began to sort out the memories he obtained after devouring Yami and company. Yang Feng's eyes lit up, and he revealed an excited smile. Chaos Space C is really dangerous. However, after devouring Yami's memories, I finally found the location of Du Luo King's treasury. This trip really wasn't in vain. HR/1 Ling Saisai is an eternal sovereign from Xuyuan Universe that first appeared in Chapter 1413. Chapter 1462. Conspiracy. Chapter 1462. Conspiracy. Yang Feng's eyes suddenly flickered with a dignified shade. This is Yenshin Divine Sun and Kongling Fairy. After Yang Feng arrived at Dark Island, he released countless eternal nanoparticle robots to serve as his eyes and ears. The eternal nanoparticle robots are particle-like reconnaissance robots refined by Ling. Even if it's a 7th-layer eternal sovereign, unless he uses a special secret treasure, he won't be able to discover their existence. Yenshin Divine Sun, are you sure Yang Feng will come to Dark Island? In a room, Kongling Fairy's beautiful eyes shimmered with murderous intent, and she gritted her teeth and asked this. The source of this scentent is freewebnovel.com. The explosion unleashed by Yang Feng destroyed the Kongling Fairy Palace and killed the young masters of many great forces of Boda Sacred Firmament. This has caused disastrous damage to Kongling Fairy. Now she can't wait to tear Yang Feng into pieces, suppress and seal him for 100 million years, and torture him day and night. Yenshin Divine Sun replied with a light smile. I am. There is a treasury of an eternal tycoon in Chaos Space C. Yang Feng stole the map of the treasury and thus greatly offended the Yenshin clan. If he wants to open that treasury, he will have to come to Chaos Space C. Kongling Fairy's pretty eyes shimmered, and she asked unhurriedly, the treasury of an eternal tycoon? Which eternal tycoon is it, for it to be worth for the Yenshin clan to pay such a great price? You even took out an opportunity to enter the tycoon's steel forest. For ordinary eternal sovereigns, the treasury of an eternal tycoon is naturally incredibly valuable. But the Yenshin clan has an eternal tycoon overseeing it and has tremendous wealth. Generally speaking, they wouldn't go to another sacred firmament to look for the treasury of an eternal tycoon. Yenshin Divine Sun answered calmly, it's the treasury of Flame Ogre King. Kongling Fairy's beautiful eyes glimmered, and she spoke slowly. Flame Ogre King. That's an unequal tycoon closest to the eternal sovereign king realm who has grasped the authority of fire. Back in the day, he fought Purple Flame King to a draw. If Purple Flame King hadn't advanced to the eternal sovereign king realm, he basically wouldn't be able to quell Flame Ogre King. So it's Flame Ogre King. No wonder the Yenshin clan was willing to pay such a great price. It was all for the sake of his treasury. Ninth layer eternal sovereigns are called eternal tycoons. However, there are differences between eternal tycoons in terms of strength. The strongest eternal tycoons are called unequaled tycoons. With the help of their eternal grade treasures, unequaled tycoons can display some properties of eternal sovereign kings. Once they slay an enemy eternal sovereign, they can crash the other party's eternal imprint and have them truly die. The guardian of the Yenshin clan is an eternal tycoon. However, he is an ordinary eternal tycoon. In order for him to advance further and promote to an unequal tycoon, he needs to obtain the inheritance of Flame Ogre King or some special treasures. The Yenshin clan is a clan that has grasped the authority of fire. As such, the inheritance of Flame Ogre King is in line with their path. Kongling Fairy's eyes flickered, and she asked slowly, Chaos Space C is so big, how do we find him? This is the Soul Light Mirror, a treasure the Yenshin clan has refined. A strand of his soul aura is sealed in the Soul Light Mirror. As long as he enters Chaos Space C, he won't be able to escape the tracking of the Yenshin clan. In fact, Yang Feng has already entered Dark Island. Yenshin Divine Sun smiled and flicked his wrist, and a palm-sized bronze mirror engraved with numerous abstruse runes appeared in his hand. When he heard this, Yang Feng's countenance changed and his eyes flickered with a grave shade. My whereabouts have been exposed. The Yenshin clan is indeed worthy of being a great clan of Taixuan Sacred Firmament. As a fourth-layer eternal sovereign, Yang Feng has undergone a transformation. Furthermore, he is proficient in countless secret methods. He has already severed his fate and masked his soul aura. As such, he is confident that no one can trace him down. However, the Soul Light Mirror in Yenshin Divine Sun's hand, which has a strand of his soul aura sealed inside it, was actually able to lock on Yang Feng's position. This is simply outrageous. Kongling Fairy's thoughts revolved and she uttered, You have found Yang Feng's position, yet are not in a hurry to kill him. Do you want to use him to clear the way leading to Flame Ogre King's treasury? Yenshin Divine Sun smiled and said, That's right. The treasury of Flame Ogre King is full of dangers. If he serves as cannon fodder and finds the treasury for us, then we will naturally have to take a lot less risks. Moreover, the Lord of Dark Island is not a simple character. If we quell Yang Feng here and he gets involved, it will be very troublesome. Dark Island is located in Chaos Space C. Every year, many eternal sovereigns come here to seek opportunities. If the Lord of Dark Island were not extremely strong, he would have already been torn to pieces by the eternal sovereigns pouring in. Although Yenshin Divine Sun is a seventh-layer eternal sovereign, but he isn't willing to quell Yang Feng on Dark Island and disturb the Lord of Dark Island. Kongling Fairy smiled sweetly. As expected, you are really thoughtful, Yenshin Divine Sun. The two people chatted for a while and then parted. After Kongling Fairy returned to her room, an invisible radiance flew out of the room, strangely disappeared from the inn, and went to a room in another inn. In the room, there is a burly man with double pupils in the eyes, an ogre horn on the head, long red hair, and a wicked charm. When Kongling Fairy entered the room, she smiled, saluted the man, and said respectfully, Greetings, Xuyuan Divine Sun. In Eternal World, there are many clans that wield the authority of fire. Taixuan Sacred Firmament's Yenshin clan and Boda Sacred Firmament's Xuanhuan clan are well-known clans that wield the authority of fire. The powerhouse with an ogre horn and double pupils in the eyes is the Divine Son of Xuyuan clan. He is the powerhouse of this generation of Xuyuan clan, most hopeful to advance to an eternal tycoon. Kongling Fairy uttered, Yenshin Divine Sun came here for the treasury of Flame Ogre King. Xuyuan Divine Sun looked pensive. The treasury of Flame Ogre King. It's indeed possible. Back in the day, Flame Ogre King escaped into Chaos Space C, and then was killed by Purple Flame King. Xuyuan Divine Sun's eyes flickered with a murderous intent, and he uttered icily, The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware the oriole is behind it. Yenshin Divine Sun came to our Boda Sacred Firmament this time to deliver me a gift. After finding the treasury of Flame Ogre King, I will send him back to Taixuan Sacred Firmament via Eternal Origin Energy Pool. Taixuan Sacred Firmament's Yenshin clan and Boda Sacred Firmament's Xuyuan clan both wield the authority of fire. The two sacred firmaments are hostile with each other, while the two clans are mortal enemies. Yenshin Divine Sun never imagined that Kongling Fairy had such a good relationship with Xuyuan Divine Sun, to the point that she would betray him. The two people conversed for a while and then parted. Since they don't dare to fight on Dark Island, then let's stay here for a while. Yang Feng's eyes flickered coldly. Fluctuations emanated from him, and Ling walked out from the void, and then turned into smoke and disappeared from the room. Shortly after, a ray of light went into Chaos Space Sea. Ling's departure didn't raise any waves. Many eternal sovereigns enter the depths of Chaos Space Sea every day in search of opportunities. Thanks to Yami's memories, Ling avoided many strange phenomena and came to an empty and unassuming tract of the starry sky. This is it. When Ling appeared in the starry sky, her beautiful eyes glimmered. She flicked her wrist, and a green key emitting a sparkling luster appeared in her hand. The key emitting a sparkling luster burst out with green light that disappeared into the void. Along with rumbling sounds, a huge bronze gate appeared in the void and opened slowly. Ling's figure fluttered, and she turned into a stream of light and flew into the bronze gate. So this is the treasury of Du Luo King. His treasures are hidden in the deepest place. Ling looked around and saw that she appeared in a world full of life origin energy. The concentration of life origin energy in this world is 100 times higher than that of Boda Sacred Firmament. Someone has evidently used a peerless secret method to seal a tremendous amount of life origin energy in this world. The treasury of Du Luo King is in the center of this world. With a cold gaze in her yes, Ling waved her hand, and countless reconnaissance robots emerged and spread in all directions like a tide. Teleportation lights appeared continuously, and all kinds of treasures in Du Luo King's treasury were teleported to in front of Ling. As expected of the treasury of Du Luo King, this is just the periphery of the treasury, but there are already so many treasures here. This is enough for me to cultivate 20 eternal sovereigns. If all these treasures are used on me, it will be enough for me to make a breakthrough and advance to a 5th layer eternal sovereign. Yang Feng saw all kinds of treasures from this world through Ling's eyes, and his eyes showed the shade of satisfaction. After Ling harvested a large number of treasures, she turned into a stream of light and, with the guidance of the bronze key, flew towards the center of this world. A world of fire shrouded in endless flames emerged and blocked Ling's way. This is fire of extinction. Fire of extinction that can burn everything. In order to break this fire of destruction, I need at least 7th layer eternal realm cultivation base. Yang Feng looked at the world of fire, and his eyes constricted. The world of fire is guarding the treasures of Du Luo King that Yang Feng covets. Come back, Ling. Yang Feng tried for several days and used various methods, but it was still impossible to cross the world shrouded in flames. In the end, he had no choice but to order Ling to come back. Ling's figure fluttered, and she took the countless precious cultivation resources she obtained in this world and left Du Luo King's treasury. When Ling returned to his side, Yang Feng used all kinds of precious resources she obtained from Du Luo King's treasury to restore Xingji. With the help of the huge amount of resources, Xingji finally suppressed the fire of destruction raging inside her and began to get better. Chapter 1463. Advancing to the 5th layer eternal realm. Chapter 1463. Advancing to the 5th layer eternal realm. Dark Island, in a secret room dedicated to cultivation. Yang Feng opened his eyes, breathed in, and sucked in countless rare treasures that Ling got from the periphery of the treasury of Du Luo King. Countless mysterious runes appeared on Yang Feng, and a vast aura diffused from him. fraught.cm. Drawn by mysterious laws, a huge energy whirlpool emerged above Dark Island, and an energy beam fell down from the sky and sank into Yang Feng's body. Someone is advancing. This aura. Someone is advancing to the 5th layer eternal realm. To be able to advance on Dark Island, what a lucky guy. It seems that this guy had a great fortuitous encounter in Chaos Space Sea. The eternal sovereigns on Dark Island gazed in the direction of the Yang Feng is staying in with envy in their eyes. Most of the eternal sovereigns on Dark Island are beings below the 4th layer eternal realm. A 5th layer eternal sovereigns can become one of the few most powerful beings on Dark Island. This guy advanced to the 5th layer eternal realm. No wonder he has been staying on Dark Island. It turns out that he has reached the edge of an advancement. Yenshin Divine Sun held the soul light mirror in his hand and looked at the vision in the sky, not the least bit agitated. There is a huge gap between the 7th layer eternal realm and 6th layer eternal realm. Even though Yang Feng has advanced to the 5th layer eternal realm, but in Yenshin Divine Sun's eyes, he has promoted from just an ant that can't withstand a single blow to an opponent who will go down with little effort. 5th layer eternal sovereign. This Yang Feng's speed of advancement is really fast. Damn it! I actually provoked such an enemy. I can't let him live. Kongling Fairy looked at the vision in the sky in shock, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with frigid killing intent. Kongling Fairy obtained information about Yang Feng from Yenshin Divine Sun, and knows that he advanced from a 3rd layer eternal sovereign to a 5th layer eternal sovereign in less than 100 years. This speed of advancement is really incredible. At the thought that she offended such a ferocious character due to Yenshin Divine Sun's promise, Kongling Fairy couldn't help feeling a little regretful. Xuyuan Divine Sun's eyes glimmered with enigmatic shade, and he sneered, 5th layer eternal sovereign. This Yang Feng indeed has some skill. No wonder he dared to snatch away food from the mouth of the Yenshin clan. It's a shame, but he's just a lowly thing that doesn't know the terror of us strong clans. If you offend us, you're dead meat. The 10 sacred firmaments of Eternal World are under the control of numerous strong clans. The strong clans wield all kinds of resources of the 10 sacred firmaments and have absorbed the quintessence of various universes. Yang Feng came to Eternal World from another universe. If eternal sovereigns without backing like him anger the strong clans, they will be chased down and killed. 5th layer eternal realm. In the center of Dark Island, on a black tower, the Lord of Dark Island stood quietly at the top of the black tower and looked at the energy beam with indifference. The beam lasted 3 days and 3 nights, and then disappeared. I finally advanced to the 5th layer eternal realm. Unfortunately, although my strength has improved greatly, I still stand no chance against Yenshin Divine Sun and Xuyuan Divine Sun. I can only start that plan. Yang Feng's eyes flashed, and he closed his eyes and began to consolidate his cultivation base. 10 days later, a ray flew out from Dark Island and flew towards the depths of Chaos Space Sea. Deep in Chaos Space Sea, in a tract of starry sky, Yang Feng took out a green key. Green light shone, and the bronze gate containing Du Luo King's treasury emerged slowly. It's finally time. Yang Feng. A cold voice sounded abruptly, and Yenshin Divine Sun emerged from the void. He appeared in front of Yang Feng in a flash and sent a palm barreling towards the other party. Yenshin Divine Sun is not only a 7th layer eternal sovereign, but he also launched a surprise attack. He smashed all of Yang Feng's barriers with this palm strike. Terrifying force erupted and blasted Yang Feng apart. Fire of extinction that can burn everything appeared, swept Yang Feng's body, and burned his body into ashes. Yenshin Divine Sun beckoned with his hand, and the green key flew into his hand. Kongling Fairy stepped out of the void and spoke with a cold flash in her beautiful eyes. Congratulations on killing on Yang Feng, Yenshin Divine Sun. However, why did you seal him? In this way, we would be able to torture him day and night. For eternal sovereigns, unless you can destroy their eternal imprint, sealing them can feel more painful than killing them. Even if it's an eternal sovereign, no matter how firm their mind is, once they are sealed for 10 million years, they will go insane. Yenshin Divine Sun turned his hand, put away the key, and looked at Kongling Fairy, an enigmatic flash in his eyes. Sealing him would naturally be the best outcome. But Yang Feng isn't weak. I didn't want the key to be destroyed in the process. Kongling Fairy, the Yenshin clan is determined to have this treasury. Please leave here. I will owe you a favor. If you don't leave, then I can only send you back. Yenshin Divine Sun smiled lightly. He broke out with countless fire runes and surged with the fire of extinction, making him look like a god of fire. A terrifying murderous intent diffused from Yenshin Divine Sun and spread in all directions. The treasury of Du Luo King is the treasury of an eternal sovereign king. Yenshin Divine Sun will never allow others to go in together with him. He won't allow any accidents to occur. Yenshin Divine Sun, you really aren't trustworthy. Xuyuan Divine Sun, please show yourself. Kongling Fairy sighed lightly, looked deeply at Yenshin Divine Sun, took several steps back, and uttered thusly. Along with a flash of fire, 99 fire true dragons, 99 fire phoenixes, and 99 three-legged golden crows appeared abruptly. The fire true dragons, fire phoenixes, and three-legged golden crows are pure-blood true spirits, and each possesses first-layer eternal realm strength. A sun chariot pulled by 9 fourth-layer eternal realm fire true dragons emerged from the void. On the sun chariot there is a person sitting. That person is Xuyuan Divine Sun. Xuyuan Divine Sun looked at Yenshin Divine Sun with the shade of derision in his eyes and said with a smile, Yenshin Divine Sun, hand over the key. Otherwise I will send you back to Taixuan Sacred Firmament. Yenshin Divine Sun is a 7th-layer eternal sovereign. In a one-on-one fight, Xuyuan Divine Sun isn't guaranteed victory. However, the 300-plus eternal sovereign soldiers under Xuyuan Divine Sun are enough to form an eternal array, trap Yenshin Divine Sun, and finally kill him. Yenshin Divine Sun's complexion changed slightly. His eyes flickered with a murderous intent, and he glared at Kongling Fairy and uttered frigidly, Kongling Fairy, you betrayed me. Kongling Fairy replied with a faint smile, you're the one to talk. Yenshin Divine Sun, didn't you break your promise and try to kill me? We agreed to explore the treasury of Flame Ogre King together. Yenshin Divine Sun's eyes flickered. He turned his hand, and the green key appeared. Green light entered the starry sky and formed a giant bronze gate. Under the power of the green key, the bronze gate opened slowly. Yenshin Divine Sun's figure fluttered, and he turned into a flame and flew towards the bronze gate. Let's go in. Xuyuan Divine Sun's countenance changed slightly. He extended his hand abruptly, and a claw of ogre fire appeared and shot towards Yenshin Divine Sun. Yenshin Divine Sun waved his hand, and a Yenshin diagram appeared. The Yenshin diagram shone and diffused eternal tycoon realm fluctuation of power, and a giant hand appeared and slammed towards Xuyuan Divine Sun. The most up-to-date noves are published on freaubinovel.co. Curses. Why did he use his trump card so soon? Xuyuan Divine Sun's countenance changed. He gritted his teeth and waved his hand, and a reddish gold statue appeared. An ogre hand shrouded in ogre fire emerged from the reddish gold statue and clashed with the giant hand. Boom! Along with a shocking blare, two supreme forces collided with each other and extinguished one another. The two hands collapsed in an instant. Terrible shock waves spread in all directions. The 300-plus eternal sovereign soldiers under Xuyuan Divine Sun were scattered by the terrible shock waves. Yenshin Divine Sun flew into the bronze gate. The bronze gate closed bit by bit. Curses! Xuyuan Divine Sun's face became ashen. He turned into a flame and flew into the bronze gate before it closed completely. Along with flashes of light, Kongling Fairy and dozens of eternal sovereigns subordinated to Xuyuan Divine Sun flew into the bronze gate before it closed. Boom! The bronze gate closed and disappeared from everyone's eyes. No matter what secret methods the remaining eternal sovereigns used, they were unable to make the bronze gate remain and open. Damn it! Yenshin Divine Sun, I want you to die. When Xuyuan Divine Sun entered the world behind the bronze gate, his eyes flashed with the shade of regret. He regretted that he didn't launch the eternal array in the first moments and quell Yenshin Divine Sun. Yenshin Divine Sun launched a surprise attack against Yang Feng and killed him in one blow. After killing Yang Feng, he stole the key of Du Luo King from Yang Feng. When Xuyuan Divine Sun appeared, although he forced Yenshin Divine Sun to use a trump card and escape into the treasury of Du Luo King, but he still couldn't compare to Yenshin Divine Sun in terms of decisiveness. Xuyuan Divine Sun looked into the distance and cast a secret method, then turned into a flame and chased after Yenshin Divine Sun. Chapter 1464, Lord of Dark Island. Chapter 1464. Lord of Dark Island. Fire of Extinction. The heavens are helping me. Under the guidance of the key, Yenshin Divine Sun appeared in front of the world full of fire of extinction, and the corners of his mouth rose into a smile. Fire of extinction appeared and surrounded him. Yenshin Divine Sun took a step and entered the world full of fire of extinction. The fire of extinction surged towards Yenshin Divine Sun and merged into his body protection fire of extinction, unable to harm him in the least. Yenshin Divine Sun is not only a 7th-layer eternal sovereign, but he also wields the fire of extinction. The world full of fire of extinction is not a threat to him, but a holy land of cultivation. Yenshin Divine Sun burst out into laughter and spoke words of provocation. Xuyuan Divine Sun, come in and fight me if you have the guts. Xuyuan Divine Sun looked at the fire of extinction, and his expression darkened. Xuyuan clan wields the power of ogre fire, while the Yenshin clan wields the power of the fire of extinction. In the world full of fire of extinction, Xuyuan Divine Sun isn't a match for Yenshin Divine Sun. From the world full of fire of extinction transmitted Yenshin Divine Sun's cold and cruel voice. If you don't have the guts, then get out of here. Otherwise you will die once I get the treasury of Flame Ogre King. Yenshin Divine Sun, you think that a mere world of the fire of extinction can stop me? Xuyuan Divine Sun smiled frigidly and waved his hand, and a golden crystal ogre head appeared. With a vicious flash in its eyes, the golden crystal ogre head broke out with eternal tycoon realm fluctuations of power and breathed in. The world shrouded in fire of extinction turned into a terrifying whirlpool that flowed into the crystal ogre head. The fire of extinction and ogre fire entangled with each other and finally extinguished. The crystal ogre head has the power of an eternal tycoon attack sealed in it, and is one of Xuyuan Divine Sun's life-saving trump cards. This is a reserve and a source of confidence of the Divine Sun of a strong clan. Of course, treasures that have an eternal tycoon attack sealed in them are extremely precious. In general, Divine Sons of strong clans only have 1 or 2 such treasures. Xuyuan Divine Sun asked his clan for more such treasures in order to be able to quell Yenshin Divine Sun, that is, to plunder the treasures of Yenshin Divine Sun. After the fire of extinction disappeared, a scorched and lifeless world appeared in front of Xuyuan Divine Sun. Behind the scorched and lifeless world, there is a world full of fierce wind. freewebnovel.com. Yenshin Divine Sun's figure fluttered, and he plunged into the world full of fierce wind. Xuyuan Divine Sun, Kongling Fairy, and the other eternal sovereigns cast secret methods, turned into streams of light, and drilled into the world full of fierce wind. When they entered the world of fierce wind, they felt as if a first-layer Eternal Realm powerhouse cast a powerful large-scale offensive secret method and attacked them continuously. Yenshin Divine Sun and them had no choice but to activate powerful defensive barriers to resist the fierce wind. Countless wind blades slammed into their defensive barriers and continuously consumed their power. All of a sudden, an Eternal Realm wind dragon 1,000 meters in length emerged in the world of fierce wind and bit an Eternal Sovereign, and terrifying wind force broke out and sliced the Eternal Sovereign into pieces. A mysterious light ejected out from the center of Flame Ogre King's treasury and shrouded the fragments of the Eternal Sovereign's body. A mysterious and great force emerged, and an eternal imprint appeared from the fragments of the Eternal Sovereign's body. This chapter is updated by freewebnovel.com. Lord, save me. Please save me. When the eternal imprint emerged, the Eternal Sovereign issued miserable screams. The eternal wind dragon bit the eternal imprint and crushed it in an instant. No! Along with a miserable scream, the Eternal Sovereign fell directly. He truly fell. His eternal imprint was crushed. He truly fell. How could this be? When the chasing Eternal Sovereigns saw this, they felt a chill go down their spine. The most dreadful thing about Eternal Sovereigns is their immortal property. Even if they are killed by other fearsome beings, Eternal Sovereigns can be reborn in the universe or domain that contains their eternal imprint. However, the Eternal Wind Dragon crushed the eternal imprint of the Eternal Sovereign, killing the other party for good. There was a flash of shock in Xuyuan Divine Sun's eyes. The arrangements left behind by Flame Ogre King are actually this strong? When Flame Ogre King was alive, he was an unequal tycoon with a portion of an eternal sovereign king's properties. When he slayed an eternal sovereign, he could extract their eternal imprint and destroy it, truly killing the enemy eternal sovereign. However, Flame Ogre King could do this while alive. But after he died, he may not be able to do this. Xuyuan Divine Sun guessed the truth at once, and his eyes flashed with a scorching shade and his blood boiled. No! Eternal Sovereign King. This is the treasury of an eternal sovereign king. This is not the treasury of Flame Ogre King, but the treasury of an eternal sovereign king. No wonder Yenshin Divine Sun wants to get this treasury at all cost. After all, since this is the treasury of an eternal sovereign king, it may contain secrets of the eternal sovereign king realm. The eternal unequal tycoon realm and eternal sovereign king realm are separated by only a step. But the gap between the two is as wide as an uncrossable chasm. Back in the day, Flame Ogre King was able to contend against Purple Flame King. When Purple Flame King advanced to an eternal sovereign king, he easily quelled Flame Ogre King. No matter how powerful an eternal tycoon is, but when faced against an eternal sovereign king, the only thing they can do is to run away. In Eternal World, only eternal sovereign kings can ignore an eternal sovereign army formed from eternal sovereigns and quell the eternal sovereign army by themselves. According to legend, above eternal sovereign king realm, there is still the eternal sovereign god emperor realm in Eternal World. But no one has ever seen an eternal sovereign god emperor. The eternal sovereign god emperor realm has become a myth. The most powerful powerhouses in Eternal World are eternal sovereign kings who dominate the 10 sacred firmaments. In the world of fierce wind, eternal wind dragons appeared one after another and fought the eternal sovereigns. Xuyuan Divine Sun, thank you for helping me to tie down these eternal wind dragons. I'll take my leave first. Yenshin Divine Sun spat out blood essence, and wings of fire unfurled behind him, flapped lightly, and raised storms of wind and fire. He tore through the sky and flew out of the world of fierce wind in an instant. Damn it! With a ferocious flash in his eyes, Xuyuan Divine Sun broke out with countless runes, surged with flames, and turned into a Yenshin ogre 4 meters in height, with countless mysterious runes engraved on the head. After his transformation, Xuyuan Divine Sun turned into a stream of light, tore 2 eternal wind dragons to pieces, and chased after Yenshin Divine Sun. In the world of fierce wind, where the eternal wind dragons are raging, there are many eternal sovereign subordinates of Xuyuan Divine Sun. Those subordinates were abandoned by Xuyuan Divine Sun. Unless Xuyuan Divine Sun uses another eternal tycoon treasure, it is basically impossible to save his subordinates. Xuyuan Divine Sun, save me. Kongling Fairy surged with ribbons that blasted away one eternal wind dragon after another. Her eyes flickered with a miserable shade, and she pitifully pleaded with Xuyuan Divine Sun. Xuyuan Divine Sun had an expressionless look on his face. He didn't look at Kongling Fairy at all. After a few flashes, he flew out of the world of fierce wind and disappeared. I knew you were unreliable, Lord of Dark Island. Come out. If you don't come out now, I will have no choice but to leave. After seeing Xuyuan Divine Sun leave, Kongling Fairy's countenance changed. She waved her fair hand, and a black bead flew into the void. When the black bead flew into the void, it burst out with black light, glimmered with countless runes, and condensed into a person. That person is the Lord of Dark Island. Let's go! The Lord of Dark Island looked at the eternal wind dragons lunging at him with a solemn flash in his eyes and waved his hand, and a black eternal dark diagram appeared. On the eternal dark diagram, black monsters appeared, intertwined with each other, and formed a black defensive barrier that covered the Lord of Dark Island and Kongling Fairy and propelled them to fly forwards. Along with fierce winds, the eternal wind dragons tore at the black defensive barrier. Countless wind blades slashed the black defensive barrier and raised ripples. Yet they weren't able to break the barrier. After a dozen-plus breaths of time, the Lord of Dark Island flew out of the world of fierce wind together with Kongling Fairy. When they flew out of the world of fierce wind, Kongling Fairy saw two terrifying flames burning a sea of ice. As it was burned by the two eternal Tycoon realm flames, the frost force of the sea of ice disappeared and turned into mist that rose into the air. The ice dire beasts in the sea of ice were burned until nothing was left. After the sea of ice was burned until nothing was left, the eyes of Yenshin Divine Sun and Xuyuan Divine Sun turned and fell on the Lord of Dark Island and Kongling Fairy. When Xuyuan Divine Sun saw the Lord of Dark Island beside Kongling Fairy, his expression turned ugly. Yenshin Divine Sun glanced at Kongling Fairy and burst out into laughter, and his eyes flashed icily. "Ha ha! Xuyuan Divine Sun. It seems that smelly woman betrayed you too. Why don't the two of us join hands and deal with that smelly woman and the Lord of Dark Island first, and then explore the treasury?" The Lord of Dark Island uttered, "Xuyuan Divine Sun. Yenshin Divine Sun is an enemy of our Boda Sacred Firmament. How about we join forces and kill him first, and then explore the treasury together?" Chapter 1465. A Desperate Fight. Chapter 1465. A Desperate Fight. Okay, let's join hands to kill Yenshin Divine Sun, and then talk again. Xuyuan Divine Sun's eyes flickered. He waved his hand, and a lance of ogre fire tore the sky and stabbed towards Yenshin Divine Sun. The Lord of Dark Island took a step forward, emanated pinnacle sixth layer fluctuations of power, and waved his hand, and the eternal dark diagram flew out and radiated endless light. An ox-headed demon with an ox head and humanoid body, covered with all kinds of eyes, shrouded in demonic chi, flew out from the eternal dark diagram. The ox-headed demon is a treasure that the Lord of Dark Island refined from the skeleton of an 8th layer powerhouse and countless resources of Chaos Space Sea, and it possesses 7th layer eternal realm combat power. The eyes of the ox-headed demon flashed ferociously, and it crossed the void, appeared in front of Yenshin Divine Sun, and slashed at the other party with the battle-axe in its hands. Curses! Yenshin Divine Sun's eyes glimmered with anger. He gritted his teeth and waved his hand, and a scroll full of fire of extinction flew out. Countless runes shone, and a giant hand extended from the scroll, radiated eternal Tycoon realm fluctuations of power, and shot towards Xuyuan Divine Sun and the ox-headed demon. The source of this content is fraught.cm. The giant hand slammed into Xuyuan Divine Sun, and he turned into a mass of fire and disappeared. The giant hand slammed into the ox-headed demon next. A tyrannical force broke out and blasted the ox-headed demon into pieces, and the fire of extinction burned the ox-headed demon into ashes. In the void, the eternal dark diagram ignited and turned into ashes that drifted away with a gust of wind. The eyes of the Lord of Dark Island flashed with the shade of heartache, and he howled, "My diagram! Yenshin Divine Sun, you wretch!" Yenshin Divine Sun turned into a flame and flew into the last magnetic world. In the magnetic world, there are many eternal magnetic rays. The many eternal magnetic rays swept towards Yenshin Divine Sun and blasted apart his barriers at once, forcing him to burn his blood essence and conjure a more powerful defensive barrier. Fearsome gravity shrouded Yenshin Divine Sun, causing him to fall from the sky and land on the ground. Should I destroy this place? After Yenshin Divine Sun landed on the ground, he gritted his teeth and proceeded to walk forward. As the eternal magnetic rays continued to slam into him and punch his body full of bloody holes, thoughts to destroy everything welled up inside him. Damn it! If it wasn't for that traitor Kongling Fairy, I would have passed through this area by now. I wouldn't be cutting such a sorry figure. After weighing things repeatedly, Yenshin Divine Sun gritted his teeth and gave up the thoughts of using a trump card to destroy the magnetic world. For the sake of the treasure of Du Luo King, Yenshin Divine Sun practically took all the treasures that sealed an eternal Tycoon attack of the Yenshin clan. Even so, after using treasures that sealed an eternal Tycoon attack several times, he only had one such treasure left. If it were not for the actions of Kongling Fairy, Yenshin Divine Sun would fully be able to cross the four worlds and enter the core of the treasury of Du Luo King. At most, he would only consume a treasure that sealed an eternal Tycoon attack in the Sea of Ice. But now he spent a large number of treasures and only reached the magnetic world. 3 rays flashed, and Xuyuan Divine Sun's group of 3 drilled into the magnetism world and chased after Yenshin Divine Sun. Boom! Boom! Along with loud noise, 30 earth golems 100 meters tall, covered with countless mysterious runes emerged. With a fierce flash in their eyes, the 30 earth golems manipulated eternal magnetic rays to shoot towards the 4 people. Die! Yenshin Divine Sun's eyes flickered viciously, and he broke out with countless runes, turned into a giant 100 meters tall and shrouded in the fire of extinction, and engaged the earth golems. The fire of extinction is terrifying. Yenshin Divine Sun operated the fire of extinction and burned several earth golems into ashes one by one. The Lord of Dark Island, Xuyuan Divine Sun, and Kongling Fairy also cast powerful offensive secret methods and engaged several earth golems. The 30 earth golems in the magnetic world can fully quell a 7th-layer eternal sovereign. But the 4 powerhouses destroyed them one by one and fought their way out of the magnetic world. After rushing out of the magnetic world, a huge bronze altar appeared in front of the eyes of the 4 eternal sovereigns. On the bronze altar there is a throne. On the throne, there is a handsome man with ogre horns, dressed in a broken bronze armor, emitting a tyrannical aura. A golden lance stabbed the handsome man in the heart, as if suppressing him to the throne and making it so he cannot move ever again. Beta King and Anho King joined hands to suppress Du Luo King. Beta King cast the Dragon Slayer Heavenly Art and conjured a Dragon Slayer Golden Lance that broke the eternal imprint of Du Luo King and inflicted heavy damage on him. This must be Du Luo King. When Xuyuan Divine Sun saw the handsome man on the throne, his eyes flashed with delight, and he shouted, "When the eternal imprint of an ordinary eternal sovereign is broken, they will die on the spot." Du Luo King was an eternal sovereign king. Even though his eternal imprint was broken, he could still survive for a period of time. Apparently he fled to his base. The eyes of the Lord of Dark Island flashed with elation, and he murmured, "Du Luo King! This is surprisingly the treasury of Du Luo King." Kongling Fairy's beautiful eyes glimmered with joy. This is the treasury of Du Luo King. Eternal sovereign kings are incomparably powerful. Treasures left by them, even if it's just some random treasures, are enough to make eternal tycoons go crazy. Just the remains of Du Luo King are a peerless treasure that can become the foundation of great forces of the 10 sacred firmaments. With a cold gaze in his eyes, Yenshin Divine Sun waved his hand. A scroll flew out and surged with countless strands of the fire of extinction sword, and a giant hand containing an eternal tycoon attack extended from the scroll and shot towards the Lord of Dark Island, Xuyuan Divine Sun and Kongling Fairy. Xuyuan Divine Sun smiled coldly, took out a mirror, stepped into the mirror, and suddenly disappeared from this world. Damn it! The countenance of the Lord of Dark Island changed dramatically. He broke out with countless runes, turned into a giant 100 meters tall, and emanating pinnacle 7th-layer eternal real aura, brandished a battle axe, and attacked the giant hand. 7th-layer eternal realm is the true cultivation base of the Lord of Dark Island. This is the reason why he dared to participate in the fight over the treasury of Du Luo King with the 2 divine sons. The giant hand containing fire of extinction slammed into the Lord of Dark Island and blasted him into pieces, and fire of extinction shrouded and burned the Lord of Dark Island into ashes. No! With a shrill scream, the eternal imprint of the Lord of Dark Island appeared and shattered, and then into a stream of light and flew into a white jade disc in Du Luo King's hand. Yenshin 9 Absolutes. Appear. Yenshin Divine Sun spat out a large amount of blood essence, frantically combusted his life origin, and pointed at the void. The void turned chaotic, and a mirror was forced out of the void. The giant hand containing fire of extinction slammed into the mirror, and a terrifying force broke out and blew the mirror to pieces. No! How could this be? Xuyuan Divine Sun flew out of the mirror and unleashed a heart-wrenching scream, a look of horror on his face. He spread the fingers of his hand and unleashed his trump card. Unity Heart Stab. Yenshin Divine Sun's eyes shimmered icily, and he gripped a dagger and stabbed at his own heart. At the moment when the dagger pierced the heart of Yenshin Divine Sun, a terrible force broke out in the heart of Xuyuan Divine Sun, making his reaction slow for a moment. At this time, the giant hand containing fire of extinction slammed into Xuyuan Divine Sun and blasted him into ashes. No, I don't want to die. An eternal imprint appeared, transmitted miserable screams of Xuyuan Divine Sun, and crumbled, and then turned into a stream of light and flew into the white jade disk. Yenshin Divine Sun vomited blood. He glanced at Kongling Fairy, smiled ferociously, and uttered frigidly, "Ha ha! You trash! Why did you fight me? Kongling Fairy, do you want to live? If you want to live, then kneel down, swear loyalty to me, and be my servant for 100 million years. Otherwise, I will kill you and let you truly die." Kongling Fairy's beautiful eyes flashed, and she took several steps back. With an unsightly expression on her face, she squeezed out a smile and uttered, "Yenshin Divine Sun, I swear to submit to you and serve you for 100 million years." Kongling Fairy gritted her teeth, knelt in front of Yenshin Divine Sun, and began to make an oath. Go to hell. The moment when Kongling Fairy knelt, Yenshin Divine Sun's eyes flashed coldly, and he combusted his eternal origin. He tore the space, appeared in front of Kongling Fairy in one step, and unleashed a palm strike, and his palm smashed all resistance of Kongling Fairy and slammed into her head. Terrifying fire of extinction appeared, shrouded Kongling Fairy, and burned her to ashes bit by bit. Chapter 1466. Chapter 1466. Yenshin Divine Sun falls. Why? Why kill me? I was willing to do anything you asked of me. Kongling Fairy's beautiful eyes shimmered with endless horror, and she screamed miserably. The source of this scentent is freewebnovel.com. Yenshin Divine Sun responded with a frigid smile. It's simple. If you hadn't betrayed me, I would have smoothly obtained the treasury of Du Luo King. But you caused me to lose all my trump cards and suffer serious damage to my origin. You should die. Yenshin Divine Sun looked at Kongling Fairy with ridicule in his eyes and spoke with a smile. And let me tell you a secret. If you had attacked me just now, I may not have been a match for you. Yenshin Divine Sun used his trump card and combusted his blood essence and eternal origin to kill the Lord of Dark Island and Xuyuan Divine Sun at one stroke. But at the same time, he suffered serious damage. The unparalleled ferocity with which Yenshin Divine Sun slayed the two seventh-layer Eternal Sovereigns awed Kongling Fairy and broke her spirit. As a result, she gave up resistance and was quelled by Yenshin Divine Sun in one fell swoop. Kongling Fairy had the ability to fight Yenshin Divine Sun before, but now that fire of extinction has entered her body, Kongling Fairy has no chance to resist. Yenshin Divine Sun, you scoundrel, I curse you. I curse you to a horrible death. Kongling Fairy's eyes glimmered with the shade of despair. Countless runes shone, and her eternal imprint emerged and ignited in an instant. Gray curse light emerged from Kongling Fairy, crossed the fire of extinction, and landed on Yenshin Divine Sun. Yenshin Divine Sun smiled contemptuously and said, "A curse? A cornered dog will jump over the wall. Even though you combusted your eternal imprint and unleashed a curse, but it can only weaken my strength by 10% at most. And once 10 days are over, I will be able to refine your curse." The curse Kongling Fairy, a sixth-layer Eternal Sovereign, cast by combusting her eternal imprint is incredibly powerful. If a fourth-layer Eternal Sovereign is hit by this curse, he will be tortured for tens of thousands or even millions of years. But Yenshin Divine Sun wields the fire of extinction and can innately restrain all kinds of curses. Kongling Fairy's curse is just a slight annoyance to him. At this moment, the green key in a crease of Yenshin Divine Sun's clothing exploded, and Yang Feng emerged from the green key. The Shishin armor glimmered, and he cast the Devour Heavenly Art and conjured a terrifying Devour Heavenly Spike that tore the space and stabbed at Yenshin Divine Sun. Defensive barriers suddenly appeared on Yenshin Divine Sun. The Devour Heavenly Spike pierced through the defensive barriers and stabbed Yenshin Divine Sun, and countless Devour runes appeared and madly devoured Yenshin Divine Sun's eternal origin. Yenshin imperishable body. Yenshin Divine Sun's eyes flickered viciously, and the part of his eternal origin that was pierced exploded and unleashed terrifying fire force that blasted Yang Feng away. Tremendous fire of extinction appeared and swept towards Yang Feng. Xingji. Yang Feng's eyes flashed, and he waved his hand. Xingji appeared in front of him at once. Xingji gripped a giant shield and drew countless strands of star force to gather on the giant shield and form a star barrier. The fire of destruction clashed with the star barrier and burned it little by little, but it couldn't break the barrier in one strike. Although Yenshin Divine Sun is a 7th layer eternal sovereign, but he has faced a couple great enemies one after another. Even though he killed those great enemies, but he still suffered heavy damage and spent all his trump cards. He lost his previous ferocity. A string of afterimages flashed and changed into Ying, who silently stabbed at the back of Yenshin Divine Sun with the lance of the ruler. Are you Yang Feng's fallback? You are worthy of being a top assassin. If I hadn't been prepared, I might have been assassinated by you. But since I was prepared, there's no way trash like you can assassinate me. With an icy glimmer in his eyes, Yenshin Divine Sun sneered and waved his hand, and the shadow absorption mirror emanating boundless eternal aura appeared. Dark rays emerged from the shadow absorption mirror, surged towards Ying, and pulled her into the mirror. The shadow absorption mirror is an eternal grade treasure specially used to restrain eternal sovereigns who wield the authority of shadows that a 7th layer eternal sovereign refined. After witnessing Ying's assassination means, Yenshin Divine Sun did everything possible to obtain this eternal grade treasure. This is the terror of a great clan's Divine Sun. As long as they have seen the cards of a hostile eternal sovereign, they can find eternal grade treasures to restrain the opponent's cards. In order to defeat them, you can only crush them with absolute strength. Then do you also know of my existence? A cold voice sounded, and the whip of the ruler flew out of the void and whipped Yenshin Divine Sun. A terrible force broke out and tore the body of Yenshin Divine Sun apart. With a flash of the fire of extinction, the body of Yenshin Divine Sun was completely restored. 12 ruler saints appeared in an instant and cast various secret methods, resonated with each other, and attacked the shadow absorption mirror. Boom! Along with a shocking blare, the shadow absorption mirror was smashed directly. Ying jumped out of the shadow absorption mirror. Her figure fluttered, and she separated into 9 figures and attacked Yenshin Divine Sun from 9 directions. Yenshin Divine Sun, this shall be your burial place. With a cold flash in her eyes, Ling urged the whip of the ruler to turn into a fierce true dragon that shot towards Yenshin Divine Sun. Yenshin Divine Sun surged with the fire of extinction, turned into a giant 10 meters tall and surrounded by endless fire of extinction, and engaged Ling with a sword of fire. Boom! Boom! In an instant, Yenshin Divine Sun exchanged thousands of moves with Ling. He retreated repeatedly, and several gashes left by Ling's whip appeared on his body. Yenshin Divine Sun was originally far stronger than Ling, but after being wounded repeatedly and combusting his eternal origin to quell the Lord of Dark Island and Xuyuan Divine Sun, his strength dropped sharply. Furthermore, he was cursed by Kongling Fairy and was seriously wounded by Yang Feng's sneak attack. Only then did his strength drop so much that he was completely suppressed by Ling. The 12 saint rulers erupted with countless runes, resonated with each other, and jointly attacked Yenshin Divine Sun. Open! With a fierce flash in his eyes, Yenshin Divine Sun slashed with his sword, and fire of extinction turned into a roaring fire dragon that burned the void, surged towards the 12 ruler saints, and blasted them away. Terrifying fire of extinction ignited on the 12 ruler saints and began to burn everything. Yenshin Divine Sun, this shall be your burial place. Along with a cold voice, a torrent of time appeared, and Yang Feng emerged from the torrent of time in a flash and unleashed a punch. A torrent of time, a devour black hole, power stars and spatial gates, for essences erupted, integrated into one, pierced through Yenshin Divine Sun's defenses, and slammed into the person himself. Yenshin Divine Sun issued a blood-curdling scream, and then disintegrated and turned into flames that fled in different directions. Ying emerged from the void, separated with countless figures, and stabbed at the flames with the lance of the ruler. Ing stabbed the countless flames, and shadow seal runes pervaded, suppressed, and sealed the flames that Yenshin Divine Lord turned into. Die! With an icy flash in his eyes, Yang Feng spread the fingers of his hand, and a devour black hole appeared, swallowed the flames Yenshin Divine Sun turned into, and crazily devoured his eternal origin. Stop! Yang Feng, let me live. I will give you the treasury of Du Luo King. Let me go. Otherwise, once you kill me, you and the Yenshin clan will be mortal enemies. The countless flames in the devour black hole condensed into Yenshin Divine Sun, and he shouted loudly, a look of fear on his face. Fool! Once I get the treasury of Du Luo King, I and the Yenshin clan will become mortal enemies anyway. In this case, if I slay a peerless genius like you, it will be equivalent to cutting down the future of the Yenshin clan. There's no way I will let you go. With a flash of derision in his eyes, Yang Feng put the fingers of his hand together, and countless rays of devour black light shrouded Yenshin Divine Sun and devoured his eternal origin. Taixuan Sacred Firmament. At the headquarters of the Yenshin clan, an eternal imprint appeared strangely. The person who killed me was Yang Feng. The person who killed me was Yang Feng. The eternal imprint transmitted Yenshin Divine Sun's miserable screams and soon disappeared. Drawn by a mysterious force, the eternal imprint emerged from the remains of Yenshin Divine Sun. Yang Feng unleashed a punch and smashed Yenshin Divine Sunny eternal imprint. Terrifying devour force shrouded Yenshin Divine Sun's eternal imprint and frenziedly devoured his eternal true spirit. Yang Feng's eyes glimmered. So this is Yenshin Divine Sun's eternal true spirit, as expected of a 7th-layer eternal sovereign. His reserves are really profound. If I can devour 3 or 4 eternal true spirits of the same level as Yenshin Divine Sun's eternal true spirit, I will have enough reserves to advance to the 6th-layer eternal realm. At the moment when Yenshin Divine Sun's eternal imprint was broken, a statue of Yenshin Divine Sun in Yenshin clan's headquarters shattered. The Divine Sun has fallen. How is that possible? How could the Divine Sun have died? Yang Feng was the one who killed the Divine Sun. Impossible. The Divine Sun is a 7th-layer eternal realm powerhouse. How could he be killed by Yang Feng? In the Yenshin clan's headquarters, when Yenshin clan powerhouses saw the statue of Yenshin Divine Sun shatter, their eyes flashed with shock. Chapter 1467. Eternal King Grade Treasure. Chapter 1467. Eternal King Grade Treasure. Yenshin Divine Sun was the strongest peerless genius of the younger generation in the Yenshin clan. He was proficient in numerous powerful secret methods and possessed 7th-layer Eternal Realm cultivation base. Apart from the Eternal Tycoon, only a few 8th-layer Eternal Realm old monsters in the Yenshin clan could defeat Yenshin Divine Sun. Yenshin Divine Sun was a peerless genius of the Yenshin clan, most hopeful to advance to the 9th-layer Eternal Realm and become an Eternal Tycoon. Yet now he has died. This is equivalent to severing half of the future of the Yenshin clan. Damn it! Who was it? Who killed Yenner? Yang Feng. It was him. I want him to die. I want him to have a miserable death. I want everyone related to him to die. A terrifying voice transmitted in the headquarters of the Yenshin clan. As if the end of the world has come, violent flames surged in the headquarters of the Yenshin clan. At the headquarters of the Yenshin clan powerhouses knelt on the ground and trembled. Pass down my order. Send people to Yenju Firmament to destroy the domains of the eternal sovereigns under Yang Feng. A cruel voice sounded in the headquarters of the Yenshin clan. Yes, ancestor. Voices full of respect rose, and Yenshin clan powerhouses flew out one after another and flew towards Yenju Firmament. Even if it's the Yenshin clan, they wouldn't easily destroy domains of lesser firmaments. However, the death of Yenshin Divine Sun is equivalent to the future of the Yenshin clan being severed. This naturally infuriated the Eternal Tycoon. It should be mentioned that it took 5 million years and countless resources to cultivate Yenshin Divine Sun to this point. In the entire Yenshin clan, only he had hopes of advancing and becoming an Eternal Tycoon. With Yenshin Divine Sun dead, In the next hundreds of thousands of years, no one in the Yenshin clan will be able to become an eternal tycoon. In the treasury of Du Luo King, if I devour and refine the body of the eternal sovereign king, I'll surely be able to advance to a 7th layer eternal realm. I may even be able to advance to the 9th layer eternal realm. It's a shame, but it's impossible for me to dispel the sealing force on it. Yang Feng ascended the altar and looked at the corpse of Du Luo King sitting on the throne, and his eyes glimmered. The corpse of Du Luo King contains the power of Beta King. If Yang Feng devours the corpse, he will have to contend against the power of Beta King. At this time, Yang Feng only has 5th layer eternal realm cultivation base. The gap between him and Beta King is as great as the gap between a dragon and an ant. It is impossible for him to resist the power of Beta King. However, with the disc in Du Luo King's hand, when I kill other eternal sovereigns, they will die for good. I will gain some characteristics of an eternal sovereign king. Yang Feng took a deep look at the disc, a scorching shade in his eyes. He bowed to Du Luo King, and then extended his hand and grasped the disc. Kill! 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 Swear to kill Beta King and an Ho King and you will obtain me. I and all the other treasures in the treasury will belong to you. As soon as the disc entered Yang Feng's hand, endless murderous intent transmitted and surged inside Yang Feng. Ling! Yang Feng's countenance changed drastically, and he unleashed a fierce roar. Ling spread the fingers of her hand, and countless mechanical threads flew out, wound around the disc, and pulled it away from Yang Feng's hand. The crazy and terrifying will was immediately cut off. However, it began to pervade Ling's body. Yang Feng broke out with countless devour runes that directly devoured and refined the violent murderous intent. At the same time, countless mysterious runes appeared inside Ling's body and dispelled the resentment and murderous intent left by Du Luo King on the disc. Yang Feng's eyes flashed, and he said, Ing, Xingji, go help Ling crack it. Yes, Lord. Mechanical strands extended from Ing and Xingji and entered Ling's body, and the 3 kings of rulers resonated with each other and began to crack the restrictions. A series of restrictions were cracked directly, and countless precious bodies of knowledge were extracted and merged into Ling's database. Yang Feng's eyes glimmered with excitement. It's an eternal king-grade treasure. It's not something that I would be able to crack. However, it's a broken treasure, and many years have passed since it was broken. Originally, Yang Feng should only be able to obtain the precious bodies of knowledge sealed inside the disc after swearing to avenge Du Luo King. However, Ling directly broke the restrictions and absorbed the bodies of knowledge inside. At the same time, she refined the disc bit by bit and integrated it into her body. Once Ling completely integrates the disc into her body, she will have some characteristics of an eternal king-grade treasure and become extremely fearsome. The disc hasn't been nourished for more than 1 million years. Even though it is an eternal king-grade treasure, it has lost most of its spirit. In the face of the joint refining of the 3 kings of rulers, the disc disappeared inch by inch and merged into Ling's body. Yang Feng channeled a massive amount of eternal force into Ling. At the same time, he used a large number of eternal origin stones, extracted their eternal origin force, and poured it into Ling. 10 days later, Ling opened her eyes. Countless strings of information poured into Yang Feng's mind. It can break a universe crystal wall, deceive its universe will, and let an eternal sovereign sneak into said universe. As expected of a treasure of an eternal sovereign king, it possesses incredible power. Yang Feng's eyes lit up and flashed with excitement when he saw the countless strings of information. If an eternal sovereign enters a universe that isn't under the control of another eternal sovereign, he can use various methods to infiltrate the universe and hide. However, if an eternal sovereign tries to enter a universe that is under the control of another eternal sovereign, it will be equivalent to digging a hole for himself. Once he enters the universe, he will be quelled directly. But this treasure can break the universe crystal wall and deceive its universe will, allowing an eternal sovereign to quietly arrive at said universe. This treasure's power is simply incredible. It was thanks to the power of this treasure that Du Luo King was able to advance step by step and become an eternal sovereign king. freewebnovel.cm. After the disc was refined, Yang Feng searched the treasury of Du Luo King and found a lot of precious resources. But he didn't find another eternal king-grade treasure. A few days later, Yang Feng left the treasury of Du Luo King. In front of the Firmament Crystal Wall separating Boda Sacred Firmament and a greater firmament, ripples surged, and Yang Feng appeared in the void. Ling! Yang Feng glanced at the Firmament Crystal Wall and spoke flatly. Ling walked out of the void, and a tiny white jade disc emerged from her forehead and radiated white light that illuminated the Firmament Crystal Wall. The Firmament Crystal Wall split open, revealing an unobstructed channel. Shrouded in white light, Yang Feng stepped into the channel together with and entered the Firmament Crystal Wall. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose into a smile. With this eternal king-grade treasure, I can freely cross Firmament Crystal Walls that I couldn't cross in the past. From now on, except for universes occupied by eternal sovereign kings, there is no universe that can stop me. In the universe C, in front of a universe membrane, ripples surged, and Yang Feng appeared outside the universe membrane. Ling! At Yang Feng's order, Ling came out of the void and appeared behind him. This chapter is updated by freewebnovel.cm. Ling opened her eyes, surged with mysterious white light in her eyes, and investigated the universe membrane. Ling spoke. There are no eternal sovereign king realm fluctuations of power. There is a 99% probability that this is not the main universe of an eternal sovereign king. In general, every eternal sovereign king has a main universe. In his main universe, an eternal sovereign king is an invincible being. Even if two eternal sovereign kings join forces, they can't defeat an eternal sovereign king in his main universe. Of course, if 3 or 4 eternal sovereign kings join forces, it is still possible to kill an eternal sovereign king in his main universe. Back in the day, Du Luo King was lured out of his main universe, only then was killed by Beta King and an Ho King. The world of warlocks is engraved with Yang Feng's eternal imprint, and thus is Yang Feng's main universe. Yang Feng uttered indifferently, "Let's start." Countless mysterious runes appeared in Ling's eyes, and the white jade disc emerged from her forehead and radiated white light that merged into the universe membrane. Illuminated by the white light, the universe membrane that resist 9th layer eternal realm powerhouses was easily decomposed, revealing a deep channel. There are eternal realm fluctuations of power in this world. According to the analysis, they should belong to a powerhouse below the 4th layer eternal realm. When the channel appeared, Ling's eyes glimmered with countless abstruse runes, and she spoke. Yang Feng frowned and uttered slowly, "There's an eternal sovereign here? It looks like this is going to be a bit tricky. If it was a universe without eternal sovereigns, it would be simple for an eternal sovereign like Yang Feng to conquer it. However, if it's a universe with an eternal sovereign, even if it's just a 1st layer eternal sovereign, then with the help of the universe he can mobilize the power of the universe to quell a 9th layer eternal sovereign." Chapter 1468. Infiltration of the World of Stars. Chapter 1468. Infiltration of the World of Stars. The strength of this universe's eternal sovereign is below the 4th layer eternal realm. I have Ling's protection. Even if I'm exposed, I can escape from that eternal sovereign. I can give it a try. Yang Feng's thoughts revolved. His eyes flashed with the shade of determination, and he stepped into the channel. After crossing the channel, Yang Feng appeared in a nearly boundless starry sky full of stars. In the boundless starry sky, there are hundreds of stars radiating bright starlight, with each star containing fearsome eternal realm star force. Surrounded by the countless stars, there is a huge world. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose into a smile. There is no rejection and no interference of the universe will. It's really wonderful. Even the eternal sovereign of this universe can't sense my existence. It's really wonderful. Generally speaking, once an eternal sovereign of another universe invades an universe, he will trigger the rejection of the universe will, and he will be perceived by the eternal sovereigns of said universe in the first moments. In the past, although Ling Sai was far stronger than Yang Feng, Yet he was easily quelled by Yang Feng in the world of demon gods because of this. Yang Feng's eyes glimmered with the shade of wisdom. If I challenge that eternal sovereign now, I will be digging a hole for myself. I must take root in this universe. Only by cultivating according to the power system of this universe and integrating into this universe, only then can I defeat that eternal sovereign. With a flash of light, Yang Feng entered that world. In order to quickly improve my strength, I must find the most powerful force in this world and use the resources of said force to quickly advance. Found it. It's you. Faint light flashed, and Yang Feng appeared at the edge of a pond in an imperial palace. At the edge of the pond, there is a young man full of a noble aura. The young man is already at death's door. Screams rose in the air as many eunuchs and palace ladies rushed this way. Yang Feng touched the head of the young man with a finger, and devour force broke out and devoured the young man, including his soul and memories. In an instant, Yang Feng changed into the young man, lying at the edge of the pond. Xuanhuan, don't scare your mother. Imperial physician, what's wrong with Xuanhuan? If he passes away, you guys will be buried together with him. An extremely anxious voice filled with panic and cold murderous intent came from the side. An imperial physician replied, Lady, the seventh prince is just in a state of shock and is cold. It's not a serious illness. As long as he takes a Xingyang pill, he can recover in less than a day. The lady scolded, Hurry up and feed Xuanhuan the pill. Yes. The imperial physician took out a pill and inserted it into Yang Feng's mouth. Starlight shone, entered Yang Feng's body, and nourished him. Yang Feng opened his eyes and saw a very beautiful woman in a palace dress, with long black hair and a slender figure. Yang Feng has already refined the memories of the seventh prince and knows everything that the seventh prince knows. This world is called the world of stars, and it has countless stars with fearsome star force suspended in the sky. Once cultivators of this world reach 16 years of age, they will hold a sacrificial ceremony and offer sacrifices to the stars. During the sacrificial ceremony, the young people will communicate with the stars, awaken their life-bound star, and practice cultivation with the help of the life-bound star's star force. The world of stars is divided into 3 states, namely the state of Zhao, the state of Chu, and the state of Wei. The 3 states never cease to fight with each other. The young man that Yang Feng possessed is 7th Prince Li Jin. The very beautiful woman is Consort Mei, one of the consorts of the emperor of the state of Zhao. Xuanhuan, you're all right. It's great that you're all right. When Consort Mei saw Yang Feng open his eyes, she burst into tears and murmured. Yang Feng made a few perfunctory remarks. Only then did Consort Mei leave. The person I chose seems to be involved in a court struggle. Was this the doing of the crown prince or the 4th prince? After Consort Mei left, Yang Feng recalled the memories of the 7th prince and made some conjectures. The crown prince is the eldest son of the empress. He awakened the Tiankong star of the 36 Tiangang stars as his life-bound star and received the support of the officials. The 4th prince is the eldest son of the imperial noble consort, Consort Jin. He awakened the Tianquan star of the 7 stars of Beidou. He is more outstanding than the crown prince and is favored by the emperor. In the world of stars, the top stars are the Ziwei star, Wunsu star, Wutsu star, Tanlang star, Pajuan star, and Qisha star. Ziwei star, Wunsu star, and Wutsu star are called the 3 Tian stars. Tanlang star, Pajuan star, and Qisha star are called the 3 Xiong stars. Below the 3 Xiong stars and 3 Tian stars are the 7 stars of Beidou. Below the 7 stars of Beidou are the 28 Xiu stars. Below the 28 Xiu stars are the 36 Tiangang stars. Below the 36 Tiangang stars are the 72 Disha stars. Below the 72 Disha stars are the first-class stars, second-class stars, third-class stars, and classless stars. Only powerhouses whose life-bound star is above the level of the 72 Disha stars can reach the pinnacle of cultivation in this world. In the state of Zhao, there are more than 50 princes and princesses, but only the crown prince and the 4th prince awakened life-bound stars above the 72 Disha stars. The 7th prince was very talented since he was young, and many people believed that he would attain one of the 3 Tian stars as his life-bound star. The sacrificial ceremony will start in a few days. Only then will the crown prince and the fourth prince begin to attack the seventh prince. No matter who you are, once I've finished cultivating, I'll crush you and repay the seventh prince for this identity and memories. Yang Feng's eyes flashed coldly, and he operated a secret method of this world and began to absorb star force drifting in space to refine his body. Yang Feng has already sealed his eternal force and refined a body using a strand of his true spirit and the eternal God fruit, avatar fruit. This body has no cultivation base. As such, Yang Feng has to cultivate anew. Only by cultivating step by step, absorbing the extraordinary force of this world, and refining his body and soul, only then will he be able to obtain the recognition of the universe will and be able to fight against the eternal sovereign of this universe in the future. In the following days, Yang Feng hid himself in a room and practiced cultivation. With his fifth layer eternal realm insight, he easily altered the basic cultivation methods of this world and attracted countless strands of star force to strengthen his body's foundation. A few days later, Consort Mei came to Yang Feng's room and said, "Zhener, let's go to the Empress and request her to bestow you a Starbringer ring." Yang Feng responded, "Yes, mother. In the world of stars, there are numerous secret treasures that can help draw star force. The Starbringer ring is a kind of treasure that aristocratic families and the imperial family refine using countless precious resources. The Starbringer ring can enhance the cultivator's affinity with the stars during the sacrificial ceremony. The reason why the aristocratic families and the royal family have countless powerhouses and talents in each generation, far above that of the common people, is because they have a series of secret treasures such as the Starbringer ring. We pay our respects to the Empress." After crossing a number of winding corridors, Consort Mei brought Yang Feng to the palace of the Empress and saluted the Empress. Stand up. Full W current novels on freewebnovio.com. Yang Feng looked over and saw a beautiful and elegant woman dressed in gorgeous silk clothing, with an extraordinary temperament, yet a somewhat unkind air about her sitting in the main seat of the palace. This beautiful woman is the Empress of the state of Zhao. The Empress of the state of Zhao revealed an apathetic smile. "Younger sister Consort Mei, what brings you here?" Consort Mei replied, "Empress, Zhener has come of age. He is going to participate in the sacrificial ceremony and awaken his lifebound star. Empress, I request that you to bestow him a Starbringer ring." The Empress of the state of Zhao raised the corners of her mouth into a cold smile. "I've already prepared Zhener's Starbringer ring. However, Zhener borrowed Zhener's Starbringer ring several days ago. Before he borrowed the Starbringer ring, he said that he would return it to Zhener before the sacrificial ceremony." Consort Mei's pretty face turned ashen, and she knelt on the floor and begged, "Empress, the Starbringer ring is related to Zhener's fate. How could you lend it to someone else? Moreover, if Zhener can't get the Starbringer ring before the sacrificial ceremony, how will he connect with his fated star? Every prince and princess is given the Starbringer ring when they come of age. Please have mercy and bestow my Zhener a Starbringer ring." With a top Starbringer ring, a cultivator who could originally have awakened one of the 72 Disha stars can awaken one of the 36 Tiangang stars. A top Starbringer ring can completely change a person's fate during the sacrificial ceremony. The Empress of the state of Zhao clearly doesn't want Lu Zhen to obtain a Starbringer ring. The beautiful eyes of the Empress of the state of Zhao flashed with murderous intent, and she spoke words suffused with coldness. "Consort Mei, do you mean to say that I'm being unfair?" Consort Mei lowered her head and spoke with an anguished and aggrieved look on her face. "You..." Yang Feng placed his hand on the back of the head of Consort Mei, and she fainted directly. "Empress, you are fair. My mother and I admire you very much. We brazenly disturbed you. Please forgive us. We'll take our leave now." Yang Feng clapped his hands, and two palace maids came in and carried Consort Mei away. The Empress of the state of Zhao looked at Yang Feng's back and uttered slowly, "That kid Lu Zhen really isn't simple." freewebnovel.com. A handsome young man walked out and spoke with a smile on his face. "Seventh brother naturally isn't simple. After all, he was able to escape from a Star Elder Realm powerhouse. That's quite unexpected. This handsome young man is Li Xiong, the crown prince of the state of Zhao. In the world of stars, cultivators are divided into star disciple, Star Warrior, Great Warlock, Star Master, Starry Sky Warlock, Great Star Master, Moonlight Warlock, Star Spirit, Glorious Sun Warlock, Star Elder, Bright World Warlock, Star Venerable, Infinity Warlock, Star Monarch, Star Holy, and Star Emperor. Chapter 1469. The Once You Star Lights Up. Chapter 1469. The Once You Star Lights Up. If cultivators don't awaken their lifebound star, then no matter how they cultivate, they can only cultivate to the 9th layer star disciple realm, that is, the level 3 warlock realm. Once they awaken a lifebound star, they can directly advance to the Star Warrior realm. Cultivators who have awakened one of the 72 Disha stars can directly advance to the 9th layer Star Warrior realm. Peerless geniuses who have awakened one of the 36 Tiangang stars or the 7 stars of Beidou can advance to the Star Master realm at one stroke during the awakening ceremony. Peerless prodigies who awakened one of the 3 Tian stars or the 3 Xiong stars can soar and directly advance to the Great Star Master realm. A Star Elder realm powerhouse is equivalent to a Bright World Warlock rank powerhouse. For such a powerhouse, it's easy to kill an ant who has yet to reach the Great Warlock realm. It's basically impossible for him to fail. The Empress frowned slightly and said, "The Imperial Palace has strict security and is guarded by the Celestial Star Array. Even if it's a Star Elder realm powerhouse, it's difficult to secretly kill a person. Assassinating in the palace is unwise. After all, once His Majesty finds out, it will be difficult for either you or me to bear the consequences. There cannot be a second time. In the Imperial Palace, there are many experts and the rules are strict. If assassins were allowed to run wild, the Emperor wouldn't be able to sleep in peace. Once he finds out that the Crown Prince brought an assassin in the Imperial Palace, he will surely discard the Crown Prince. If the civil and military officials learn of this, they will definitely be disappointed and won't support the prince any longer." The Crown Prince lowered his head and said, "What Mother said is absolutely right. My thinking was flawed." The Empress asked, "Tell me, how will you deal with this matter?" The Crown Prince smiled and answered, "Every prince will be given a top Starbringer ring upon coming of age. This is a rule set by the founding father of the state of Zhao and cannot be broken. As such, we must give a top Starbringer ring to 7th brother before the sacrificial ceremony starts. However, if that mutt fails to keep the Starbringer ring safe and breaks it, it will be a crime worthy of death. By then, he will be beheaded and his head will be used to placate 7th brother." The Empress smiled with satisfaction and said, "Not bad. I'll leave it to you." After Concubine May woke up, she cried and complained repeatedly, allowing Yang Feng to get a lot of information. In the harem of the state of Zhao, the Empress is the most respected individual. Under the Empress, there are 4 imperial noble consorts, followed by noble consorts, ladies of bright deportment, ladies of handsome fairness, ladies of lovely countenance, beauties, noble ladies, and ladies of talent. Concubine May is only a concubine and is from humble background. She can't fight with the Empress and the imperial noble consortium. There are many beautiful women in the harem of the state of Zhao. The Emperor of the state of Zhao favors Consort May quite a bit, but he doesn't favor her alone. Under such circumstances, Consort May can't resist the Empress's decisions. On the day before the sacrificial ceremony, a top Starbringer ring was sent to Yang Feng. This Starbringer ring has been tampered with. If the Starbringer ring was really used in the sacrificial ceremony, I'm afraid it would not only not work, but it would draw you to a 3rd-class star. That's quite vicious. Yang Feng picked up the Starbringer ring, took a look at it, and smiled coldly, a frigid flash in his eyes. Yang Feng is a top alchemist. After he advanced to the 5th layer Eternal Realm, his alchemy reached an unimaginable level. By taking a look at the Starbringer ring, he analyzed the principles behind it and realized that there is something fishy. The princes and princesses of the state of Zhao have much better aptitudes than ordinary people. Generally speaking, after they use a top Starbringer ring, they can awaken a 1st-class lifebound star and have the potential to cultivate to the Star Venerable realm. Once Yang Feng awakens a 3rd-class star as his lifebound star, he'll be able to cultivate to the Star Spirit realm at most. A prince who only has the potential to cultivate to the Star Spirit realm is regarded as trash that can't get any authority nor cultivation resources. He can basically only lead a mediocre life. Even if such a prince is killed, the emperor won't ask any questions. The Heavenly Star Hall is located in the west of the Imperial Palace and is one of the most important palaces of the Imperial Palace. Every year, an awakening ceremony of the Imperial clan is held here. There are tens of thousands of people in the Imperial clan of the state of Zhao. Every year there are people awakening in the clan. Of course, only when princes come of age, only then will such a grand ceremony be held. On the main seat in the Heavenly Star Hall, there sits a burly and dignified man in a dragon robe. This man is Li Xingqian, the emperor of the state of Zhao, and he possesses Star Monarch Realm cultivation base. Below the emperor, there is a middle-aged man dressed as a great scholar and a burly man built like a bear. The middle-aged man dressed as a great scholar is Huangpu Qinghe, the counselor-in-chief of the state of Zhao. The burly man built like a bear is Zhou Tianshi, a great general of the state of Zhao. Huangpu Qinghe and Zhou Tianshi are two most formidable star holies of the state of Zhao and protectors of the state. In the world of stars, the strongest powerhouses are star holies. As for Star Emperor realm powerhouses, they are only mentioned in historical records. They appear for a short moment and then disappear. Below the two protectors, there sit consorts of the harem, followed by princes, princesses, and officials. Next to the empress, there sits an exceedingly fascinating and enchanting woman with black hair and glittering eyes. This beautiful woman is Consort Xin. She is the woman Li Xingqian favors the most. There is a dashing prince that stands out from among the other princes. This prince is Li Guanghai, the eldest son of Consort Xin and the fourth prince of the state of Zhao. There is a square in the center of the hall. In the center of the square, there is an altar. Around the square stand dozens of young men and women of 16 years of age. This content is taken from freewebnovel.cm. Seventh brother, thank you for lending me your Starbringer ring. I'm sure you will awaken a top life-bound star as compensation. A handsome young man with snow-white skin and noble aura came to Yang Feng and smiled coldly, a gleam of derision in his eyes. This young man is Li Chun, the fourth son of Consort Xin. He deliberately borrowed Li Zhen's Starbringer ring, and now he's deliberately provoking Yang Feng. If Yang Feng's avatar Li Zhen gets angry here and is expelled from the awakening ceremony, that's exactly what Li Chun wants. Yang Feng glanced at Li Chun and smiled contemptuously, as if he were looking at an ant. Next his gaze fell on the vast starry sky. 13th Prince, this is a celestial star sacrificial ceremony. It's a serious matter. Please conduct yourself with dignity. A very beautiful girl with black hair, fair skin, oval face, and picturesque eyebrows came over and admonished coldly. Li Chun's eyes flashed with the shade of infatuation, and he replied carefully, I got it, Tian Tian. This beautiful girl is Sun Tian Tian, and she is a daughter of General Sun Deng. She is a well-known cultivation genius of the younger generation. She is a genius most hopeful to awaken a life-bound star above the level of the 72 Disha stars. For many people of the Imperial clan's younger generation, she is the woman of their dreams. This Li Zhen looks different from before. It seems that he has become more outstanding. Sun Tian Tian looked at Yang Feng, who emits an ethereal aura, and her beautiful eyes flashed. Next she looked at the altar. An eunuch uttered, the sacrificial ceremony has officially begun. For strong men dragged a 100-meter-long star flood dragon with blue scales and a pair of wings to the altar. Sitting on the main seat, Li Xingqian's eyes flashed coldly, countless strands of star force wound around him, and he waved his hand. A star blade emerged abruptly, slashed the head of the star flood dragon, and cut the star flood dragon in two, and blood scattered on the floor. Mysterious lights emerged and absorbed the blood and soul of the star flood dragon. A pillar of light ejected out of the altar and rose into the sky. In an instant, stars appeared in the sky, and starlight sprinkled down and was absorbed by the altar. On the altar, the Starbringer rings of dozens of youngsters burst out with dazzling light, absorbed star force coming from the youngsters and condensed it into a stream that flowed into the sky, and they began to connect with the stars. Yang Feng removed the Starbringer ring on his finger, threw it on the floor, and crushed it with his foot. The Empress's eyes narrowed. He found out. Li Xingqian's eyes constricted and flashed with annoyance. Huangpu Qinghe and Zhou Tianshi glanced over and remained expressionless, as if they haven't seen anything. He crushed the Starbringer ring. Sure enough, he was really targeted. The seventh prince is quite clever. It's a pity that he's too candid. The eyes of the officials flickered with the color of regret. Starlight emerged from Yang Feng and condensed into a beam that shot into the sky together with a tyrannical aura, as if a great emperor commanding the stars. A white star with mysterious power emerged directly from the void. After the white star emerged, all the other stars dimmed and no longer emitted starlight. Only the white star suppressing the world remained. The Xuanhuan star of the 3 Tian stars. This is the Xuanhuan star. The seventh prince connected with the Xuanhuan star. This is amazing. The Xuanhuan star, one of the 3 Tian stars. No one in the state of Zhao has connected with the 3 Tian stars in the past 100 years. The seventh prince connected with the Xuanhuan star. The state of Zhao will surely flourish. When the officials saw this scene, their eyes flashed with excitement. When Crown Prince Li Xiong saw the Xuanhuan star in the sky face, his face distorted, his eyes flashed with jealousy, and he roared in his heart, "The Xuanhuan star! How could this be? How could he awaken the Xuanhuan star? Why wasn't it me? Why wasn't I the one who awakened the Xuanhuan star?" hr/1 a ref equals https:/n.wikipedia.org/wiki/dragon_robe dragonrobe/ Chapter 1470 3 stars illuminate the world. Innate human emperor. Chapter 1470 3 stars illuminate the world. Innate human emperor. Fourth Prince Li Guanghai's face distorted and filled with envy. The Xuanhuan star, one of the 3 Tian stars. Why was it him? Why was it this son of a bitch who got the care of the Xuanhuan star? The eyes of the Empress flickered gloomily, and she clenched her teeth. One of the 3 Tian stars. Curses. This boy must die. 2 strings of clear tears emerged from Consort May's beautiful eyes, and her face filled with excitement. The care of the Xuanhuan star. My good son obtained the care of the Xuanhuan star. Our bitter days are finally over. Huangpu Qinghe looked at the Xuanhuan star emanating endless might in the sky with envy and murmured, "The Xuanhuan star. It's the Xuanhuan star. One of the 3 Tian stars. How enviable." Huangpu Qinghe awakened the Dijue star of the 72 Disha stars as his lifebound star. He had to travel through the 3 states, kill all the powerhouses who have awakened the Dijue star as their lifebound star, monopolize the Dijue star's star force, and consume countless resources and time. Only then was he able to advance to a star holy. If Huangpu Qinghe had awakened the Xuanhuan star of the 3 Tian stars back in the day, then with his talent and hard work, he might have already advanced to the legendary star Emperor realm. Zhou Tianshi looked at the star in the sky with complex emotions in his eyes. The Xuanhuan star. It seems that a lot of things will take place in the state of Zhao from now on. If Crown Prince Li Xiong awakened the Xuanhuan star, then his position as the Crown Prince would be practically as stable as Mount Tai. However, the one who awakened the Xuanhuan star was Li Zhan, a prince who has a weak maternal clan and isn't favored. Can be imagined what great waves this will cause in the state of Zhao. Li Xingqian gazed at the Xuanhuan star in the sky with an expressionless look on his face. Li Chun looked at the Xuanhuan star in the sky and felt like vomiting blood. The Xuanhuan star. He awakened the Xuanhuan star. How could this be? Sun Tiantian looked at the extremely domineering Xuanhuan star in the sky with shock in her beautiful eyes. The Xuanhuan star. The Xuanhuan star of the 3 Tian stars. Incredible. Not enough. Come here. Standing still in the square, Yang Feng faced the sky and shouted. Fearsome starlight flew out from Yang Feng's body and entered the sky again. A star radiating red light emerged from the void and competed with the Xuanhuan star, emitting light that is not inferior to the light of the Xuanhuan star. The Xuanhuan star. That's the Xuanhuan star. 2 Tian stars. The 7th prince is actually this talented. 2 Tian stars. the care of 2 Tian stars. He's a peerless genius that appears once in 1,000 years. The last star emperor got the care of 2 Tian stars. He was invincible in the same realm. The care of 2 Tian stars. The state of Zhao will surely prosper. In the heavenly star hall, the officials commented with excitement in their eyes. Once someone awakens one of the 3 Tian stars or the 3 Xiong stars, he will be regarded as a monstrous genius that appears once in 100 years. However, when someone gets the care of 2 such stars, they will be regarded as a genius among geniuses, a monster among monsters that can sweep all enemies in the world. 2 Tian stars. Why do the heavens favor him so much? I am the Crown Prince. I am the Crown Prince of the state of Zhao. Crown Prince Li Xiong's face twisted into a vicious expression. He clenched his hands tight, and blood dripped down from his hands. With a vicious expression on his face, 4th Prince Li Guanghai gritted his teeth tightly, nearly breaking them. Damn it! Li Zhen, you deserve to die. Huangpu Qinghe's eyes shimmered with envy, and he sighed lightly. If he doesn't die, he will easily become a star monarch in the future. As for becoming a star saint, it's only be a matter of effort. How truly enviable. The population of the state of Zhao exceeds 3 billion, yet it only managed to produce 2 star holies. This shows how difficult it is to advance to the star holy realm. Even if it is a genius who has awakened one of the 36 Tiangang stars, it is extremely difficult to advance to the star holy realm. Yang Feng got the care of 2 heavenly star. As long as he works hard and has enough resources, he won't encounter any bottlenecks along the way to the star holy realm. Zhou Tianchu's eyes glimmered. 2 Tian stars. It's a pity that he isn't the crown prince. Sun Tian looked at the 2 stars in the sky with shock in her beautiful eyes. 2 Tian stars. That's unbelievable. Not enough. Ziwei star. Come out. Yang Feng's eyes flashed coldly, and starlight flew out of his body and rose into the sky. Along with a flash of ripples, a star emitting purple aura emerged, contended against the Wunsu star and the Wutsu star, and even put pressure on the 2 stars. The star emitting purple aura is the Ziwei star of the 3 Tian stars. The Ziwei star. It is the leader of the 3 Tian stars. The Ziwei star. 3 great stars have come out. How is this possible? He got the care of 3 great stars. This content is taken from fgariwebnavio.com. He got the care of 3 great stars. He's a star emperor seedling. He got the care of 3 great stars. He's an innate human emperor. The spectating officials were struck dumb, unable to believe their eyes. In the world of stars, only during the Fiend God Age, an era where countless powerhouses fought each other, only then did peerless prodigies who have obtained the care of 3 great stars appeared. In the ancient times, star beasts and star devils dominated of the world, while humans were just slaves and food of the star beasts and star devils. After countless studies, the ancestors of the human race finally mastered the sacrificial ceremony, awakened their fated stars, started cultivating, and began to fight the star beasts and star demons. The first human who got the care of 3 great stars became the first human emperor and led the human race to create a state belonging to the human race in the world of stars. In the following period of time, every era had a human who got the care of 3 great stars, was crowned as the human emperor, and commanded the human race to fight against the star beasts and star devils. After going through 7 human emperors, the humans defeated the star beasts and the star devils and drove them to the wilderness. After the 7 human emperors, no human has ever again gotten the care of 3 great stars in the world of stars. The star holy Huangpu Qinghe couldn't help but be dumbfounded, and he stared at Yang Feng on the square. Innate human emperor. It's actually an innate human emperor. Zhou Tianchu smiled bitterly, and his eyes flashed with worry. Innate human emperor. He's born at the wrong time. If it were in the ancient times, when humans had mortal enemies like star beasts and star devils, a person who got the care of 3 great stars would be supported by the whole human race, become the human emperor, and lead the human race to fight the star beasts and star devils. But now that the star beasts and star devils have been expelled to the wilderness, with the 3 states have been fighting incessantly, An innate human emperor who got the care of the three great stars will likely have a rough time. Zhou Tianshi glanced at Li Xingqian and saw that he is still expressionless. Yet his hands are clenched tight, to the point that veins are protruding. The empress looked at the three great stars in the sky, and the corners of her mouth rose into a slight smile. Three great stars illuminate the world. Innate human emperor. Great, great, great. You're doomed. Even though you are an innate human emperor, you will die if you stand in my way. FREOWebnovel.com. Crown Prince Li Xiong stared at the three great stars in the sky with crazy killing intent in his eyes, and then glanced at fourth Prince Li Guanghai. Li Zhen must die. Fourth Prince Li Guanghai and Crown Prince Li Xiong looked at each other and exchanged terrifying murderous intent. In this moment, the two mortal enemies became kindred spirits. Sun Tiantian looked at the three great stars in the sky in confusion. Three stars illuminate the world. Innate human emperor. He's an innate human emperor. How is that possible? How come I couldn't see it? Li Zhen was really smart since he was little, and his cultivation talent was far superior to that of other young princes in the imperial clan. However, for him to reach the innate human emperor level, that's virtually impossible. No matter how Sun Tiantian thinks about it, she doesn't think that Li Zhen should be an innate human emperor. Li Chun was so depressed that he felt like vomiting blood. Innate human emperor. How can this be? How can he be an innate human? Impossible. Impossible. The dazzling starlight radiated by the three great stars turned into three pillars of starlight that dropped from the sky and landed on Yang Feng. Bathed in endless starlight, Yang Feng's aura climbed steadily, and then made a breakthrough and reached the Star Warrior realm. Without stopping, after a few breaths of time, Yang Feng's aura made a breakthrough and reached the Star Master realm. After staying in the Star Master realm for a moment, Yang Feng's aura made another breakthrough and reached the Great Star Master realm. After a short stay in the Great Star Master realm, he advanced again and reached the Star Spirit realm. Star Spirit. He stepped across four great realms and advanced to a Star Spirit in one go. As expected of an innate human emperor. Three stars illuminate the world. Innate human emperor. That's unbelievable. In ancient times, once an innate human emperor awakened, he could fight star beasts and star devils. That seems to be true. So this in an innate human emperor. The spectating officials commented spiritedly. Star Spirit realm powerhouses are comparable to glorious sun warlocks. Even if it's in the world of stars, they are experts who can rule over a faction. The overlords of small cities are Star Spirit realm experts. Yang Feng's avatar Li Zhen was just a level 3 warlock realm powerhouse before. Once he awakened his lifebound star, he advanced to a glorious sun warlock rank powerhouse in one go. This progress is beyond remarkable. In the name of Ziwei Star, Tiankui Star, I summon you. Yang Feng looked up at the sky and shouted sternly. The Ziwei Star glittered, purple light entered the sky, and the Tiankui Star of the 36 Tiangang stars appeared directly in the void. We've reached the end of today's episode. Thank you for traversing the boundless landscapes of fantasy with us. If today's story has sparked joy within you, please remember to hit the like button, share our journey with others, and subscribe to Lord of the Stories for an ever-expanding collection of mystical escapades. Until we meet again to turn the page to a new adventure, hold the tales dear in your heart and let the embers of magic warmly glow in your spirit. Farewell, intrepid explorers of the narrative unknown.